What is going on, NBA draft fans, NBA fans, anybody else who may have found their way here? Welcome to the 2022 No Ceilings NBA Draft Show presented by NBA Top Shot. My name is Corey Teleba. I will be your host for this pre-show. I am joined by my Draft Act co-host, Albert Gim, and the host of the No Ceilings podcast, Tyler Rucker. Fellas, how are we doing? We're looking fresh. We got our draft fits on. Tyler, how we feeling?
I feel pretty good. Obviously my fit isn't as strong as Paulo Banchero, but that's why we keep doing these stuff. We try to get to that level someday. I think Albert will look a lot better in that purple suit. But how are we doing, boys? I can't believe it's here. It's showtime. I'm getting so excited. I haven't slept 10 minutes today or last night.
I mean, why would you sleep? You drink 7,000 cups of coffee.
Hey, keeping them going. Keep it coming,
Albert, how we feeling?
I'm feeling great. It's my birthday today. And so the fact that we're watching the draft together and doing this live telecast on my birthday is literally the best thing ever. I feel amazing. I have my Patrick Ewing jersey on under this sport coat, so I don't exactly know what I'm doing in life, but it's time. We're ready to rock, boys. Let's go.
The luck of the frozen envelope. Rucker, you mentioned Paulo Banchero's draft fit.
Yeah.
We're starting to see some draft fits trickle in. Tyrese Halliburton says that he has a top 5 draft suit of all time.
Wow.
Last year. Who is your number one all-time draft fit guy?
I mean, Hakeem Olajuwon. That was like literally one of the best outfits of all time. Jalen Rose is up there.
I'm going
I
Jalen
feel like
Rose.
you got to be the Jalen Rose has to be in the conversation. What that Metrocity that Tyler Hero had that one year. I mean, he could be in the a wild card there. But what about you guys? What are you thinking?
Well, Jalen Rose for all time. Tonight, I'm liking Chet's suit. Classy.
Yeah, it looks a little classy.
Obviously, I think Paolo is in last place right now. I like Tari's green suit. That was pretty fly. Albert, anything else catch your eye?
I mean, have you guys seen Mark Williams? He's got the nice, classy blue suit on with the gigantic MW chain going on. He looks great. My choice is Mark Williams.
Looking like a handsome Blue Devil.
I mean, let's keep the bad jokes out for the second round, please. But is it just me? Am I being an old man, or is it the year of the chain? I feel like the chain is just really aggressive this year. Everyone had as a requirement, you had to get a big chain or something. But hey, you do you guys. Perkins fit's a little interesting for everyone watching that in the background. But Tari Eason looks like a leprechaun. I love it. I would probably be rocking the same thing.
All right. We did enough about the fashion of the draft. What I will say, the last time we all sat together, we did a wild card mock draft where we took Paulo Banchero, number 1. And this was a boneheaded idea that I had where I just wanted to see what would happen if we shook some things up. After we did the wild card mock draft, Paulo's line to go number 1, he became the favorite at one point. So what I'm saying is, were we the influence on Paulo's draft odds shifting?
I'm not saying it, Corey, but people in the streets are saying it. To be serious though, I think Vegas knew exactly what they were doing. We all were kind of getting this little crazy rush of, hey, is something going on? Like, is Houston trying to trade up to 1? What's the deal? And then Woj had to tip some picks today because he just couldn't resist the urge to let us know that these were the top 3 picks at 8 a.m. So shout out Woj, thanks, appreciate it. But people were saying it, Corey, and it's fun with the draft this year, especially. Like, we were all getting in these debates for the last couple of months of like, well, what if they go this way? What if they go another way? And that wild card mock draft was great because it really educated a lot of people about, hey, this could happen, and look at the ripple effect that could take place. But are we there? Are we thinking Jabari's going number 1? Like, let's break it down while we're on the topic, Corey. Come on.
I guess so. If Woj is so confident in it, I mean, I guess if you're looking at the wordings of the tweet, right, it just said that was the order, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
It didn't necessarily say that was how the team. He didn't mention teams. Where are we at with Woj spoiling this? Who is this fun for?
No, that's my question, Corey. I don't understand the motivation behind that. What's the point of us even tuning in? I remember last year, Corey, you and I were at the draft, and we literally had to just keep our phone in our pockets because he was ruining the whole experience for us. Now, yeah. I just don't get it. Why is that fun? When did he tweet that? This morning, right? Like early in the morning or something like that. It was. I mean, I'm on West Coast time, so that was probably right when I woke up. But I don't understand why that's interesting. What that's good for. I hate it. I absolutely hate it.
Rucker, where are we at on this? How do we put a stop to this? What is ESPN's business plan here? They're I mean, like us at No Ceilings, they're trying to do a draft show. What's the deal?
Yeah, I mean, it seems a couple years ago they tried to put like a real stop to it, and then Woj and Chams just had this little charade of like wording it differently so that they wouldn't get in trouble. And it was like, okay, are we a bunch of like teenagers like in high school? What's going on here? And now Woj is getting the promotion to the big, table. So is he going to be the guy there that's just reporting the trades on time finally? And I don't mean to bash ESPN, but we've been the draft maniacs, the passionate fans. We've been waiting months and months for this day. And keep off your phone, Woj, for 5 minutes, okay? Just relax. Resist the urge. Let us see what happens live on camera with the rest of the world. We don't need your malarkey in this situation.
Right. It's rude. It's just rude. You know what I mean? Apparently the chat is saying that Woj just said on TV, Paulo's still very much in the mix.
Of course he did, because now he's got to go back to bring it all together.
Yeah. Let's just talk about fit. Who's the best fit for the Orlando Magic? We've had all the time in the world to think about this.
Chet is the best fit for the first pick in the draft, is what I want to say. I think whoever ended up in that first, now obviously it is a Magic, but any team that ended up with that first pick, it should be Chet Holmgren. I think Chet Holmgren has to be the choice, but of course, that's just me. And no one pays me to make these decisions except for you guys who pay me $0.00 right now. But it's cool. I would take Chet all day, every day, eyes closed, doesn't matter. Chet would be my pick.
Rucker?
Forever I thought it was Chet. I still think Chet would have been one of the best fits for any of these teams, but I do think there's an argument for any of these guys to fit with these top three teams. I think that's how special this draft is going to be. I'm excited now for, if Jabari is the pick, for him to go to Orlando, see what he can become, because I think he has a lot of skill sets that the Magic really desperately need. If it goes the way we're thinking and Banchero lands with the Houston Rockets, I love that fit for him. So it's going to be fascinating. I really do think if those guys went in any order, I would like that fit. I could talk myself into it. What about you, Corey? Well, you don't have to ask us the questions. We can throw it right back to you.
Throw it back to me.
What a host.
Let's go. Get after it. Wake up.
It's Chet for me. Chet is my favorite fit on all 30 teams right now. I think that he's a special player. We wrote about it at NoCeilingsNBA.com, why people are overthinking Chet. I think that, and I mean, a lot of people have been writing about him recently. Zach Cram from The Ringer just had a really good breakdown of how his stats kind of historically stack up to a lot of the modern big men, and basically making the argument that Chet's floor is more so Miles Turner than like people saying he has a low floor. So for me, it's Chet Holmgren by a pretty wide margin. I kind of like, I like Jabari there. I think he's a great fit with Franz. I think Jabari is another guy who's a 30-team, starter, where his skill set baseline of just knocking shots down at a high percentage clip, as well as being able to defend, I think 1 through 5. I think his shot blocking is going to pop a little bit more in the NBA because he's not going to be funneling defenders into, a historically great shot blocker who is averaging literally almost 5 blocks a game in college. He's going to, be able to play some small ball 5. And I think when he does that, he's going to be able to show his rim protection. But I think what we all want to know, because the draft is not all that interesting at 1 through 3 right now, if it goes chalk. We want to know, number 4, what is happening? Are the Kings just going to make the pick? Are they trading it? What are our predictions? Rucker, what do you think is going to happen here?
I think it's going to be Keegan, boys and girls, and you can call me out if it doesn't happen. Now, I'm not saying this is what I would do. I mean, I love Keegan. If anyone's been following No Ceilings all year, you understand how big of a Keegan Murray fan I am. I still think Ivy's the best player on the board. And I think the Kings could go that route, but I think it's going to be Keegan Murray. And there's been buzz that Indiana's been trying to trade up, and the Kings said no. So at this point, I would be shocked if they're trading that pick. I think they're going to stay put. And, I just have the hunch, that Keegan's going to be picked. I've heard rumblings that they are prepared to go in that direction, but this is the draft, folks. Intel's all over the place. We could be told something, and they know exactly what they want to do. Maybe they've wanted to take Ivy this whole time, and they're like, we don't care. We haven't talked to him or brought him in. We're still taking him. This is the best guy on our board.
Albert, how about you?
I have bad news for Knicks Nation out there. Don't think the Knicks are trading to 4. As the resident Knicks fan with Alex, who you guys will see later on the stream as well, I don't think the Knicks are trading up to 4. Guys, believe it or not, and this may be shocking to you, but I'm pretty sure the Kings are not interested in the 11th pick in Julius Randle for the 4th pick in the draft. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Maybe it's a hot take, but I'm pretty sure that's not going to happen, guys. So the way that things are going, I imagine the Kings probably take Jaden Ivey, but I would not be shocked if Keegan goes there too, with everything that Rucker said, because look, we've talked about Keegan so much on our website. People have written about him. I know Rucker wrote about him too, but he is an adult. And I think the Kings are looking to add adults. And we've read reports that the Kings are kind of in a win now mode. They brought in Mike Brown. They've got Sabonis. They've got Fox. They've got all these guys. And I think they want to win games. And I think adding a guy like Keegan, who a lot of people are kind of, the narrative around him is like, he's boring. He doesn't do. I'm like, hey, boring is good sometimes, because boring just means he's good at everything. And he's got a high floor. And also, just because a player has a high floor doesn't mean they don't have a high ceiling. That's just not how things work, boys and girls. So I think he's going to be really good and would be a great pick for the Kings. But also, if you grab Ivy there and you just have like the most dynamic, most athletic backcourt in the NBA, that sounds fun too, right? So I just want to throw in the most important fact. I highly doubt the Knicks trade to 4.
I would agree with that. I mean, it's just such a hard thing to accomplish, trading up that significantly. Where are we thinking the 5th pick goes? Because there's a number of directions. This is not something set in stone. Obviously, if Keegan goes 4, I think Ivy is the guy. But if Ivy goes 4, is Keegan 100% the guy? Do we have any wild card guys? Is it Johnny Davis? Is it Ben Mathurin? Is it somebody else? Is it Shaden Sharp? Who is it? Rucker, give me who your candidates are for the 5th pick in the draft.
I think Mathurin's the wild card. I think depending on what direction Sacramento goes, I could see Detroit kind of taking who they don't take. So I think it could be some combination of Ivy or Murray at 4 and 5. But I do think Mathurin's got some serious steam. He's been a guy the last 2 weeks that has really been heating up. The reports have been coming out that, he's been shining and workouts dominating the interview process. And that's a big deal throughout the pre-draft process. If you're competing and impressing each team, that gets around in a hurry. So I think Mathurin's stock is sizzling hot. He's the wild card, in my opinion, at 5. I really do think Detroit's probably keen on the idea of adding him alongside Cade Cunningham if they can't get their hands on Ivy. But, we've also heard Murray's got a ton of fans in that front office. So it's going to be interesting. That's why we love the draft, folks. Like, this is our reality TV. This is the best part of the entire year.
It's the Super Bowl.
Yeah, Super Bowl.
This is, and we're the entertainment.
Yes.
Before we get into more, let's take a little trip over to the chat and shout out some people in the chat. If you're in the chat, if you're watching, thank you for being here. We hope that you stick with us for all 5 hours of the NBA draft. While you're there, make sure that you are hitting that like button. Smash that thing. There's a lot of you in that chat. Make sure you hit that like button for us and share with your friends, because you don't need them watching any other streams. You got to be locked in to the No Ceilings 2022 NBA Draft Show presented by NBA Top Shot. Shout out to Simon Rath in the chat saying
Simon.
Tyler with the clip-on tie.
Hey, this ain't no clip-on. This ain't no clip-on. You better watch yourself, Simon. You're gonna jinx your Atlanta Hawks. I know this. Come on now.
Trent Horton says Thunder up. Let's get Thunder up in here,
I
boys.
love the Thunder fans. I love those guys. Clip on tie.
The 2 Pointers podcast says, love the suits.
Thank you, boys. Thank you.
Our guy, William Downs. Where do you think Mark Williams goes? Ooh. Albert, where's Mark Williams, the big man from Duke, rocking the Duke blue, devil blue suit? Where is he headed? Is he staying in the Carolinas? Is he going earlier? What's going on?
Charlotte sounds good, right? I think they could use a center. I'm sure Charlotte's kind of tired of the whole Plumlee experience, so that'd be a great option. But I don't know, guys. How high is too high for Mark Williams? I was thinking before when we were talking about the 5th pick. Well, I've seen some stuff on Twitter. Obviously, I'm not saying that any of that has real traction. But like, what if the Pistons fell in love with Jalen Durham, right? And then if Duran's off the board at 5, once again, I know nothing. I don't work for the Pistons, but let's imagine, let's dream, okay? And Duran goes 5. How high can Williams go? Would you think he's on the board for like the Spurs at 9? The Knicks at 11. I know, Rucker, you've talked about that on your pod with Metcalf, right? The Knicks taking Mark Williams at 11. Where do you think he could go? For me, I'd be really happy if he just ended up with the Hornets. I think that's a great fit. But there's a real world where he goes higher. What do you think, Corey?
I think all of those are realistic destinations. And I like that you snuck in that Jalen Durham is a wild card to go really high, because I agree with you. I think he's the guy that nobody is talking about. He is the guy that I think at 18 years old, when he plays his first NBA game, a guy who, we mentioned it before, he should have just gone to his high school prom, but instead he's getting fitted for the draft. I think that, I said this, I think in the episode of the Draft Act that we covered him together, that you're telling me that when NBA front offices and owners get a look at this kid in person and see what a physical marvel he is in person at such a young age, they're not going to just be foaming at the mouth to get a piece of this kid, to lock him up on a cheap deal for the next 4 years and then have him, for 7 years. The upside is substantial. I think he's a guy that could go, as early as 5. He could go anywhere in that top 10. So if he's off the board, it's very realistic that a team that needs a center is going to go grab Mark Williams, who has insane measurements, 7'2" in shoes, 7'7" wingspan, 9'9" standing reach. I mean, he's an absolute freak of nature. I saw him live twice this year. He's incredibly impactful. He's an intimidator around the rim. What's not to like? You know what his role is going to be in the NBA. His floor is incredibly high. He has shown that he could fit in with a superstar squad. There's an off chance. I don't know, Rucker, I'm sure you know the betting odds of what all 5 Dukies going in the first round would be, but there's a chance that he played with 5 first-round picks this year. So I think that he could go before Charlotte, and maybe Charlotte is going to have to package those picks to move up for Mark Williams. We were thinking they might have the choice of Jalen Durham or Mark Williams. There's a chance they might have to trade up for one of these two guys. Rucker, how you feeling about Mark Williams? Where do you think he's headed? What are some options that you like? Let's hear it.
Yeah, I'm right there with you guys. I think all those teams we listed, I still can't get the idea of San Antonio falling in love with someone like Mark Williams, just because he's reportedly had a good pre-draft process, high character. You know exactly what you're going to get from him. I mean, you could argue he's got a high floor. So Duren is the wild card. I agree with you, Corey. It's the guy that we're not getting enough attention to, because if he goes early, then all of a sudden it's going to create this, urgency for these teams that are looking for a big, that they might have to go up and get Mark Williams. Like you're saying, Charlotte might all of a sudden be like, oh crap, like we got to get moving. We got to get up there and get our guy. So Mark's going to be a little bit of a wild card. I think teams are going to try to go up to get him. That could be picking outside the lottery if he's fallen, but I also could see him going earlier than expected. I think San Antonio's it would be a big surprise, but that could be where it starts. That could be where all of a sudden, like San Antonio, maybe Washington's just out of nowhere, out of box, and then we get to the Knicks. You really never know what's going to happen.
All right, before Albert gets going here, because we're getting close, we're about 10 minutes away from the start of the draft. Give me a wild card prediction, Albert.
Ooh, wild card. Well, I already gave you the Durham one, top 5. I don't think that's crazy. Obviously, we're hearing whispers about AJ Griffin dropping a little bit. Would not be surprised by that. I also do wonder, guys, like, I know Matherin's getting a lot of good feedback, and obviously I get it. And I also know that I am the resident Matherin critic of our skeptic critic. I could see a world where Matherin drops a little bit too. I know people love him, but who knows? Like it all depends on how things shake, right? And how things happen. And there are a lot of different factors where I could see him fall a little bit too. But mostly the most important thing for me tonight is that some way, somehow, Johnny Davis ends up as a New York Knick would be absolutely phenomenal for me. And I would sleep very happy tonight.
I love that. Rucker,
Boom.
Give me a wild card prediction.
I'm going to say Johnny Davis is a San Antonio Spur.
Damn you.
That's my wild card. Just because Albert wants him to go to the Knicks. I'm going to say Popovich says, nope, here's one more to the Knicks faithful. Corey, what about you? What's your wild card?
My wild card prediction? My wild card prediction. I'm going to go the Tari Eason smoke was just smoke. And I'm going to say that he goes, if Charlotte keeps their picks, I'm going to say he goes to one of the Charlotte picks.
Nice.
I like that. That's a good little wrinkle. Yeah, that's good.
All right, fellas. I'm excited. Albert, we will see you again on this stream. Rucker and I have got to handle a little business before we tip off. So say goodbye. Say we'll see you soon. All that good stuff. You're looking fresh. Go freeze some envelopes, and we will see you in a little bit, my friend.
Sounds good. Later, boys.
Later. Good luck.
All right. Okay. We got some business, as I said, Rucker. Our good friends at NBA Top Shot were nice enough to sponsor the stream tonight. And in doing so, they've allowed us to open up some packs.
Woo-hoo!
And we're even going to do a fun giveaway at the end of the night in the second round, based on some of the moments that we open. Now, for anybody who's not familiar with NBA Top Shot, I've been using it for, I don't know, I think a year and a half, 2 years, something like that. I've been a long time Top Shot user. It is so much freaking fun. I've been plowing through Stranger Things with the wife, and I'm feeling nostalgic. And Top Shot, it makes me feel nostalgic. It's basically like opening digital trading cards, and the pack rips open. We're going to show it in a minute, but you just get that feeling of excitement because you don't know what moments are actually going to be in the pack, but you don't need packs to actually participate in NBA Top Shot. It's a 24/7 marketplace where you can buy and sell individual moments. You don't need to leave or get a MetaMask or any complicated stuff. You could use your debit card, your credit card to purchase. So if you're not yet a Top Shot member, sign up using the link that is pinned at the top of this stream and sign up for an account, and you will be entered to win a moment that we open up. We're going to be opening up 3 packs throughout the night, and we're about to open our first pack. But make sure that you sign up, and then while you're there, buy a starter pack. Get in on the fun. It's $10. You can't beat it. Rucker, are we ready to open up a pack?
Yeah, I'm pretty pumped up. Usually this is just a new world for me, and I'm excited to get into the Top Shot madness. So like Corey said to everyone, just sign up. If you guys pay for one of these packs, you'll be helping us all out. You'll be helping Top Shot out. It's good vibes. Get some good juju before your team picks tonight. So let's get after it, Corey. That's
it. All right, let's do it. We're going to open our 2022 NBA playoff pack. Whew, let's get after it.
Give us something good.
All right. Are we ready?
This is dope. Gosh, I feel old opening one of these for the first time.
Okay.
Nothing's fine. Ooh, little 4-box, little mystery. The
Where
mystery box from Family Guy. Let's go.
Where are we going? We going middle, top, right?
Let's
what are
go.
we doing?
Let's go middle. I'm feeling the middle. Yeah.
All right.
Top. There you go.
Top middle.
Of course.
Derek
Yeah,
White.
we want Derek White. You know.
Derek White. All right, Rucker. What I need from you.
That's float game. We call that a float game. We call that floats.
Oh, let's see it again. Oh yeah. And the screen.
And a flex.
The screen. Let's see it one more time. Let's go. The close up. Oh, come on.
We call that and fun in the business, not and one and fun.
The help's got to step up there. All right, that's what I need from you. I need your comp for Derek White in this draft. Who could play a Derek White-like role?
Early on, first name off the top of my head, Jalen Williams.
Okay.
Maybe.
Jalen Williams from Santa Clara.
Yeah, Santa Clara Jalen Williams. Not Arkansas.
One of our guys. We interviewed him. Yeah. I was thinking a little Dyson Daniels.
I was going to say Dyson Daniels, and then I thought people were going to jump on me because Dyson Daniels was the top 10.
All right. But look, Derek White is a very good player. He was an integral part in the Celtics making a run through the finals. He's a connector. He's a big guard. Where are we going next?
I'm feeling top left.
Top left. All right. Let's reveal it. Okay, we got the Milwaukee Bucks.
Yes, Bobby.
Let's see it. Uh-oh. Oh, look at the movement. Oh, yeah. That's a smooth jumper. This is Bulls legend, Bobby Portis.
Bulls legend. Yeah.
Bulls legend.
He's got the scariest eyes you'll ever see
the
in
intensity.
the league.
The intensity from Bobby Portis is almost second to none. Who do we got? Do we have a Bobby Portis comp tonight?
Oh, I don't know about that. Do we?
You know what? He's like a smooth shooting power forward. He's not quite EJ Liddell. EJ Liddell, I think I trust a little bit more defensively as a rim protector, but maybe as a guy who could space the floor a little bit. I don't love it, but there's something there. All right, let's head to the bottom here. Let's head to the bottom.
Digging this beat. Can we just get this on loop the whole time? Did I sound old?
Oh, yeah.
It's a pool party.
Oh, yeah.
Jordan Poole assist. Hey, Jordan Poole assist. That's got to be rare. That's got to be a rare clip. That's not often.
Oh, yeah.
I'm kidding, Warrior fans. I'm still bitter that we lost. Okay.
Left hand live dribble.
That's nice.
Oh, my. Behind the... Ooh, that was Jamal Crawford-esque. All right. I'm going to give you my Jordan Poole comp.
Who's your Jordan Poole, Corey?
My guy, Ryan Rollins from Toledo.
Yes.
Shifty, smooth, gets buckets. Ryan Rollins. Who do you got? Who do you got for Jordan Poole?
I do think Ryan Rollins would be my first probable pick because he's shifty, he can light it up in a hurry, and he really can get buckets quickly. So
right.
I like that pick too. I don't mean to double down, but that's a good one.
You can double down. They call me double down, baby.
Double
Vegas,
dip.
baby.
Double
Vegas,
dip.
baby. All right. Last one. Number 307. Let's go. Oh, a little Rondo. A little vet action. Oh.
Everybody loves a good Rondo layup.
Oh. The English. Ooh, the English. This isn't necessarily a point guard draft, but do we have anybody at all that can facilitate like a Rajon Rondo maybe?
Maybe some Kennedy Chandler?
Maybe. So that's what I was thinking. I was thinking some Kennedy Chandler maybe.
Hey, any Kennedy Chandler plug I can have tonight, I'm there. Just let me know. Throw the bat signal up.
All right. Look, those are some fire moments. I mean, the pool, the Derek White, I love it. All right, make sure that you are entering into the No Ceilings Top Shot Moment giveaway that we'll be doing in the second round. You have to be in it to win it, folks. So make sure that you are using the link to sign up in the chat. At the end of the night, we will get your usernames in the chat. We will, pick out a winner. This was fun. I am excited to be doing this later on. And Rucker, we are getting dangerously close to draft time.
It's pretty unbelievable. It feels like Christmas is here, but it hasn't really hit me yet. That it's like, oh, it's here. It's happening.
Yeah.
How are you feeling, Corey? Are we thinking there's still a chance to get a little bit of a curveball at number 1, or do we think it's just Jabari mania?
We're about to find out. I'm feeling a curveball. We are about to welcome in the next set of guests. We have our host, Nick Agar Johnson, Tyler Metcalf, Alex from Draft Film School. Guys, exciting time to be alive. Rucker, say goodbye. I will be saying goodbye as we usher in the new crew and we get this draft started. All right, Rucker, you're out. Nick, how we feeling?
Oh man, it is always a tough time to be a Sacramento Kings fan, and with all the trade rumors swirling around, I have a feeling that there's a good chance that I might not be feeling so great in about 20 minutes, half an hour or so, but it is draft day, man. I am so excited. We are now live. NBA draft is here. All the work we've been doing since October has been leading up to this, man. It's going to be a great night.
All right, I will be back probably in about an hour when we get to around the 10th, 11th pick. But for now, Nick, you are taking over. We are going to welcome in Metcalf and Alex. So good luck. Let's keep the good vibes going, the fun times rolling.
Absolutely. All right. So unfortunately, I am joined by Tyler Metcalf, and fortunately, I am joined by Alex over here. So it's here. It's NBA draft time. We are just minutes away from the first overall pick, currently running a commercial over on ESPN. So we've got a little bit of time to chat through this. And the odds on the number 1 overall pick in Las Vegas have been sliding around like crazy over the last 48 hours. Now, there was a news report from Adrian Wojnarowski earlier today that it seems like the signs are in that it's going to be Jabari Smith first overall to the Orlando Magic, but those lines moving in Las Vegas have to mean something, right? So guys, I'm going to start with you, Alex. Do you think that this is just locked in as Jabari Smith Jr. at this point, or do you think there is something to just how dramatically the Vegas odds have shifted over the last few days?
Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to tell, but Vegas doesn't really get a lot of things wrong. That's why they're still in business and make a ton of money. So you got to think someone over there that's calculating and has the algorithm, thinks there's a chance that Paolo might go number 1. I wrote a case for Paolo to go number 1 maybe last month. So I guess someone in Orlando maybe read that. Who knows? But no, I think it's exciting to kind of go into the draft really not knowing who's going to go 1, 2, or 3 at the top. Kind of who the 3 are, but we don't really know the order yet. Woj tweeted that out yesterday that he thinks the order is still Jabari, Chet, and Paolo. But I mean, you never know. There also could be a trade. We don't know if this is just a smoke screen of the Magic trying to get the Rockets to trade up, like a Philly and Boston situation with Fultz and Tatum. So it should be an interesting top of the draft.
So Metcalf, we talked recently about how maybe the vibes for Paolo going number 1 is a lot of Dookies betting on Paolo Banchero at the top of the draft. So maybe that's what we're seeing here as ESPN comes back from commercial and the number 1 pick is about to be on the board here. Now, Tyler, what are your thoughts on sort of the situation for Orlando here? Do you think there's any chance that there's a trade with Orlando? Do you think there's any chance that there's a trade with the first 3 picks? There's certainly been a lot of chatter around the Kings potentially trading at 4, but what are your thoughts on sort of what we've seen with the odds heading into the draft and what we're seeing from Orlando here at the top of the draft?
Yeah, and Woj kind of bursted everyone's bubble this morning with the, this is going to be the top 3. And then during the pre-draft show, he kind of started walking some of that back. I have all notifications from him turned off now, so we're not spoiling anything. But
no spoilers here. No spoilers here.
But during the pre-show, he was saying that Paolo's, re-emerging as a potential number 1 pick. Now, is that just for ratings? Is that upper management being like, hey, Adrian, people aren't going to watch if it's already given away. So,
I love how you're on a first name basis with Woj.
We're really tight. We're really tight. So yeah. And if I were Orlando, I would for sure take Chet. But then I would even take Paolo over Jabari. You never draft at fit when you're in the top 3 or top 4 because you just need talent. And Orlando's in the spot where they just have to take the best player available. So if they view Paolo as that guy, then who cares what all of these media reports have said? the last 2 months since they won the lottery. Go get your guy. Go get the guy who you think is going to elevate your team the most. And based on what he would bring to them immediately and in the long term, I do think Paolo would be a better option for that than Jabari would.
So, Tyler, you and I are in agreement with Chet at the top of the draft and Paolo as a better pick for Orlando than Jabari Smith Jr. But Alex, you've been the one on the Paolo #1 train all season long, and you mentioned already the article that you wrote about the case for Paolo going #1. So what are your thoughts on sort of the dilemma that the Magic might be facing here at the top between, presumably at this point, it looks like the three big men of Paolo, Chet, and Jabari Smith Jr.?
Yeah, so I have Paolo #1 on my board, and I actually think he's the best fit for the Magic and what they need. I wrote about this in my piece, but basically, they were the 29th ranked offense last season. So they desperately need someone that can come in and score the basketball and do it efficiently. They have guys like Cole Anthony who took a step up last year, but I don't really envision him ever driving or leading your offensive charge from a scoring standpoint and doing it efficiently. And I think Paolo, out of the top three guys, has the best chance to do that. I'm not envisioning Paolo to come in right away and average 20 on an efficient basis and the Magic win a bunch of games. But down the line, when you think about the playoffs, you want a guy who you can kind of throw the ball to late in the shot clock and create his own bucket. Doesn't need plays run for him. He can just create his own plays. And I think Paolo has that in him. And not even to mention the playmaking. The Magic have a bunch of guards, but none of them are really pure playmaking guards. You have Cole Anthony, he's more of a scorer. You have Jalen Suggs, who's a decent playmaker, but he's more of a defensive, focused guard. Then you have like RJ Hampton, another quick, fast scoring guard. Markelle Fultz is probably their best facilitator at the guard position, but I think Paolo could also help them on that end of the offensive side, really bring, outstanding playmaking, really come in from day one, probably being their best scorer and best playmaker.
We are officially on the clock now with the Orlando Magic, but going back to the point that you just made, they did get a lot of playmaking from Franz Wagner this past season, and I think that's definitely a factor in their offense going forward. But certainly, as you mentioned, they would definitely be well off to have someone who can be not only a primary scorer, but also more of a primary playmaker, primary ball handler type. And Paolo Banchero definitely fits that bill better than Jabari Smith Jr. or Chet Holmgren, certainly at this point in their developments. But Metcalf, why don't we throw to you as we are on the countdown here for the Orlando Magic? I know the answer that you're going to give me here, but I feel like I have to ask the question anyway. Do you think there's anyone outside of the three big men that we've discussed who might be in consideration here for Orlando? Do you think there's any chance at all that they take a swing at Jaden Ivey or even a swing at someone like Shaedon Sharpe here with the #1 overall pick?
I mean, I guess there's always a chance, but I think it would be a ridiculous one. After these three guys, for me, there's a pretty steep fall off. And I know a lot of people are really high on Jaden Ivey. I like a lot of what Jaden Ivey does. I don't think he's the best player in this draft. That's not an indictment on him. That's more of praise for how talented these three, forwards and centers are. They're incredibly talented. And in terms of what Orlando needs, all of them bring at least something to the table that immediately improves their team, whether it's Chet's rim protection and ability to spread the floor, whether it's Paolo's ability to get his own shot and be the best playmaker on the team and operate from that mid-post area, or whether it's Jabari's lethal three-point shooting and defensive versatility. All three of these are a better option and a better talent than anyone else in this draft. So if they did go with someone else here with the first overall pick, it would really be shocking. But I also think it would be, a pretty drastic mistake.
All right, the pick is in. So the debate is almost over. We're about to see what is going to happen with the Orlando Magic here. Adam Silver should be heading up to the podium any moment. But if the news from Woj earlier today is correct, it seems like this is going to be Jabari Smith Jr., as we've already touched on. But certainly it will be interesting to see sort of how the draft falls from here. Again, from what Woj said earlier today, it seems like the top three is pretty set. Maybe we'll get some chaos here. Maybe we'll get some chaos with the #2 or #3 pick. But Unfortunately for me, broadcasting here from Sacramento, California, it seems like a lot of the chaos is going to start at number 4 with the Sacramento Kings. So is it as simple as that pick is going to be Jaden Ivey, whether the Kings hang on to it or not? Or is it going to be something where maybe the Kings decide to go with Keegan Murray? And once Adam Silver actually announces the pick, we will, of course, throw back to the Orlando Magic. Alex, why don't you go ahead? What are your thoughts on sort of the position at 4?
Yeah, so I mean, for me, it's an easy decision, and I would go Jaden Ivey, throw out fit at this point, and just pick the best player. I have Ivey in the same tier as these other top 3 guys, so I think.
One second, Adam Silver's walking up to the podium now, so let's see what's going on here.
Here we go.
Nick, make the call. Who's it going to be?
Jabari.
All right, here we go.
Paulo. Wow.
There it is.
Go.
Okay.
Okay.
Looks like they did have something right after all here. Well, that is
that's
awesome. I expected to happen here. Well, Alex,
I'm 1 for 1. I'm 1 for 1.
There you go. Paulo was your guy. So, yeah, what are your thoughts on Orlando having a bit of a surprise moment here, taking Paolo Banchero with the number 1 overall pick? Certainly seemed like the Vegas line anyway was trending that way over the past 24 hours, but it seemed pretty locked in that it was going to be Jabari number 1 overall. So we're, 1 pick in, and already we've got something that would have been a surprise as recently as 2 days ago. Alex, what are your thoughts here?
Yeah, I mean, I said coming in, it was kind of exciting not knowing really who's going to go number 1, and made the case for Paulo. I think it's going to be a great fit for him in Orlando. It's going to be exciting to see how he fits along Franz Wagner, Jalen Suggs, Wendell Carter Jr. So like a lot of good young talent on the team. I think he's going to bring a lot offensively, and I'm just upset that the Connecticut regulators wouldn't let me bet the NBA draft, because I would have hammered Paolo Banchero when he was like plus 1,500.
Yeah, it's interesting. I still definitely believe in Jalen Suggs in the longer term, but this Orlando team has needed an offensive superstar for quite a while now, and Paulo definitely seems like he could fit that bill. So, Metcalf, you weren't quite on the Paulo number 1 overall train, but as you just mentioned, you thought he made a lot more sense than Jabari Smith Jr., who we'd previously talked about. So, what are your thoughts on this, I guess, a little bit surprising choice here with Paolo Banchero, number 1 overall?
I love it. I had Paulo at 3 on my board, but I love this fit, and he's the type of player that should be the best player from this draft. His offensive versatility is insane. I know the outside shooting numbers weren't necessarily quite as efficient as we would want, but I don't think any of us really think it's going to be a long-term issue for him. He gets into a shot in a bunch of different ways, and at his size, I think he's pretty easily the best playmaker in this class. In terms of fit, the biggest knock on Paulo is the defensive inconsistencies. And with a guy like Wendell Carter playing with him, I think a lot of those get cleaned up. So in terms of fit, in terms of upside for the Orlando Magic and what this means for their franchise moving forward, I think they finally kind of have that cornerstone superstar who can just single-handedly take over their offense and not kill them on defense. Because when he did lock in on defense, there was stuff to like. It was just a lot of young kid mistakes and the tendency to kind of go in and out effort-wise.
I already mentioned this, but I think he makes a fascinating forward combo with Franz Wagner as well. I think between the two of them, Franz can take on the tougher defensive assignment, especially as Paulo gets up to speed in terms of NBA defense. And Franz Wagner, I mean, he had that 38-point game last season for the Orlando Magic, and he showed a lot more as a scorer than certainly I anticipated he would heading into that draft. And I was pretty high on Franz Wagner heading into that draft, and even so, he exceeded expectations. So I think it makes a lot of sense to pair him forward with Paolo Banchero. But Alex, what are your thoughts on the Magic sort of front court combination? We've been through their guards in some detail, but what are your thoughts on sort of how Paolo fits in with this group before we get to OKC, who's still on the clock right now?
Yeah, you have like a good mixture of playmaking and complementary players with Franz and Wendell Carter Jr. in the front court with Paulo. And we haven't even mentioned Jonathan Isaac, who's another great defensive guy that can help probably cover up some of Paulo's, rookie mistakes that he might make. So I really like it on both ends for him. I hope it works out. I think, the Magic are going to be a pretty exciting young team to watch next year. Now I was, looking forward to kind of seeing the Jalen Green Paolo combination, but
Yeah.
I think the Magic is a good landing spot for him as well.
All right. Well, the pick is in for the Oklahoma City Thunder, so we should be hearing from Adam Silver soon. Now, when I thought that it was going to be Jabari Smith Jr. at the top of the draft, I presumed that this pick would be Chet Holmgren for the Oklahoma City Thunder. Alex, since you were nodding along, do you think that's going to be the correct choice here with Paolo off the board, given that you had Paolo number 1 on your board?
Yeah, I would go Chet, but I mean, it wouldn't shock me if they go with Jabari. I mean, he would just fit right in seamlessly with, floor spacing, 4-man for them. Doesn't really need the ball in his hands, so you could, still run your offense through SGA and Giddey. So I think you would provide some floor spacing. But for me, Chet would be my pick here. He could be your defensive anchor. He can run transition with the young guys on OKC, which they want to do, get up and down the court, and just provide some, again, floor spacing at the 5 as well.
All right. So Metcalf, what are your thoughts? Given that you had Chet at number 1, I presume you're going to say he should be the pick here for OKC, as ESPN is showing Chet looking towards the heavens as the pick is called in. So it seems like we're about to hear Chet Holmgren's name called, but maybe this is a fake out by the ESPN camera crew. Tyler, what are your thoughts here for the Oklahoma City Thunder at 2?
It's got to be Chet. I think he's the best player in this draft. He provides them with, he's the best rim protector to come out of college, probably since Anthony Davis. And then I think we're only scratching the surface of what he can do offensively. He took like the fourth scoring option at Gonzaga. And I think he's got a lot more to his game than that. I think he's a really good passer. All right, here we go.
Here it is. Yep, there we go. Chet Holmgren.
Yep, makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's exactly what. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to say this is what I expected to happen, even though I did not expect Paolo to be the pick first overall. So, yeah, not particularly surprising, and I think the fit makes a ton of sense. But you were saying, Metcalf, go ahead. Go all the way in on the Chet Holmgren fit to Oklahoma City.
No, this is exactly what Sam Presti has, been doing these last couple years of trying to get these top draft picks. And Chet Holmgren is that exact type of player who can change a franchise. Like I said, he's an elite rim protector with his verticality, his patience, the way he uses his length. I don't care that he's skinny. He doesn't play like he's some behemoth. Like, he knows who he is as a player, and he plays to those strengths. His ability to kind of use his length to usher guys and then unsuspectingly pin them under the hoop is really impressive. And then offensively, he's a good ball handler for his size, not great. But I think he's a good shooter. He can take guys off the dribble. He can pass. He can, take over a game if he needs to, but he's more of a facilitator and connector on that end, and just a complete change of pace that so few teams have.
Yeah, the thing with Chet is I think his defensive fit right away will be very clean. He might have to play power forward more than center early on, but there are fewer and fewer centers who can punish teams by backing guys down anymore anyway. So, even as compared to 5 years ago, there are going to be fewer people who are going to be able to give Chet trouble in the post. But even those guys, I mean, Chet really competes on that end of the floor. And, it's not like he's just going to take a hit and fly under the basket, right? He's going to try and dig in and hold his position. And especially if he's going to be spending more time at the 4 starting early on at the NBA level, there are going to be even fewer guys who can push him out of position. And that'll allow him to do what he does best, which is, cover a whole lot of ground on the defensive end, pin shots as a weak side shot blocker, cause trouble around the basket. And, on the offensive end with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Josh Giddey, he's going to maybe not have the ball in his hands as much as, say, Paolo would have if he were in that situation. So, the fact that he still has sort of a burgeoning offensive game, I think will fit in better with Oklahoma City than maybe some other places.
Metcalf,
you're shaking your head.
Is that Giannis?
What are we doing? What are we doing? Why are we comparing Chet Holmgren to Giannis? I love Chet.
This is why I have it on mute. This is why I have it on mute.
So they were both just skinny. Giannis highlights.
They were both skinny coming in.
Oh my God! That's gross, because I love Chet. Chet is a completely different player than Giannis. Giannis had one of the most uncommon growth spurts and additions of muscle that we've ever seen. He is a physical freak. He is one of these players in NBA history that we can't replicate. So stop putting him in the pool of people that we compare prospects to. He's in that class of Kevin Durant, LeBron James, Michael Jordan, these guys that we cannot replicate. So please stop comparing rookies, guys who are being drafted, to these all-time greats. It's just ridiculous at this point.
So what you're saying is we should compare him to Draymond Green? That's what I'm hearing for you?
I hate you so much. You're just not helpful.
Yeah, well, that's kind of
all
how
I'm
it is.
Say,
all right,
all I'm saying is that we better get some Chet Poku minutes in OKC. That would be amazing.
Combined total of 74 pounds, Chet Holmgren and Alex. Anyway, so we're now on the clock with the Houston Rockets, and it seems pretty likely at this point that they're going to go with Jabari Smith Jr., given that he's the one of the three big men at the top of this class that's still on the board. Any chance that there's a wild card here for Houston? Any chance that they go with Jaden Ivey or Shaedon Sharpe or maybe even Keegan Murray here? I think it's pretty unlikely personally, but Alex, what are your thoughts? Do you think this is just Jabari Smith run to the podium and call it a day?
Yeah, I think they should do that. I think that getting Jabari at 3 is, probably best case scenario for them. But, you wouldn't shock me if they, went for Jaden Ivey and just wanted the most dynamic, athletic backcourt in the NBA with him and Jalen Green. I mean, that'd be a lot of fun. Defensively, it would be kind of, not fun. But I think it's going to be Jabari, but, it wouldn't shock me if they went Ivy. If they went Shaedon Sharpe, that would be a little shocking, just because I don't know. It looks like Jabari's on the phone right now talking to someone.
Yeah.
So
it's
probably going to be him. Yeah. But yeah, no, I think Jabari is a home run pick for them. I think he's another guy that just will help spread the floor for him. It'll be interesting to see how he kind of pairs with like Alperen Şengün on the defensive end. Because neither of them are great rim protectors. Jabari's better on the perimeter, obviously, but from an offensive standpoint, I think he's going to fit in seamlessly next to guys who want the ball in their hands, like Jalen Green and Kevin Porter Jr.
All right, seems like the pick is in, so we should be hearing from the crew any moment. Again, given that we just saw a shot of Jabari Smith on the phone, seems like odds are good that it's going to be him here. Felix in the chat saying that Ivy plus Jalen Green would remind him a lot of Dame and CJ McCollum. That's an interesting comp, I think, if it ends up being Ivy. I don't know. I feel like there's a little bit more athleticism in the Ivy Green combo than the Dame CJ combo, but definitely sort of similar in relying on two kind of combo guards with serious offensive gifts and maybe some question marks certainly on the defensive end. But if the pick is Jabari Smith Jr. here instead of Jaden Ivey, as Adam Silver walks up to the podium, Jabari certainly would be more of a defensive piece.
Yeah, and I think Jabari's just a perfect fit alongside those guys, that off-ball shooting.
Right, there it is, Jabari Smith Jr. The pick is in for the Houston Rockets. Yep. All right, gentlemen, the moment that I've been dreading for more than a month now. Sacramento Kings are on the board with the 4th overall pick. And let's just talk about Jabari before we have to get into the chaos that is about to come. But with Jabari Smith Jr., I mean, again, it seemed like the top 3 in this draft was pretty clear. But now all 3 of those players are off the board. So I happen to be one of those people who believes that this draft has a top 4 rather than a top 3. I would include Jaden Ivey in that group. Metcalf, I know you're not with me on that one, so you can hate on that whenever you want. But when we're talking about the Jabari Smith Jr. fit for the Houston Rockets, he right away will provide a huge defensive upgrade for this team that's really struggled on that end of the floor. And then in terms of his offense, he will fit in right away as an elite floor spacer. He's one of the best shooters in this draft, regardless of position, and certainly his ability to take and make those shots from long range will help space out the Houston offense. But Alex, what are your thoughts here on the fit for the Houston Rockets with Jabari Smith Jr.?
Yeah, like Metcalf was saying, I think just the off-ball shooting aspect is going to, help spread the floor for Jalen Green, driving ability. I think it can open up his entire kind of offensive arsenal. And from defensive standpoint, this team was in desperate need of, versatile defensive options, especially in the front court. Playing with a guy like Alperen Şengün, kind of the future. Christian Wood was there last year. Obviously, he's no longer there. Wasn't the best defender as well for that power forward position. So having Jabari come in, getting some, switchability at the 4 spot, being able to, do a little bit of like rim protection, but, nothing too crazy. But I think just overall a solid player who, still has some upside. He was 18 years old the whole college basketball season, and was one of the best players in college basketball. It's rare to find, especially playing in a tough conference like the SEC. So, I think it's a home run pick at 3.
Metcalf, your thoughts before we get into the chaos of the Kings at 4th overall?
Alex summed it up really well. Just that off-ball shooting alone is going to be such an important outlet for Jalen Green and Şengün and Kevin Porter Jr. So just offensively, it's super easy with him. And then if he does develop this advanced handle, then we're talking about a guy who's going to be on multiple all-star teams. The entire process, though, all everyone seemed to talk about was the offense. And I'm glad Alex brought up the defense, because he might be the best defender in this class. His defensive versatility is insane. The way he gets down in his stance and moves his feet on the perimeter at his size, it's really rare. And the Rockets defense last year was atrocious. It was really bad. And he immediately makes them significantly better from day one.
All right. The pick is in for the Kings. That was pretty fast. It was like maybe a minute and a half on the clock. So
Keegan Murray, they like Keegan Murray a lot.
They do like Keegan Murray a lot. I mean, look, I know you were trying to taunt me with that, but in all seriousness, I would be very happy with either Jaden Ivey or Keegan Murray here for the Kings. Yeah, they're obviously very different as prospects, but I think they both would make a lot of sense in Sacramento. They both would dramatically improve the team in different ways. I personally have Jaden Ivey higher on my board, so I would rather that the Kings take him, but I mean, I have Keegan Murray basically right behind him. So, if it was Keegan, I think it makes a ton of sense for the Kings, and I'm perfectly happy with that pick. If it's someone that isn't one of those two guys, then there might be a sudden internet outage at my house as there are riots going on in the city of Sacramento. But, if we don't get to that point, then that would be pretty positive from the Kings fan perspective, at least from my perspective as a Kings fan.
Yeah, and as a Knicks fan, I'm a little upset I'm not seeing any Knicks trade up rumors right now for Jay Ivey.
The night is young. Alex. There's still time
true.
For the Kings to make a really stupid trade.
And if they take Keegan, then Knicks might trade up to 5. Who knows?
Now, that would be interesting, and that's sort of where this draft, I think, starts to take a bit of a turn. If I were the Detroit Pistons and the Kings take Keegan Murray at 4th overall, then I might run up to the podium even faster than the Kings did to go ahead and pick Jaden Ivey here. All right, Adam Silver is walking up to the podium. I hope I have some heart medication that I can get if necessary.
Nick, call it. Who is it?
Ivy.
There you go. Smart. Come on.
Keegan Murray.
Okay.
All right. Again, perfectly.
We knew it was one of the two.
Well, we didn't. See, that's the thing about being a Kings fan, Alex. You do not know until the pick is officially announced.
Wow.
Mavka in the chat saying Kings didn't king with a shocked face emoji. And yes, I'm with you, but a much happier version of that shocked face emoji for me personally. So
are we sure they didn't though?
Really?
Well, just vent. Get your thoughts out there.
Yeah, what
talk to your feelings.
I don't need to vent. I mean, I feel pretty good about this. Some of you may have read the piece that I co-wrote with Tyler Rucker recently about the Keegan Murray dilemma for the Kings. And, ultimately the Kings traded away Tyrese Haliburton last season and broke my heart because there were certainly some rumblings that it was because they felt there was a little bit of crowding in the backcourt. So, to make that trade and then immediately take Jaden Ivey, who, again, is much more of an off-ball player than Tyrese Haliburton, the fit makes more sense from that perspective. And Metcalf, you and I have discussed how the fit for Jaden Ivey in Sacramento was a bit underrated throughout this process. But with Keegan, you don't have to do any imagining. The fit is incredibly clean. Him and Harrison Barnes, I think, will make an exceptional forward tandem basically right away. Two guys who, with Keegan Murray, I believe he's going to be an above average NBA defender sooner rather than later. Both guys can get their shot around the basket. Both guys can get their shot in the mid range, post up smaller guys, hit shots from 3. And Keegan in particular showed just dramatic improvement between his first and second years at Iowa, and, in the 3-point shooting realm as well. So I think he provides much needed floor spacing for Sacramento. I think he fits in really well in the front court, basically right away. And, I think he's someone who, again, I think will be an above average NBA defender sooner rather than later. And the Kings have needed defense from the wing and forward spot in particular for a very long time now. So even though I personally would have gone with Jaden Ivey here, I'm perfectly happy with the Kings taking Keegan Murray 4th overall.
Yeah, I think this is a good pick. I think it definitely, it definitely at least now the direction of the Kings, right? They're going for it.
Yeah.
They're going for the playoffs. Will they make it? Maybe not. But I think this solidifies them as in that play-in, realm. Going with an older prospect who's kind of more of a plug and play guy. I think Jaden Ivey will be good. His rookie year, probably not as good as Keegan Murray, just given the age curve. And I think Keegan has a more baseline set of, translatable just ability to bring to the NBA from day one. I think he's a solid defender. I think the shooting is going to translate immensely. Just a guy that doesn't need plays called for him. He just fits within a scheme, both on offense and defense. So I think this is, a good pick for the Kings, and, making that trade last year, more of a win now move, getting, wow, I can't even think of his name now, but trading Holmgren. Yeah, Sabonis. I think, that's
a good sign for Kings fans.
Inspired.
I don't watch a lot of Kings games, to be honest. They start at 10 o'clock.
I don't blame you at all. I don't blame you.
But no, I think this is a solid pick.
All right, so Detroit is on the clock now, and I think we're all in agreement that the pick is almost certainly going to be Jaden Ivey here. But, again, the draft has opened up a bit, at least in my mind, because I thought that the top 4 included Jaden Ivey with Keegan Murray at 5th for me. So maybe the draft opens up a little bit and the Pistons surprise us here at 5th overall. But I think Jaden Ivey alongside Cade Cunningham is just absolutely lethal on the offensive end, and the defense they can figure out later. But when you pair those two together, that's going to be such a fun transition attack. So I think there are a whole lot of reasons why it makes a ton of sense for Detroit to go with Jaden Ivey here. They're still on the clock, so maybe they're thinking about it a little bit more than I am. Certainly more than the Kings were thinking about it, given that they made that pick right away. But we'll see what happens with Detroit here as ESPN cuts to a picture of Jaden Ivey with his family. So, that's a sign. Again, we're not spoiling picks here, but I am watching the ESPN broadcast and seeing that Jaden Ivey shows up. A little bit telling, but hey, we'll see what happens in about a minute and a half as the Detroit Pistons are on the clock. Now, Metcalf, do you think there's anyone else that the Pistons might be considering here as the pick is now officially in?
I think the only other name would be Benedict Mathurin. There had been a lot of ties to him coming into tonight, but I just would be shocked if it wasn't Ivey. Just that pairing with Cade, it makes too much sense. You can play both of them on and off ball, get Ivey those, slowly get those on ball reps with the second unit. I think the upside of that backcourt is just too high to pass on. And I think he's just in a different tier of player than Benedict Mathurin. If the Kings would have gone Ivey, I think Mathurin or a trade back may have been a little more likely. But yeah, that's the only other name I could even potentially imagine. I got to imagine it's Ivey though.
Yeah. I am also interested to see, there must not have been very much for the Kings that was offered for the 4th overall pick, given that, they didn't trade that pick back and maybe try and pick up Keegan Murray later and just get Jaden Ivey off the board at 4 and, trade his rights to the highest bidder. But we're about to see the pick from Detroit. Again, the pick is in. Adam Silver is about to walk up to the podium. So prediction, Metcalf, go.
Jaden Ivey is crying at the table, so
seems like a sign.
And a good one. I love these moments where these guys get to realize their dream.
Jaden Ivey, there we go.
Emotion. It's perfect.
I think he had a BlackBerry though. That's kind of a red flag. I don't know.
Wow.
I don't know. I might have saw the phone wrong, but it looked like a BlackBerry.
Unreal, man. This is one of my favorite parts of the night. Just these young men who have put in so much work for so many years, and all of their dreams are coming true in this moment. It's wonderful to see.
That's awesome. I love this pick.
Yeah, I was really kind of devastated for Detroit when they fell in the lottery, and I don't think this draft board could have fallen almost any more perfectly for them. Obviously, getting one of those top 3 guys would have been great, but a lot of teams had Ivy as their top guy in this draft, and pairing someone that athletic, that versatile next to Cade, it's almost an ideal young backcourt to take into the future.
Yeah, Albert saying in the chat, which No Ceilings member will cry first tonight? I would have put money on myself personally, but the Kings picked Keegan Murray, and I'm fine with that. So guess it's going to be someone else who's the first tears from the No Ceiling crew.
It's probably me and Albert now in the hot seat with the Knicks.
Yes.
No.
All right. So, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going the Jaden Ivey and Cade just combo in the backcourt is going to be so fun to watch. You got like a thunder and lightning type of thing going on with Cade as the bruising, guard, driver. Jaden Ivey just super athletic, super fast. I can't wait to watch these guys.
Metcalf, your thoughts on the Ivy pick?
Immediate and much needed infusion of just absurd athleticism. The guy has maybe the quickest first step in the country. Really dynamic on and off ball scorer. I love the way he runs off screens. I thought his off ball shooting looked a little and felt a little more reliable than his on ball stuff. In the pre-show, he was talking about how much he's been working on his mid-range game and his floater. So if that really develops and turns into a tool for him, that's going to be huge, because that's really the biggest and only question mark with his scoring. The way he attacks the rim, he's impossible to stop. And then the playmaking out of those drives and in transition is really incredible. Hopefully he can lock in a little more on defense, but just the offensive upside of him and Cade, it's fascinating to see what they'll be in the next couple of years.
Metcalf, ESPN just showed your favorite comp of all time, Jaden Ivey to John Morant. Your thoughts?
Oh, identical. Skinny guys who are super athletic, but where they differ is the playmaking. Ja was averaging, 10, 11 assists in college. Jaden Ivey's a good passer. He's not passing guys open. He's not manipulating defenses. Maybe he develops that, and playing with a guy like Cade could be the perfect setting and environment for him to learn how to do some of those things. But the gravity that he generates when he attacks the rim, that creates a lot of opportunities for cutters and off-ball shooters. So if he can continue to hone and develop just that simple skill of drive and kick or drive and dump, 5-6 assists a game isn't unreasonable from him at all.
All right, so the pick for the Indiana Pacers is in at number 6 overall. So we are going to swap out No Ceilings crew members. Metcalf and Alex, thank you so much for kicking this off with me. It's been a fun ride. I'm sure I will see both of y'all later on tonight. But yeah, let's move now to the next crew. So we have Nathan Grubel joining me here and Maxwell as well. So Maxwell went with the hat in addition to the suit, which is... serious look here for Maxwell.
I thought we were being fancy boys tonight. I came in here.
I got my suit and tie.
Oh, there we go.
You got a suit on. I got a blazer on. Calm down, Maxwell.
All right. I'm a little fired up. I'm excited. I got thrown for a loop with Paulo going number 1, and ever since I've just been a complete mess. So.
Yeah, so since you two didn't start off the screen, I'm going to let you give your thoughts quickly on how the first 5 picks have gone. Certainly, I think the biggest surprise of the night so far has been Paulo Banchero going number 1 overall. But let's get into that in just a second, as Adam Silver is walking up to the podium right now for the Indiana Pacers 6th overall pick. Who's it going to be?
Dyson Daniels, question mark?
Dyson Daniels, question mark?
I can read lips. It was Benedict Mathurin.
Yeah, wow.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, well... All right, so that's a little bit of a curveball, I think, but not too far out of the question. I mean, Mathurin was in top 10 consideration. I had him a little bit later in the top 10, but, still in that grouping. And in terms of the fit with Indiana, I mean, he right away is going to provide elite off-ball shooting. And he's been inconsistent on defense, but the peaks for him on the defensive end are really impressive. So why don't we start with you, Maxwell? What are your thoughts on the Bennedict Mathurin fit here for the Indiana Pacers?
Yeah, so I quite like it. I know that they have Duarte, and I know that Buddy Hield's still there, and Brogdon's still in the mix, even though it sounds like ideally they want to trade him at some point. It is a little messy positionally from the word go. But I really like it because I think that with Tyrese Halliburton, he's going to have another just real steady primary initiator that's going to allow him to ease in off the ball. And I think that you hope over time he continues to grow into his game. This guy made massive improvements as a pick and roll playmaker from year 1 of college to year 2 of college. I think that you hope that he eases into that at the NBA level. By year 2, he's a little bit more comfortable. And eventually you hope that he gets that to that upside where he can operate out of isolation a little bit more, be a guy that you run more offense through. He's very athletic. I think it's going to help him to have a guy like Miles Turner behind him initially. The tools are great defensively. The effort not always there. Again, you have to hope that with less responsibility on the offensive end, that's something that he does a better job with out of the gate. But I really like it. I think an off-ball role for him initially is going to be the perfect setting. And a guy like Tyrese Halliburton, you couldn't ask for a better guy setting you up.
Nathan, your thoughts on Bennedict Mathurin here to the Indiana Pacers?
So we make a lot of jokes about some of the things that come on ESPN stream and some of the thoughts they give, but what they actually said at the bottom for Bennedict Mathurin, explosive athlete, versatile scorer, bingo. That sums it up brilliantly. He's the type of athlete that I think the Indiana Pacers need on the wing, right? Like we talked about Halliburton, how he can set guys up, and Chris Duarte kind of playing on the wing next to him. Those are two more methodical scorers. They're not the athletic type who can go out, get you a bucket in the open court, right? Or really dynamic transition threats, catch and shoot game. You mentioned Halliburton setting guys up. One of the best cutting wings that we have in this draft class. Halliburton's going to love finding him for those baseline lob opportunities. So Mathurin, I think, is a great fit with Indiana. I'm actually not surprised by the pick, Nick. This was the guy getting a lot of buzz for Indiana specifically at number 6. If the Pistons didn't take him at number 5, we know how the draft's played out up to this point. Now Mathurin's off the board at number 6, leaves a number of interesting guys on the board for Portland at number 7. If they keep the pick, but I don't know, guys. Did they keep the pick?
Well, that's the discussion here. I said a few days ago that I thought that of the picks in the top half of the lottery that were being discussed for a trade, that I thought Portland at number 7 was actually more likely to make a trade than Sacramento at number 4. And certainly from what we've heard so far, it seems like the Kings are pretty intent on keeping Keegan Murray around, which I'm very happy about. Did not want them to trade that pick. So again, I'm perfectly happy with that.
The pick, right? They traded a pick, just not the pick that's coming.
Okay, sure. Fine. Yes. You are technically correct. The best and also the worst kind of correct. So there you go. So, Maxwell, what are your thoughts for Portland here? Do you think they hold on to the pick, maybe take someone like Dyson Daniels here, or do you think they try to move it?
Yeah, I think at this point, it seems to me like they're going to take Dyson Daniels, would be my guess. Coming into the day, I thought especially after they made that Jeremy Grant deal, it seemed like, okay, we are fully back in on win now. My notion of what Portland was doing, I think after the trade deadline, was we're just going to sort of do a rebuild, but with Damian Lillard here. Instead, now it looks like we're going more back to kind of balancing win now versus build for the future. Yeah, I really expected a trade here, to be honest with you. I really thought today at some point we would hear something. It doesn't look like that's the case. I do think if they want to be competitive right now, Dyson Daniels is the guy that makes most sense. I think he's going to step in, immediately play good defense. You can immediately trust him to keep the ball moving on offense, make good decisions. He has really good craft to get to the rim. Even if he's not the flashiest ball handler, he gets there. I just think next to guys like Anthony Simons and Damian Lillard too, like that is exactly the kind of player you want out there. So to me, he's the pick. But if you do want to go upside, it's tempting to take a swing on Shaedon Sharpe at the same time. So it's which one are you going for? Are you going to try and really straddle the line still and do both the rebuild and compete and go with Sharpe, or do you just kind of push forward and go with Dyson?
Well, the pick is in, according to ESPN, right before they cut to commercial. So it seems like we're going to find out pretty soon which direction Portland's going here. I totally agree with you on the Dyson Daniels point. I think he provides some desperately needed defensive support in Portland while also being someone who you can rely on as a playmaker with the ball in his hands. You know, when you're talking about Dame, he's not your traditional point guard, quote unquote. And, you know, even though Dyson Daniels is 6'8" and a defensive menace, you know, he, in terms of the playmaking anyway, I think is a little bit closer to that sort of pure point guard aspect. So on that front, I think he makes a lot of sense with Damian Lillard. You know, he can take the tougher backcourt matchup defensively while also providing playmaking on the offensive end. And the last few games of the G League season, it looked like he'd really turned around his shot a bit from 3-point range. So if that continues to be the case for him and he continues to knock down 3-pointers at, you know, a decent level, maybe not 40% like he was the last 10 games of the season for the G League night, but, you know, somewhere in the mid 30s, then I think this pick makes a whole lot of sense for Portland, assuming it is Dyson Daniels. But we're back on the broadcast with ESPN. So it looks like we are about to find out the pick. And they're showing a Dyson Daniels screenshot there of Dyson Daniels, an adorable little kid.
They just accidentally flashed a Dyson graphic, which makes me think that that's where we're headed.
Well, we're about to find out. Maxwell, let's use our lip reading skills here.
Oh boy, Maxwell's ahead of me.
Yeah, me too.
It's Shane Sharp. See, there we go.
Wow. Okay.
I didn't get to share some thoughts before the pick was made, but my whole reasoning behind why it could be Shane Sharp. Listen, they brought in dear friend to No Ceilings, Mike Schmitz, to help run that team, right? They brought in somebody who is anybody else in the scouting world that could possibly take that job more familiar with Shane Sharp than Mike Schmitz. I think ownership was probably fascinated by the idea of bringing in Sharp this whole time. We heard the reports that Damian Lillard was very comfortable with Sharp and his game and how he could evolve not just in his rookie year, but beyond that. Listen, I think this fell exactly how I was expecting it to at one point today. I really thought that Sharp was going to go 7. We got some ideas probably on who would go 8, but you're talking about the Trailblazers probably want to go BPA, right? And there is a legitimate argument to be made for Shane Sharp for BPA up as high as 5 when you factor in the upside. I may not be in love with his game immediately right out of the gate in terms of rookie impact, but there's no doubt 2-3 years down the road. I mean, he would have been a contention for the number 1 pick possibly next year. And I know some people may think that's a little crazy with Victor Wembanyama and Scoot Henderson still coming out, but talking about top 3 consideration at least with some of the other guys, getting that kind of talent at 7, I mean, come on, that's excellent value by the Blazers. So I'm happy they took the swing on this pick.
Well, Nathan, I think
he was number 1 in his high school class. Oh, yeah. Sorry, Maxwell, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I was just saying, I think it's worth noting at the same time, like, you know, I don't want to turn this into a thing about Victor and Scoot, but it seems like every year there's guys where it's like, oh yeah, he's going to be in top 5 consideration next year. He'll be in top 5 consideration next year. And, you know, look at where we're going to be talking about Peyton Watson tonight. And look at where we're going to be talking about Patrick Baldwin tonight. It doesn't always pan out for these guys. And sometimes for guys that you don't expect, it really does pan out. So I don't think it's a reach when you say that it's possible he could have been a number 1 consideration. We don't know. The scary side of this is that, again, what if he's closer to the Peyton Watson side of the spectrum? It is a bit of a mystery box. He has very interesting tools, and I'm very just excited to see how it pans out.
It'll be interesting to see how it pans out. This is a big upside swing by Portland, and you know, again, there are a lot of reasons to think that it could work out really brilliantly for them. I mean, he does have that superstar upside. But now that New Orleans is on the clock with the 8th overall pick, I think we can make a pretty similar argument for Dyson Daniels that we just made for Portland at 7 overall. So, Nathan, what are your thoughts on the direction New Orleans might go with this pick?
So Dyson Daniels is the popular name that came out today in a lot of mock drafts, right? To New Orleans at 8. The other outside buzz would be that Ousmane Dieng has a possibility of going here. I think either one would be an excellent pick. I think both are upside swings in different ways. We know Dyson Daniels is going to contribute immediately on the defensive end once he comes in. He'll be able to secondary play make it, keep the ball moving. But the offense, I don't know how dynamic of an offensive player he's going to be out of the gate, right? So in theory, you still bring him into a situation. There's first, second, and third options on the New Orleans Pelicans team already. You can kind of bring the offense along a little slowly, give him some seasoning time. Whereas Ousmane Dieng, I think Dieng is ready to at least hit some open shots and be a catch-and-shoot threat, maybe attack some closeouts, similar to what we saw from Zaire Williams for the Memphis Grizzlies this past year. but the defense is not going to be ready, at least at a high level, to what I think he could be down the road, because he's just not physically ready to compete on that end of the floor right now. So both of them are upside swings in different ways. If I were a New Orleans Pelicans fan, I'd be happy hearing either one of those names.
Yeah, so the pick is in, but just quickly, I think our colleague Tyler Metcalf would murder me if I didn't at least mention Johnny Davis here as a possibility for New Orleans Pelicans. But Maxwell, what are your thoughts on the direction New Orleans is going as the pick is now in and we're presumably about to see Adam Silver walk up to the podium?
Yeah, I think Dyson is the guy you go with again if you want to be more competitive out of the gate. I think Jeng is an interesting upside swing. I'm very worried about his downside. Like Nathan said, the defensive side of the ball. This is a guy who was getting bullied a lot in the NBL last year. Guys were getting through him at will on him. He commits a lot of fouls around the basket. He gives up a lot of rebounds around the basket. To me, there's just too many more intriguing upside swings still on the board. I'd rather take a stab at a Jalen Durham. I'd rather take a stab at an AJ Griffin, a Malachi Branham, somebody along those lines, just because I feel like their floors are safer than Jeng. And maybe this will prove to be misguided in the long run, and he'll come in and make 6 all-star teams. You never know. But I think for me, if you want to go for an upside swing, I just feel like there's safer and better ones on the board. Jeng is not a crazy athlete. And I know that if your footwork's there and things like that, you don't need to be a crazy athlete, but I'm just not, there's just so many little things that I feel like need a lot of patching up with him that I wouldn't feel comfortable swinging on him this high.
I'm with you, Maxwell. I'm slightly lower on Ousmane Dieng, but Nathan, before we get to the pick, your thoughts quickly.
I mean, I don't think Jang's bad defensively. I think a lot of what he does from a technical standpoint is actually okay. I think it's more so there's the physical stuff. The body really needs to come along. And if that's the thought, then, it looks like we can stop talking about Ousmane Dieng. Dyson Daniels, boys.
Yeah, there we go. Pigs in for Dyson Daniels. So given that's your man, Maxwell, what are your thoughts here quickly on the Dyson Daniels pick?
Super excited about it. I think that anytime you have CJ McCollum in a backcourt, you want a good defender next to him. Not to slight CJ McCollum. He's a fantastic offensive player. But having Dyson back there is only going to help. And again, even, next to a Brandon Ingram, if you want to give him a lighter load on the defensive end, maybe you toss his assignment over to Dyson, hide Ingram on somebody. And with Zion too, like his defense just hasn't been in the NBA what it looked like it could be in college, which was exceptional. I don't think it hurts to get another plus defender, and they've got a lot of guys who are really good at creating for themselves on this team. I think just having a guy who creates for others a little bit really opens things up. This is a team that's really making a push. They wanted to prove to Zion Williamson last year, hey, look, we're ready. We're moving on up in the world. And now you've just got some nasty, nasty young length with him, Herb Jones, Trey Murphy. This is one of my favorite young teams in the NBA now. I absolutely love this pick. I love this core. I love what the Pelicans are doing.
So we will be throwing to a Top Shot moment giveaway in a little bit. So for any of you who are interested in Top Shot, our sponsor for today's stream, definitely go ahead and check that out. Felix Guo in the chat saying, nice, love the Daniels pick. So sort of in a similar vein to what you were saying, Maxwell, definitely a pick that makes a lot of sense for New Orleans. Nathan, your thoughts on this not being Ousmane Dieng, as we were right about to discuss before the pick went in?
Like I said, if I was a Pelicans fan, I'd be happy hearing either one of the names, and Dyson Daniels was the name called. I mean, listen, before the year started for the New Orleans Pelicans, I said that they desperately needed perimeter defense. Thankfully, they found 2 other young pieces in Herb Jones and Jose Alvarado who can contribute on the perimeter defensively. But Dyson Daniels has an offensive upside that those two do not have. With his size, his length, some of the shot-making ability that he showed, not just on open threes, second half of the G League Ignite season, but some of the pull-up shooting inside the arc as well. You can put him in the pick and roll. Once he gets downhill at his size, the angles he takes, his mastery of how to score and go to the floater in those situations. I just think how composed he can be in those secondary ball handling situations, along with some of the catch and shoot stuff. He has an offensive ceiling that some of those other pieces do not have. So you factor in the defense that Maxwell talked about. This is a guy who we know he's going to play right away in his rookie season. I think his impact is going to be felt early on for the Pelicans, even if some of that offense I just talked about isn't there for him yet and comes along more like year 2, year 3.
San Antonio Spurs now on the clock with the 9th overall pick. Last year, they shocked quite a few people by taking Josh Primo with the 12th overall pick. So it'll be interesting to see if the Spurs once again surprise the draft world with their pick here at number 9. But assuming they don't go for a total shocker, Nathan, why don't we start with you? Who do you think the Spurs should be looking at here with the 9th overall pick?
I mean, there's an argument, as you called out the Tyler Metcalf, there is an argument to take another backcourt player with Johnny Davis. There's an argument for Jalen Durham. Could they be the surprise team that takes Ousmane Dieng? There's a number of different directions they could go. I think with Jakob Poeltl potentially out the door, they could find a long-term center of the future. And for all the quips and qualms that we can have about Jalen Durham, his upside is very intriguing and tantalizing. You talk about the switchable big that every NBA team seems to wants to be able to find. He showed some playmaking upside out of the short roll, some shot making from the perimeter. And then obviously he finishes really well on the inside. He is a 60+% finisher around the basket. So I think the upside and the potential fit of Durham could be too much to pass on, but they could surprise me a little bit and take another guard or wing here.
Maxwell, your thoughts for the Spurs here?
Yeah, I'm in the same camp as Nathan. I think I would lean front court. But as you mentioned, last year they did draft Josh Primo, and it's worth noting that someone called their shot about being the Josh Primo of this draft class earlier. And are we sure they're not going to take Josh Minot?
Oh my God!
No, I'm kidding. I love Josh Minot, but I can't reach for him yet.
Well, listen, he's
going to go there
on John Hollinger's board. I guess it's not a swing.
It's
with
true.
John Hollinger,
It's
right?
possible. But yeah, I would lean Durant. I would lean Suhan. Suhan's like really the guy that jumps out to me just because he feels so Spursy. Like they've had so much luck with like drafting just these athletic toolsy guys where the shot isn't all the way there yet, and then getting the shot there. Like he's sort of inverse DeJounte Murray, where he just plays the big man position but does a lot of the same stuff. I would really like him here. Duran, I feel like is more if you're just looking to fill that 5 spot. But the versatility of Suhan is a little more appealing to me. But the highest rated guy on my board is Johnny Davis, and I certainly would not fault them if they go in that direction. But then just from a building standpoint, it gets a little dicey. If you're going to have Murray, you're going to have Primo, you're going to have Davis. And I understand you want to take the best guy available, but at a certain point, it starts to hinder guys' development if they're not getting those reps, if they're not feeling as confident, if they're not feeling as entrusted. It just gets messy. So I would lean. A lot of these guys are in the same tier, so I would lean Suhan personally.
I would lean Suhan with you, Maxwell, if Jakob Poeltl isn't going to be the front court partner with him, because Jakob Poeltl isn't really intimidating on the offensive end. If they found a way to bring in DeAndre Ayton to be the offensive center next to Suhan, then I could really see that pairing work out well, because Ayton, I mean, he can open up the floor a little bit with some of those mid-range shots that he likes to take from the free throw line, and a little bit further out than that. Gives Suhan some around the basket opportunities, some easy cutting dunk opportunities. That would be the kind of offensive pairing that I would want to see versus two guys who would be in the front court who aren't really dynamic offensive threats. But I agree with you. I think Suhan's offense is eventually going to come around.
Ronald Sergio in the chat asking, will the crew know if there are any trades, all notifications off and all? We have ways of being informed, by which we mean Kevin Black of the Draft Deeper podcast will be letting us know if there are any trades. So we will be informed if there are any moves. But as Felix Guo said in the chat earlier, crazy that we've had no trades yet. Yes, very strange that we haven't had a trade yet, which maybe means that this is the chance. The Spurs certainly stayed on the clock until the final seconds here before they put the pick in. So maybe there's a move happening there. Again, we don't know, but if there is a move, we will know.
Hey, if everybody's gunning for a trade or more or less a surprise, go use that Top Shot link that's pinned at the top of the comments. Go open up a Top Shot pack. You'll get a little bit of surprise there with what you might pull. I pulled some juicy stuff earlier tonight. So definitely, if you want a surprise, go check that out, everybody.
Well, and you can basically do some wheeling and dealing on there. For my first pack, I had Grayson Allen in there. I'm in the Chicagoland area. He tried to kill our boy Alex Caruso. So I had to put that one on the market, did it. Got myself a Jalen Green dunk from the dunk contest.
There you go.
That's the thing about Grayson Allen. You can say he tried to kill X about like 10 teams in the NBA, and it fits.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, the marketplace on there is sweet though. It's very, very easy to navigate. I was a little intimidated when I signed up, but very straightforward. The pick has been in for a while, and we are just not getting the camera going down to Adam Silver, which is. There's some shenanigans.
We have Kevin Black saying no trade, but Are we sure? Are we sure there's not some? I mean,
All right,
I think Adam Silver. I
Here
think
we
Adam
go.
Silver
He just
pulled a
got to
Paul
the point.
Pierce. He's
There
getting
you go.
wheeled out to the toilet, but now we're back on.
There's
All right,
my
Maxwell's
boy.
celebrating. Why is Maxwell streamed like 2 seconds ahead of ours? That's wow.
Jeremy Suham. Okay.
All right.
Listen,
So I was
my
slightly
dream,
lower
my
on
dream's on the board though. Like DeAndre
I was slightly
Ayton-
lower on Suhan, but Nathan, what are your thoughts since you clearly are all in on the Suhan experience for San Antonio here?
Listen, my dream in terms of front court pairing could still be alive. DeAndre Ayton is going to be available on the market. I think that's been made pretty clear by every NBA reporter out there. They find a way to bring him in, and then you have Suhan to sort of cover up some of his potential defensive warts on the perimeter. You get more of the offense. With DeAndre Ayton, you can let Suhan kind of come along a little slower on the offensive end. You still have Vassell getting better. You have Primo's going to come in and get better year two. You still have DeJounte Murray there for the time being. But at the end of the day, you want these versatile defenders who can fly around all over the court, make plays, potentially guard 1 through 5 down the line. That's what every team's looking for in the playoffs. And if the Spurs want to get back to the playoffs, more comfortable in the situation they've been in for years and years, why not take a guy that can help you get there quicker than possibly some of these other guys, at least on the defensive end?
All right, so now the Washington Wizards are on the clock with the 10th overall pick, and Tyler Metcalf's nightmare may well come true with Johnny Davis going number 10 here to the Washington Wizards. We over here on the No Ceiling stream will have a switch up coming after the 10th pick, so we will be swapping hosts and guests after a brief break to hear from our sponsor, but let's start with you, Maxwell. What are your thoughts for the Wizards here on the board at 10th overall?
Yeah, Tyler, I am so sorry. I am so sorry. But the thing I've been saying about the Wizards this entire draft cycle is the Wizards just need high ceiling players inside their building, period, point blank. Outside of Bradley Beal, there is just not a whole lot going on as far as guys that you could see making an all-star game at some point. I love Denny Avdia. I think he's one of the best forward defenders in the league. I love where his game is headed. I still don't ever see him as an all-star. I think you just need young talent, and Johnny Davis is the highest guy on my board. They have talked about how they feel with Bradley Beal averaging about 6 assists a game last year. They've talked about having some comfort with him just leading the offense and basically playing de facto point guard. I would just take Johnny Davis. Just take the number one guy on the no ceilings board and the top guy left on my board as well, and go with it. He's going to be a dog. He's going to defend from day one. This is a team that's had a lot of defensive issues. He'll take Beal's tougher assignments, let him cook on offense. He's going to be somebody who gets into the paint for you. He's going to compete every night. Let the jumper develop over time and just see where it goes. I think you take Johnny Davis. You just take the guy with the most potential left.
So I think Metcalf, Albert, and Alex would all be very happy if Johnny Davis falls another spot and is on the board for the Knicks. So Nathan, other than Johnny Davis here, who do you think the Wizards might be considering with the 10th overall pick?
I think the other plug-and-play target might be AJ Griffin, right? And I think that we're all a little bit concerned about his defense, at least coming into the league right away. But there's no question that if you're going to have the ball in Bradley Beal's hands, and he's going to be tasked with not only putting up 25-plus points per game, but also being the guy to get to that 6 to 8 assists per game mark, you need guys who can hit open shots. And they have a bunch of centers who can finish around the basket, but they don't have nearly as many catch-and-shoot threats as we would like them to have. We're all fans of Denny Avdia here at No Ceilings, but he hasn't been a lights-out catch-and-shoot guy. Kyle Kuzma, he's one of the streakiest shooters that we have in the entire NBA. Why not get the guy who's proven that he can shoot 40+% from three-point range across really his career up to this point, right? Like going back to high school, the UIBL stuff, and at Duke. He is a proven shooter, and regardless of the upside that we may agree or disagree that he has on the ball, creating different advantages, getting downhill, no questions about his shooting to me. Why not potentially go get that guy as well?
Yeah, I'm totally with you. There might be questions about AJ Griffin's on-ball equity, but the one thing you really can't question is his shooting. I mean, he's been 40+% from three throughout his basketball playing career. And, this is a Wizards team that could definitely use that three-point shooting.
I agree 100%, but going back to what you guys were talking about, I know Metcalf doesn't want to see it, but Johnny Davis too, man, like his fit defensively next to Beal, like Beal's not going out there and stopping anybody, right? We know Avdia really made leaps and bounds defensively on that end last year, but do you really want to be throwing him at the other team's best backcourt player every single night. You want him to be able to guard the other team's best wing/forward. You need somebody in that locker room who's going to want to take on the challenge in the backcourt defensively. And Johnny Davis has that dog in him, man. We've heard some quotes come out. Some of these teams just want to get that dog, that killer in this draft. Johnny Davis is that guy more than arguably anybody else not named Chet Holmgren and Jabari Smith. So go get Johnny Davis.
I think part of what I love about Johnny Davis, too, is I think that the way he plays is just so scalable with his just nastiness and hustle. Like, this dude was diving on the floor for loose balls constantly, left and right. He's going to have no problem coming into a situation where, like, hey, even if your offense isn't clicking immediately, we just need you to take a backseat. We just need you to be the guy that picks up the tough defensive assignments, that scraps, that gets the loose balls, that does all the little things.
Yeah, one of the best rebounders in this draft class. Yeah, we have a number of talented bigs and forwards, but he's up there with some of the best rebounders in this class.
All right, the pick is in for the Wizards, so we should find out at any moment who it's going to be. And then my slot hosting the first 10 picks of this draft is going to wrap up. So thank you so much to everybody who has joined the stream either during our pre-show talk or during the first 10 picks. It's been a wonderful experience for me to get to host this, chat with all of y'all. But we're about to find out who the 10th overall pick is, and then we're going to swap out guests and, of course, hosts. So we're about to find out if Johnny Davis is, in fact, going to the Washington Wizards and breaking Tyler Metcalf's heart.
Corey is going to be the next host coming up after Nick. Corey, if you're watching this, do not let Metcalf swear on the stream if the Wizards take Johnny Davis. Don't let it happen.
Yes. Well, here it is. Okay.
I can tell by Maxwell's reaction. I hate that he's so far ahead of us on the stream. There it is.
I'm sorry. It's
enough.
It's Johnny Davis
to the Wizards. Johnny Davis to the Wizards. So since we've already discussed the Johnny Davis fit here for the Wizards, we are going to transition now into a break for our sponsors. So Maxwell's going to hang around and chat with Corey before we get into picks 11 through 20. But thank you all so much for tuning in, and hope you stick around with us for some portion or for all of the night here on the No Ceilings 22 NBA Draft Show.
Your boy is back. Your boy's back to do some Top Shot and to talk some Johnny Davis.
Yeah.
Which
how do you feel about the fit in the pick?
Look, Johnny is a guy that I'm incredibly high on, so I think that it's a great pick. He's not the highest guy left on my personal board, but I think that Johnny is exactly the type of player that you kind of need to bring to your team. He's a culture setter. He is a guy who is going to play both ends of the floor. I mean, you guys touched on it. He's exactly the type of player I would want if I was building my team. So I love the pick for the Wizards there. And, who knows? Beal replacement, Beal sidekick, who knows? But we have another NBA Top Shot 2022 NBA playoff pack to open right now. Let's get after it. We ready here? You ready?
I'm fired up. I'm ready to go. Yeah.
All right. Let's open the pack. I got to get the sound on for this. Build the suspense.
There we go.
All right. I'm going bottom middle first.
Okay, good. I was worried that you were going to be one of those psychos who scrolls over all of them first.
No. Okay. A Rudy Gobert?
All right.
Rudy Gobert? Okay. Let's see what we got. Oh, was that the game winner? That was the game winner.
Yeah.
All right.
That is nice.
Tell me who most resembles Rudy Gobert in this draft.
I kind of feel like it's Mark Williams, just based on wingspan and physical tools. And even some of the criticisms, I feel like, are the ones that you hear about Gobert with concerns about him guarding out on the perimeter and things like that. But in terms of just a guy I trust to block shots and grab every lob that you throw, no matter how close it is, that's Mark Williams.
Yeah, I think that's a no-brainer. And for everybody watching, make sure that you use the link that is pinned to the top of the chat to sign up for NBA Top Shot, to enter yourself in the No Ceilings Top Shot moment giveaway that we'll be doing in the second round. So get after that. And while you're there, buy a starter pack. You know what I mean? It's $10. Get in on the action. You can open your own pack. Let us know what you got in the chat. I'm going to go top left here for this next one.
We got
got
layup.
Will Barton. Let's see. Oh, a little defense.
Little transition. There we go.
Little defense to offense. Oh, he wanted to put that one down. Who is the most Will Barton prospect in this class?
I'm going to throw that one back to you. I have not thought of any Will Barton comps in this class personally. Is there anybody that jumps out to you? Or?
Let's say do it all off ball wing.
Matherin's kind of close.
Maybe Matherin a little bit. That's a tough one. We got to keep it moving though.
Let's do it.
Top right, Brooklyn Nets, a steal. Oh, Kyrie. Topical.
Yeah.
All right. The guy is a wizard with the ball in his hands. There's no, that's pretty.
That is.
Behind
That's
the back.
nice.
Oh, a little Euro, opposite foot. That's tough. I mean, is there a Kyrie in this draft?
There is
Kyrie
not.
He's a one of one.
Yeah, there's nobody this slippery, nobody with that kind of a handle in this class.
I think what it says more is that the guard play in this draft is, a little suspect. All right,
it's a forward draft, yeah.
All right, a Miami Heat 3-pointer, Duncan Robinson. Okay.
Another guy.
And one.
His name is...
And one. This is when he was actually playing in the game. Who's the best shooter in this draft?
I kind of feel like it's Hyunjung Lee in terms of just what he does off of movement, the variety of shots that he's able to hit, and he's like a full-on scorer too. That dude's numbers are on the rim, his mid-range, some of the low post stuff, like mid-post stuff he worked in to shoot over smaller players late in the season. But just in terms of his track record of three-point shooting, I'd say him or Tevin Brown is another one. If we're just talking movement, knocking him down off screens, that sort of thing.
Tevin Brown is a sneaky suggestion there. So, guys, that's going to be our Top Shot segment 2. Again, make sure you hit the link, enter the sweepstakes to get yourself a free Top Shot moment that we will be giving away to you as we continue on with our draft stream. Maxwell, it has been a pleasure.
Absolutely. Thank you
we
so
will
much.
see you later.
Yep, we'll be back.
It has been real. We're going to bring Albert Garbage Time Gim back. We are going to bring Alex.
Let's talk, boys.
All right.
Okay.
What have I missed? Tell me what's going on.
Let me get you the update. Looks like the Knicks drafted Jang, but then they're trading that 11th pick to Oklahoma City for multiple firsts. So initially, Alex and I, we had a panic attack backstage about the Knicks taking Jang at 11. I would have literally just told you guys, like, I can't do the live stream tonight. But we're getting multiple first-round picks. I don't know what this is going to lead to, but I believe we got the 12th pick. Am I right, Alex?
I think so. I don't know what the other picks are. But I actually like Jang. I mean, this would have been like a total rebuild pick if they kept him. So I think he fits well in OKC with their timeline, and I think that's an intriguing set of talented ball handlers and passers with Giddey and SGA and Chet. So that should be intriguing. But now we're at pick 12, so now I guess the Knicks are technically on the clock, even though it says OKC.
Okay, first off, damn, that was a roller coaster of the last 10 minutes just because I was so set on Johnny Davis at 11, and then he went a pick ahead of us, and then I started thinking of Steph Curry going a pick ahead of the Knicks back in the day, and then I saw the Knicks taking Ousmane Dieng, and then I almost had a second panic attack, and then I see a trade. So a lot is going on, guys. A lot is going on. I don't know how I feel. I just feel nothing right now. So let's see what happens.
Okay. Well, you know what, fellas? Before we get into any more analysis, if there's a trade, do you know what that means?
Amazing.
Corey, we don't pay you enough, Corey.
It means there was a Woj bomb, is what it means. All right. So Ousmane Dieng was the pick, regardless of where he is headed. Am I the highest on Ousmane here?
I had him at 11. So
okay, so he got picked exactly where you had him. It seems as though you're the highest on him, but I think he's one of those guys. I was talking to an executive in the league, and he was like, if you're just looking at him purely from an analytical standpoint, you're going to miss on him. This is a kid that you have to watch the tape. I think there's an argument to be made, and maybe it says, again, more about the point guards in this class than anything else. But there's an argument to be made. He's one of the top 2 to 3 playmakers in this draft with his feel in the pick and roll, the way that he can come off a screen, not, play at his own pace, take a retreat dribble, see over the defense with his height, whip live dribble passes to the weak side corner. Add in the fact that he could shoot the rock and create his own shot. He's one of those guys you have to just kind of buy into and be patient with. And if he's ultimately headed to OKC, and we'll clear that up when we get that information, to me, that's an OKC kind of pick. And I like the skill, versatility, and length from what they're doing tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you mentioned the playmaking. That was kind of the one thing that jumped out with Jang's game to me on the tape, especially when you add in the fact that he's 6'10", can handle the rock, play in the pick and roll. He did a really good job, even though that he is 6'10". He did pretty good, like taking angles, getting low around screens to really cut the corner and drive the basketball as well. He definitely needs to add weight and strength and get tougher as a finisher. I think that's the biggest thing that he needs to kind of add to his game to unlock his full potential. But defensively as well, he's pretty solid for a 18-year-old kid playing in the NBL last year. Struggled pretty heavily in the first half of the season, but second half of the season, he was just a totally different player. Really gives you some nice defensive versatility as well. So OKC is going to have like another fun kind of weird team next year that should be pretty fun to watch.
According to Adrian Wojnarowski, the Thunder still have the 12th pick. It is not part of the Knicks trade.
Wow.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. So I'm interested. They have a ton of draft capital to give up. Mm-hmm. And I guess if New York is not in love with any of the talent on the board,
well, maybe they're getting a future first and they're going to flip it for Jaden Ivey. Maybe. Reading the tea leaves,
Okay. Okay.
I'm stressed, guys.
So who else is going out with the future picks to land Ivy in this scenario?
More picks, maybe Obi. They just traded Jeremy Grant, so they got an opening at the 4.
How do they feel about Taj Gibson?
He fits their timeline for sure.
That's Oklahoma City Thunder legend Taj Gibson. Nathan is informing us that the Ivy trade is still in play here, which is interesting because people were so fascinated with the Jaden Ivey Cade Cunningham fit.
Yeah.
He falls into their laps. Albert, they called us madmen for doing the wild card mock, and yet we were probably more accurate than any of the expert mocks up until that point. What is that saying about Jaden Ivey and or more so, what is it saying about the Detroit Pistons plan?
I have no idea, man. I'm curious. So what is the potential Knick deal here, right? What are they looking for from this Knicks roster that fits what they're trying to do? And why is Jaden Ivey not the better choice than whatever the Knicks have? I'm a little confused here. What could this be? Like the Knicks sending what would they be interested in? Randall? Probably not. Right? I mean, they just offloaded Jeremy Grant. So they want to go, oh, yeah, we don't want Jeremy Grant, but we'll take Julius Randle. Interesting. I don't know if I build my team that way, but interesting. And if that happens for the Knicks,
leave it to the pros.
Second team all NBA, Julius Randle. Jeremy Grant
also fights with your fans, Julius Randle. So interesting. Oh, the pick is in.
The pick is in.
So this is still Thunder, though.
Mm-hmm. It is.
Okay.
You guys got it right, or
I let him. I feel like you should be breaking this one, Albert.
I think it's my guy Jalen Williams going number 12 to the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Okay.
A guy that I just interviewed.
Yes.
Last week.
Tell me about Jalen Williams. What did you learn about Jalen with your conversation with the young guard? A guy who I compared to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Yeah, no, the biggest thing that I learned from that conversation and just going over his tape and everything, an extremely cerebral player, Jalen Williams is a really smart player who's coming from a smaller school in Santa Clara, but he has everything that you're looking for in terms of a modern wing. And the thing that I love about Jalen Williams is he's a guy who can both play with the ball in his hands and he can play off ball as well. He's a great manipulator of the pick and roll, extremely patient, great handle, can shoot the ball, but also off ball as well. He moves really well. He could shoot off the catch. And then the biggest thing with him that I compared him a lot to Johnny Davis in this way is that he was asked to guard the best player on the opposing team every single night. He's a much better defender than I think people are giving him credit for. And so you take all that into consideration, and now the OKC Thunder with SGA and Giddey and Ousmane Dieng and Chet Holmgren and Jalen Williams, this is an extremely fun roster that we're going to start thinking about certain, maybe they'll be moving up a level and maybe be sniffing the playoffs in a couple of years. I really love what they've done so far. I'm curious to see what they gave up to the Knicks for that pick, but Jalen Williams at 12 is a great pick. I was hoping, I even wrote it in my article about him, I would have been totally fine if the Knicks took him at 11. So to see him go 12 here to OKC makes a lot of sense to me.
Alex, OKC is building a team full of versatile ball handling, shot creators that could play make. I mean, Trey Mann, Josh Giddey, SGA, Chet, Ousmane Dieng, Jalen Williams, Poku Mania, it might be alive and well. Is this going to be something that teams are going to try to mimic, or is this is a copycat league? Do you see this blueprint working?
I mean, I think it's going to take some time to iron out and see which guys are actually long-term fits on this roster. As you mentioned, they have a lot of guys who are long, athletic, can play make, can shoot, can score, can defend as well. They were a pretty decent defensive team last year, actually. And I think Chet will add to that. I think Jalen Williams is a pretty good defender. Ousmane Dieng, we mentioned the defense. So I think overall they have a lot of intriguing pieces. And I think we'll just have to see where the chips fall and like who they keep long-term, who kind of they trade away or let go after the rookie deals are up. But I think they have enough kind of shots at like the high upside guys that you could figure out, keep 3-4 of them long-term. And then you have a nice, solid core of guys that all pretty much complement each other because they have similar skill sets, but they're all pretty versatile in their positioning. So I think it's a very interesting time in OKC, and I think they're going to be turning the corner probably in the next 2 or 3 years, especially if SGA takes another leap forward.
I mean, they are flush with what it seems like is rotation players.
Mm-hmm.
At some point, they have to cash in on these picks. So is there going to be a player? Because even if they're giving future picks to the Knicks, they still have a tremendous amount of draft capital. Is there a target out there, Albert, that you see for them that fits their timeline and is going to be a good use of that draft capital to push them to that next level? Is it this year? Is it next year? I mean, is Chet a guy that can come in year one and have the kind of impact that maybe makes them start thinking at the deadline? Maybe we should make the move sooner rather than later.
I think my biggest thing with this move and overall with what they're doing right now is Corey, you mentioned it. They have a lot of assets, right? And so I think a lot of the times when we start thinking about like teams that, we talk about it all the time with cap space, right? Teams that have a ton of cap space, we always go, hey, they've got cap space, they've got to spend it. Or this team has assets, they have to spend them. They got to do something about it. I think OKC, they're set up right now by drafting all these really exciting young players, and now they're going to be in the driver's seat to go after whoever they want, whenever they want. I don't think it has to be right now. I'm sure, we still have the whole summer ahead of us. And then also during the season, as you mentioned, Corey, maybe at the trade deadline, there's somebody that they like. So I just think it's interesting that not only do they have all these draft picks, but they also have all this young talent now where they're going to have a lot of options. And the OKC Thunder and Sam Presti and that front office, it looks like they're playing the long game here maybe. And they're going to be really interesting to watch in the next couple of months.
Corey, I think you might be on mute.
Thank you. We still have no details on the specifics of the trade, but let's talk a little bit about what Charlotte might do at 13. What direction do they head here? I mean, are they going big, or both big men are on the board?
Right.
So are they gonna play the game where they are taking the wing, hoping that Cleveland doesn't take a big and get their big later on, or do they just go safe and take their big now?
I think you just if they want a big, I think you just take them now. I wouldn't get too cute trying to, because you never know who's going to trade up. If someone really likes Jalen Durham, for example, and they could trade up a couple spots to get him with Cleveland, I just wouldn't take that chance. If Jalen Durham or Mark Williams is their guy, I would just take him at 13. And then 15, there's still a lot of wings on the board that would be pretty intriguing, like Tari Eason, for example. I think would be pretty good, fit with Charlotte and LaMelo Ball and running up and down the court, especially if they take Durham at 13. So I would go big here, and then 15, maybe take a swing on a wing. AJ Griffin still on the board too. So
yeah, my guy, somebody who I think is a major sleeper. It seems as though the pick is in. The Charlotte Hornets are going to be taking Jalen Durham.
Wait, but Corey, there's madness going on right now.
Yeah.
Oh,
guys,
do we have a bomb?
So here's the thing.
Not yet.
Shams is reporting that the Hornets traded Durant to the Knicks, but then Woj is saying that the Pistons got Durant. So what the hell does that mean?
So
where is Jaden Ivey?
Oh, this is a whole thing right now, huh?
So
what in the hell is going on?
Jake Fisher saying the 13th pick may be rerouted to Detroit. So there's the Jalen Durham.
Okay.
Crap.
And
So-
then,
Crap.
yeah, I don't know.
So is there going to be is this an Ivy situation? Jalen Durham is the pick at 13. We know that, but chaos has started to
and
ensue.
of course, it started with the Knicks.
Alex, I'm having trouble right now, dude.
If we get Jaden Ivey,
why are we in front of cameras right now?
yeah, I'm gonna need to get. I'm gonna
watch.
get a
And everybody keep their mouth.
I know.
Keep their cool.
Oh, here we go. I'm freaking out, guys.
Look,
I'm
all
so
right.
sorry.
Let's talk about what Jalen Durham brings to
Yeah.
Right. Basketball.
any of these
basketball,
teams,
all right.
right?
Jalen
Jalen Durham, 18 years old, going to be 18 years old as he plays his first game. Alex, where do you rank him in comparison to the rest of the big men in the draft, including the guys at the top, and then back again with Mark Williams?
Yeah, so if we're including the top three as like front court big men type guys, then he would be my fourth, I think, because I had him above Mark Williams, not that far above, but I had him, I think, right around this range, like 13, 14. Crazy athletic, vertical athlete, NBA built body, comes in, at 18 years old, one of the chiseled guys in the NBA, which is pretty rare to find. 6'11", 7'5", 7'6" wingspan, whatever it is. Really good shot blocker, really intriguing, like short roll passer. He had some nice passing playmaking moments at Memphis. If he's going to Detroit, which seems to be the rumor, I think that kind of takes them out of the DeAndre Ayton sweepstakes. They were kind of one of the favorites to maybe go after him given their cap space. But I like his fit on that team with Cade and Jaden Ivey. Knock on wood, maybe he'll be on the Knicks, so who knows? That might not matter. But no, I just really think he's going to be, at worst, he's, a low-end starting center, rim running, diving. And then, upside, I think he still has some upside, defensive versatility and then some scoring upside as well.
What does this mean for Isaiah Stewart? Do we think that this is a guy that can play with Jalen Durham, or do we think that with a guy like Isaiah Stewart, he's a good role player in this league, but he's not a guy. This is a best player available. You can move off Isaiah Stewart and you just go and try to build off Durham and Cade here. Yeah.
No, 100%. I agree, man. I think Durham is a great pick here for Detroit. Just because, you've got Cade in the building. So to match Durham, and Corey, something you talk about all the time is with Durham is he's 18 years old now. As you mentioned earlier in our stream, he should be going to prom, but instead he's at the NBA draft. So that's incredible, right? We talk about the youth, but beyond the youth too, like for those who, doubted Jalen Durham like me, if you watch the end of that season for Durham and how he progressed towards the tail end of that season, incredible, really, really great, So there's a lot of potential there. Obviously, there's still a lot of moving parts. So rather than talking about fit, I think it makes sense that we just talk about the prospect. But even, Corey, we've mentioned before that, he's got a little playmaking to him, just a little bit, hopefully this shooting comes around as well. But there's some bones to it, right? Where potentially he could, hit like a 12, 15 footer, no problem. We will see. But overall, like you have to kind of take, when we're talking about a team like Detroit that's so early in the rebuilding process, you kind of have to take a swing on a guy like Durant because you've got Kate and you want to build around that guy with players that are within the same timeline as him. So I think it's a great move for them. But obviously, Alex and I are kind of on pins and needles right now to find out the details.
It looks like Kemba Walker is on the move. The Knicks have alleviated themselves from
it. Also, guys, it looks like Shams just tweeted, Knicks acquired Jalen Durham and moved him with Kemba Walker to the Pistons.
What?
That's what Shams just tweeted.
Oh, okay.
So
cool.
Kemba Walker clearly raises the value of any trade at this point of his career. So maybe that's just the trade for Jaden Ivey there.
So what does this mean for Mitchell Robinson for the Knicks?
Re-sign him, I guess, right?
No, the Knicks acquired Jalen Durham.
But then it says and moved him with Kemba.
Oh, okay. I didn't read the second half of the tweet. Sorry.
Yeah, look, Knicks fans are in a tizzy right now.
It's cool.
It's the hearts are beating. I get it. But Durham and Walker to the Pistons, we don't know what's going back where.
I know.
This is pure chaos trying to figure this out on the fly. This is why we love the NBA draft.
I know. Hey, with that being said, the 14th pick is in too, and it's Ochai. Look at that.
It is Ochai Agbaji. The Pistons are sending the Hornets the 2025 first-round pick via Milwaukee in the Durham trade. Detroit got that pick from Portland in the Jeremy Grant deal. Let's talk about Ochai Agbaji to the Cleveland Cavaliers right now as we move away until we get the details. But Ochai to the Cavs, I mean, for me, this is unbelievable. I've been beating the Ochai Agbaji drum because this is a guy who has proven that he is a winner, doesn't need the ball to be effective, and he now gets to play with a setup man like Darius Garland, an elite passing big man like Evan Mobley. Alex, talk to me about Ochai to the Cavs right now.
Yeah, I think this is a perfect fit, honestly. I was a little lower on Agbaji. I had him like around 2021. But totally get it. Cleveland's now kind of a contender in the East, and they're trying to make a push for win now. And I think he's going to play, excellent off of Darius Garland and, be that floor spacing 2 guard who can kind of guard 1 through 3 and kind of cover up Darius Garland's, defensive inefficiencies on that end. So I think this is like a perfect plug and play starting 2 guard, getting him at 14, I think is great value.
Albert, talk to me about Ochai.
Oh, dude, for sure. I mean, Ochai is a guy who, we talk about this all the time. He's a winner. He just won the national championship. And it's good to get guys on your team and in the building that win games and win trophies. That's a good thing to add to your team. Nice. And with Ochai, I love Ochai, man. He's a guy who really developed as a shooter, a guy who defensively from day one is going to be somebody that you can rely on. And on top of that, he's a freak athlete. Kansas was literally throwing lobs to this guy. And we're talking about a guy who's going to be like a 2-3 for the Cavs. And so if you consider all that the Cavs have right now on their roster, they've got their little guards, they've got their giants, they needed something in the middle, and Ochai is something in the middle. And that's an awesome pick for them to grab him at 14. I've said this before, even if Ochai went 11 to the Knicks, I would have been totally fine with him. I was really high on him. And he's a guy who's going to come in. Not that they need stability or anything, but he's just an adult. Once again, it's good to have adults in your building. And so I love this pick for Cleveland.
What does this signify for Colin Sexton, for Isaac Okoro? Is this easier to move off of one of those guys now, Albert?
I don't know. I was actually thinking, why not play them all together too? I could see that as a possibility as well. We look at the NBA right now and we look at all the top teams and they've got wings for days. You know, look at the Celtics, right? Look at the Warriors. Even look at teams like the Clippers, right? The Phoenix Suns. It's not a bad thing to have multiple wings and to have a lot of them. And so, I don't really see him as a direct replacement for either one of those guys. I think he's another asset to add to what they already have. But although, I mean, if they move off them, I'll understand that too. But I like to see him play with those guys because I like having a lot of wings.
Having a lot of wings in the modern NBA is a good problem to have. Alex, year after year, we see guys like Ochai Agbaji who win national championships, who fit the archetype of the modern NBA. Not necessarily go super late. I think NBA teams typically value them, but they're not really classified as the sexy pick necessarily every year. But, you know, you see guys like Mikal Bridges. He didn't help the Suns win right away, but you saw when the pieces started forming around him, how valuable he became. Is that the kind of impact that the Cavs are hoping Ochai Agbaji brings to their organization?
Yeah, I think so. As Albert was mentioned, he's a winner. So from just a locker room standpoint, I think he'll bring kind of a sense of just a winning mentality. And he's coming in, I think he's 22 years old. So kind of that veteran leadership coming in as a rookie, adding to this, defensive unit that was, took a really big step forward last year. Agbaji can, bring that along. I think he's just a nice plug and play kind of starting level, 6-man level guy. And on a team like the Cavaliers that, should have, probably made the playoffs last year. They just missed it. They were in the play-in and got eliminated. But I think they're on the rise, and I think he fits in seamlessly with what they're trying to do, both offensively and defensively. So alongside Garland, I think you got your guy at the 2 long term. And then you mentioned Okoro. I think he could play with Okoro, just given that he could space the floor. Okoro's not the best shooter, but he's another solid defender. And then Colin Sexton, I don't really know what his market is going to be in free agency. Like, if they can get him back for cheap and, maybe have him just run the second unit, I think that could totally work, and then play alongside Agbaji as well in the second unit.
Fellas, it appears that Jaden Ivey is staying in Detroit. It appears that Troy Weaver has landed both Jaden Ivey and Jalen Durham, the cost only a future first-round pick. Details, it seems, are still coming out beyond that, but the Knicks, it doesn't seem like are going to get their the guy that most Knicks fans were coveted. This seems like a major tease for the Knicks fan base. How are we feeling, guys?
I don't even know how. So what happened with Kemba Walker? Like, how did the Knicks acquire Jalen Durham and then trade him with Kemba Walker? Because they had to trade with Charlotte, right? How did that trade go down?
We still don't have all of the details.
And Mark Williams just got picked.
Blah blah blah.
Yes, Mark Williams has been selected by the Charlotte Hornets. He stays in the Carolinas, and the Charlotte Hornets get their big man. Albert, talk to me about Mark Williams and the kind of impact that he could have in the NBA as you are distraught over this potential Knicks news.
So congrats to all the other NBA teams who are walking away with players and good players. Congrats to you guys. The Knicks obviously are not interested in any of that, and we're looking for cap space to do who knows what. But let's talk about Mark Williams, because Mark Williams is good. Let me focus here. Mark Williams is awesome. He's a giant human being who, instead of arms, he's got ladders. He's going to be a really fun watch for Charlotte, who they've been kind of toiling with Mason Plumlee, who is not very good at basketball. So adding a guy like Mark Williams is going to be phenomenal for them. He's going to be a nice lob threat for LaMelo. He's going to be the anchor for them defensively. They haven't been a very good defensive team. So adding Mark Williams to that picture is fantastic. He's got a really cool blue suit on that I want to give him credit for. It looks clean, looks cool. But no, the biggest thing with Mark Williams that I like a lot is obviously the length, the size is the size. But I think he moves well laterally as well for that size. People think he's going to be able to shoot threes. I'm not as optimistic there. But I
Same.
mean, teams are allowed to believe, right? Unless you're the Knicks. So congrats to the Hornets on Mark Williams.
I love the fit for Charlotte here. I think that getting a lob threat for LaMelo is a ton of fun. Maybe a little D'Antoni, magic added here. They needed that defensive presence. Alex, is this the right move for Charlotte here, even though this is something we all predicted months ago?
Yeah, it just makes a ton of sense. I mean, getting a rim running, big to pair alongside LaMelo in the pick and roll just makes total sense. And as Albert mentioned, he's a very large human being who can catch a lob at any point, and LaMelo loves to throw them. So they should be an intriguing kind of duo in that two-man game.
Absolutely. Fellas, we are going to transition to the next guest. I think that you guys need to take a shot here. Maybe
my brain is mush right now.
Yeah. Try to figure out what's going on, do some detective work, come back to the chat, and I'm
going to sleep, guys.
And if we,
I'll be back for pick 42.
If we don't hear yet. Let's hope. All right. Fellas, it's been real. I appreciate you guys, and good luck the rest of the way here. All right. We have Tyler Metcalf with us. We have Nathan Grubel here. We have the Atlanta Hawks coming up on the clock. Good to have some guys who are not just absolutely flustered right now on the stream. Fellas, welcome back to the show.
Are you sure about that? I don't know what's going on right now.
I didn't say you don't know what's going on. I just said you're not flustered. There's a complete difference. I want to remind everybody in the chat that our show tonight is presented by NBA Top Shot. Make sure that you head to the link that is pinned to the chat and sign up for an NBA Top Shot account, because we are giving away a moment from the packs that we opened tonight and one more pack that we still have to open. The only way to get this free moment is to sign up for an NBA Top Shot account. And while you're there, buy a starter pack. It's $10, and you too can feel the excitement like you did as a kid. Maybe it was some Pokemon cards. Maybe it was some basketball cards. Maybe you're old enough that you actually collected baseball cards, but it's a good time. Make sure that you get that. The pick is in for Atlanta. Adam Silver has not yet taken the stage. Nathan, what direction do you think Atlanta should go in here?
Well, the pick is in. Do you want me to say the pick?
We were not doing spoilers here, Nathan. We talked about this. We had a meeting. I know the pick is in.
I have it up on my TV.
I'm shifting to Metcalf.
Yeah,
Nathan,
so
I'm
do
muting
I. Okay, so where I'm at in my viewing is AJ Griffin is now an Atlanta Hawk, and I think that is
right.
Incredible value. I have AJ as a top 10 guy. He was arguably the best shooter in the country this season. I think he's got more on-ball equity than he was allowed to show. I absolutely love this value for Atlanta.
As do I. I have AJ as the third player on my board. I don't know if AJ had bad medicals or what, but it's hard for me to think that a guy who's 6'6", 6'7", with a 7-foot wingspan, the body of a tight end, and was possibly the best shooter in the draft with 2A upside would fall to 16 otherwise here. Nathan, are you a buyer or seller that AJ Griffin can get back to the athleticism that he showed in high school or somewhere close to it as he progresses in the NBA?
I don't know if I'm 100% buying that, nor do I necessarily feel like I need to for him to outperform his draft stock at this point. I mean, there was plenty of buzz earlier today. If everybody was on social media checking out a lot of the mock draft updates, you saw AJ Griffin being the one real surprise name that was falling down some of those mocks as a guy who's been a lottery guy, potentially top 10 pick. There was so much buzz. He could have been picked as high as like number 7 or number 8, especially to the Pelicans. And now the Hawks are swooping in, pick up on the steal, getting him at number 16. Talk about tremendous value, somebody who can hopefully grow into a defensive role at about 6'6", 220 pounds. We know the type of shooter he is. Man, Trae Young is going to love finding him in the corners. And Trey can pass him the ball. He's going to look over. AJ Griffin's going to make that shot. That's just more of what Atlanta needs. And honestly, that's the direction we thought they were going to be building towards after they made that Eastern Conference Finals run. It seemed like they just had all these guys 6'6" through 6'7" that could just make open jump shots. You just keep adding to that pool of talent, right, with AJ Griffin.
Metcalf, what does this signify, if anything, for the future of the plethora of wings that Atlanta already has on its roster for Kevin Huerter, for Bojan Bogdanovic? I mean, what does this mean for those guys? Is AJ Griffin a replacement for maybe a trade to come?
I think worst case scenario, now you just have a bunch of length and versatility on the wing, which is what every team that makes a deep run in the playoffs has. And that's the modern NBA right now. So I think worst case, it's like, okay, cool, we just added an elite shooter to the rotation and someone who has some potential legit on ball upside. Since Atlanta's also been in every single trade talk or rumor that's been leaked in the last 2 weeks, it also seems like now Kevin Huerter and Bogdanovic might be a little more expendable, as AJ Griffin might be one of these guys who can kind of step in and do a lot of what those guys already do from day one.
I feel like playing next to Trae Young doesn't do a whole lot for my belief that AJ Griffin has a little bit more ability with the ball in his hands. I'm not sure how much of that he's going to be developing early on there, as I'm sure Atlanta continues to run their offense through Trae. But I do think that they need more shot creation outside of Trae.
Mm-hmm.
I also think they need some playmaking, and I don't think that AJ has shown to provide too much of that to allow Trae to play off ball. But what direction do we think, Houston's on the clock next, what direction should they go in?
Oh, boy, there's a lot of different directions they could go. I think the popular name that we would all say right off the bat would probably be Tari Eason, right? I mean, they could go after another athletic forward / wing, depending on how you classify him. Could definitely give them a little bit of an athletic upgrade in the front court, somebody who we know can be a defensive playmaker for them. I would think he'd be the name that they're targeting at this point. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I'm a buyer in Eason personally. He's higher on my board than this pick, so I think that would be a move for them. Metcalf, how about you? Do they have any alternatives to Tari Eason here?
So this may seem like a reach, but I really like Dalen Terry, given that they went with Jabari Smith first overall. I think putting Terry next to Jalen Green gives them an actual point guard, improves their backcourt defense, and just improves their overall defense with Jabari and Dalen Terry on the floor at the same time. That's a lot of fun. And, Terry's defense is always what gets publicized because that's what, it's incredible at 6'7", being a point guard. It's super versatile. It's in your face. It's obnoxious, but he's also one of the best passers in this draft. And pairing that with Jalen Green and Jabari Smith's off-ball shooting and Sengun, I think that has a lot of potential, on both sides of the ball for them going forward.
I love that fit, Metcalf, and I think one of the best things about it is we know the Rockets need to improve defensively, right? They're a young team. And a lot of playing team defense is just about having years together, experience, building that chemistry. But in order to even get that far, you need to bring guys in who are willing to defend, who are dogs, who want to get down and dirty in the defensive end, right? So you already bring in Jabari Smith. You could bring in either of Dalen Terry or Tari Eason, and now you're building your team with defenders who want to actually make an impact on that end of the floor to help inspire and motivate everybody else.
Yeah, I love Dalen Terry. I'm thinking that he should be off the board fairly soon, whether he ends up going to Houston or not. But I think those are the two guys that make a lot of sense for this Rockets team. I mean, Jabari and Jalen Green, that pick and pop combination there. I mean, talk to me a little bit, Metcalf, about how hard that is going to be to guard for the Rockets.
Yeah, and it's going to be an absolute nightmare because you can't really drop, or else Jabari's going to leak out even farther and the big can't recover. Jalen Green showed improvement as a pick and roll operator all throughout last year, and the way his passing grew is so encouraging for the long-term outlook of the Rockets offense. And, we were fantasizing over the Jalen Green Paolo pick and roll combinations that they could do. I don't think it's too different from the Jabari Jalen Green. Obviously it's going to look a little different, but like you said, the threat of that pick and pop, because I do think Jabari is the best shooter in this draft, it's going to be really, really lethal.
Looks like the pick is in, and Tari Eason will be headed to the Houston Rockets. Nathan, you touched on this as the guy you think would fit well there with this pick. Talk to me about how he fits in the front court now with Alperen Şengün and Jabari Smith Jr.
Well, so both Şengün and Jabari Smith as front court partners, I mean, their games are better suited in the half court, right? They're not those transition guys that are going to get out on the break, these elite athletes that are really going to be pushing the pace and the tempo. If you're trying to mix and match different lineups and take advantage of some opportunities you might be able to create on the defensive end, you need someone else other than Jalen Green who's going to be able to run out in transition and actually, force the hand of other teams, forcing them to get back. Tari Eason's that other guy. His best offensive fit is in transition. I still have questions about what he's going to bring to the table in the half court, especially in high leverage situations, but there's no question that they will be able to take advantage of his defensive ability, his willingness to go make plays and actually get the ball out in transition, and then he'll run the floor and finish everything that he's near around the basket.
Woj says that the Rockets feel that Eason is the best defender in the draft, taken by his ability to switch and play with aggression. He is one of those guys, Metcalf, that has that dog in him. What do you see him doing for the Rockets defense? Not necessarily early on as a rookie, but down the line. Is he the type of guy that you're going to throw on to Kawhi Leonard and Paul George and Luka Doncic and all the wings out west?
And long term, that's certainly the hope. When you filter past seasons by steal and block rates, the marks that Eason hit, only like 2 or 3 guys have ever hit. So he is an incredible defensive playmaker. Obviously, some of that is a symptom of the high pressure defense that LSU implemented, but that also speaks a lot to his strength, his timing, his instincts, his rotation. So long term, having the switchability and the versatility of him and Jabari Smith as your 2 primary wing defenders, that's going to be a nightmare for opposing teams because they're going to be able to pre-switch pick and rolls. They're going to be able to switch at point of attack. They have 2 incredibly strong and athletic and long defenders that make their overall rotation so much more impressive defensively than it was yesterday.
Also Tari Eason, the green suit, the money green suit, we buying or selling? What are we thinking? Because there's been some stinkers, but I kind of like Tari Eason's fit tonight.
It's growing on me.
Yeah, arguably best suit in the draft? Question mark.
I think it's up there. I liked Jeremy Sohan's. Chet's was pretty snazzy himself. What do we think Chicago, who is on the clock next, what direction do they head into? Because they've been mocked to take EJ Liddell, much like the Hornets were mocked to take Mark Williams for months now. So where do you think they are going to go with their pick, Nathan?
I think EJ Liddell's probably the best fit, the most logical pick. Could they do something crazy and take a swing on somebody else? I personally don't see it. I don't know how many, crazy swings there are left to take that, could still be reasonable for a team like the Bulls who are expecting to contend in the playoffs. I think EJ Liddell's a perfect plug and play option. They need somebody at that 4 spot. Patrick Williams, I think you would still be a believer, Corey. You're the Bulls guy on the stream, but now you kind of have to answer questions about, is he actually going to be healthy to play deep in these postseasons, right? So if he's not, you're going to need another body to be able to step up and play that position next to whichever big they find to back up Nikola Vucevic. So I really like the Liddell fit, who still has some upside, can hit open jump shots, can defend multiple positions. I think he'd be a good fit for a playoff team. He's somebody we could see him playing playoff minutes next year.
Yeah, I think he could step right in, contribute. That is something that the Bulls absolutely need. I would be, pretty happy with that kind of scenario. Patrick Williams, I am in on, maybe not as in as some of the other Bulls fans out in the world, but I do understand his fit in the modern NBA. When he wants to, he can be as good as any prospect, I think, in the NBA. He's just one of those guys that, he may have that Kawhi Leonard like stoicism, but he doesn't necessarily, bring out the aggressiveness that Kawhi does, that robotic aggressiveness like he does. But I'm still in, and he's a cheap modern wing who could, switch up and down the lineups and knock down shots. But I just want the Bulls to take somebody who offers versatility here. And I know that the pick is in for Chicago, but I think every team should just be asking themselves, can the player I'm selecting play deep into the playoffs? And if the answer is no, then you should probably not select that player. Now, there's a lot of players who teams will probably talk themselves into saying this player can play deep in the playoffs, but it seems as though size, versatility, two-way play. So two-way versatility, even if you're not going to be a superstar, you see what depth does, how much you need it to support your main guys. It looks as though, according to Shams, that the Bulls will be taking Dalen Terry from Arizona at 18, which is a guy who we talked about being a good fit earlier. I'm not going to lie. I texted a scout that works in the league about 3 months ago asking if Terry was coming out. And he said, the word seems as though he's staying. I don't know. I said, well, I'm starting to get thoughts about how he could fit on the Bulls. I hope he comes out. I manifested it. I'm incredibly excited about this. I think Dalen Terry is certainly a guy who has a lot to prove from just a all-out production standpoint. Obviously, he didn't get the minutes that you would want to see out of your first-round pick. But when he was in, that dude was making some stuff happen. And now I'm picturing a lineup with Ayo Dosunmu, Lonzo Ball, Dalen Terry, Patrick Williams, and maybe a defensive center at some point, just as like a unit that you could stick out there that's big and switchable and versatile. I'm thinking about the playmaking between Lonzo and Dalen, allowing guys like Zach LaVine to get open backdoor cuts. I'm looking at him as a little bit of insurance because Lonzo Ball's knee apparently is never going to get better. So in the off chance that doesn't happen, Dalen Terry is very exciting to me. Metcalf, should I be exalting in this moment, rubbing it in the faces of our Knicks fans colleagues who seem mostly disappointed?
Yeah, and I think you should be thrilled about this pick because the big downfall for the Bulls last year, well, one of them was injuries. And Dalen Terry immediately provides that same kind of versatility in the backcourt and length and size that the Bulls really missed down the stretch of the season. So at worst, he's an insurance policy and a great depth piece. At best, that shot kind of comes around, and we're talking about a really nasty, versatile 6'7" point guard who can defend multiple positions, set up any cutters or shooters he wants, and then knock down shots at a reliable clip. So I think the upside with this kid is really, really impressive. Though his competitiveness, the way he plays, his work ethic, his motor on the court, it's all evident. It's all really impressive. He was someone I was kind of hoping would fall to the Timberwolves here, but I think this is a really good pick, just improving the overall versatility for the Bulls.
Nathan, talk to me about what Dalen Terry brings from an energy perspective. Is he the number one kind of energy guy in this class?
He's definitely up there. He's certainly with any other name we could throw out. I mean, it seems like every time he does something on the court, he's either flexing or throwing up a fist pump. So, I mean, that type of energy, I think you want that in Chicago. Corey, are you guys about to have a guard quartet of Lonzo Ball, Alex Caruso? Like, holy smokes. The defense that you guys are going to have in the backcourt with those two, Terry, Ayo Dosunmu. I mean, good God, who wants to go up against that backcourt? every single night. Talk about insurance. You have plug-and-play options in there defensively on that side of the ball anyway. And I think if Dalen Terry's shot comes around, isn't the combination of him and Al Caruso really fun? Don't they kind of take advantage of what each other does really well if Dalen Terry can shoot? I mean, Caruso is one of the most willing cutters at the guard spot that we have in the NBA. Dalen Terry is a guy who can find those cutters. And then in turn, Caruso is somebody who can penetrate, get in the paint, kick it out. And if Terry's wide open for the shot, or he's smart enough to make the extra pass, whip it to the corner, and then you're finding Zach LaVine open for an open shot, or whoever else they have the forward spot. Getting guys like that who are big, long, makes it happen on the defensive end and keeps the ball moving. That's what every team wants if they're competing in the playoffs. Great pick.
Connectors.
Yep.
But guys,
again,
we have a Woj bomb. The Minnesota Timberwolves have moved back to the 22nd and 29th pick, where Memphis is moving up to acquire the number 19th pick, where they will select Jake LaRavia out of Wake Forest.
Wow.
This was a good Woj bomb right here. First of all, shout out to our guy Jake LaRavia, who was cool enough to allow No Ceilings to come watch him work out, interview him. Great kid. I'm excited for him to head to Memphis and play with Ja Morant and Jaren Jackson Jr. and talk about connectors. I mean, the epitome of the modern connector, 6'8", one of the best cutters in the draft. I mean, talk about what he did with Alondas Williams as a cutter. Now he gets to do that with Ja freaking Morant. I mean, talk about walking into a good situation. But we have a Timberwolves fan on this stream. So Metcalf, I need you to how are you feeling here? You got 2 picks out of this, out of the spot. And I don't think LaRavia would have been one of the guys the Timberwolves were targeting necessarily. So it seems as though you might still have a shot getting whoever the Timberwolves were targeting while also acquiring another pick. How are we feeling?
A little worried because the guy I was hoping they were targeting, EJ Liddell, was sitting there. So, hey, why not just take him? And now we get to play the fun waiting game of let's hope no one takes EJ Liddell until pick 22, which I don't love playing the odds of. So I'm a little worried of who that may suggest is at the top of their board, and what that means for my sanity and heart health going forward.
Sure.
So I'm a little mixed bag of emotions with that. I think the guy that made a lot of sense was sitting there. So I don't love the trade, but if they're valuing guys or based on their board and they had like 82 guys in to work out, if they didn't think anyone was worthy of that 19th pick at that point, and they get an extra first round pick, okay. I just got to live with it and cross my fingers for picks 22 and 29 here.
Well, look, we still have both Ohio State guys on the board. I know you're a fan of both. There's a lot of talented players. What we've talked about is we think this is a depth draft. We think this is a depth draft with guys who can play. So, just sit, relax, and be patient here.
Listen, my dream for Metcalf's misery is still on the board, where they have 2 first-round picks.
Oh, don't
they
do this to
take
me.
Walker Kessler and
Don't
Blake
do this to
Wesley
me.
with both of them.
Why? What did I do to you? What did I do to you?
At least you won't be on screen for that if that happens, Metcalf.
That is true.
San Antonio is on the clock with the 20th pick. What direction are the Spurs heading in here? They took Jeremy Sohan earlier in the draft with the 9th pick. What do they need, and where are they going?
God, I mean, listen, Corey, I know guard may not be the most immediate need for the Spurs, but by my board, I mean, Malachi Branham's still there. I had Malachi Branham as the 11th ranked prospect on my board, a lottery level player. Do they really pass on somebody like him? Like, I don't know what other direction they really want to go. I mean, they could reach for a big. They could go grab another type of point guard. They could get EJ Liddell and draft him away from the Timberwolves, despite Metcalf not wanting.
Thank you. I appreciate all the kind words.
They could go for like a Marjan Beauchamp, but by value on my board, what I would do at this point, I would take Malachi Branham, the best talent available, and just kind of figure it out later.
They could also take a trip overseas and maybe take one of the international guys, perhaps. There's a lot of options for the San Antonio Spurs.
Nikola Jovic is destined to go to the Nuggets, Corey. Don't let that not happen. I know, double negative, but thankfully, if that happens, you will be the one who is breaking that down. That way you can deal with all of those jokes and trying to say Jovic, and Jokic, 3 times fast on camera. If you could do that, maybe we'll give away a piece of No Ceilings merch on top of the Top Shot stuff live on camera if Jovic goes to the Nuggets. Metcalf, what do you think the Spurs should do here?
Add shooting. I love Branham. Even more of a guy who's a little more of a project like Max Christie, I think could make some sense. Jaden Hardy a little bit. I'm a little lower on him. But then just my wild card, you mentioned international guys, Gabriel Procida. I love that fit.
Viva Italia!
The off-ball shooting, the size. I think he's a solid defender. So I don't know. I think at least they just need to add some shooting from their wings.
The Timberwolves are also sending a future second-round pick to Memphis as an upgrade. Yeah, it seems as though a guy like Branham makes a lot of sense there as a versatile shooter, playmaker, methodical, very Spursian. Procida, a guy we're all high on at No Ceilings.
There is one more name. I mean, Was threw it out today. One of his tweets was that if there is one guy he could bet on possibly going ahead of some green room guys, it'd be Wendell Moore out of Duke. I know that might be a little high for our blood, but does he kind of make some sense there?
I think Wendell Moore you could talk yourself into making sense almost any team. I think he has the Ayo Dosunmu case where he's a big guard who plays defense, knocks down shots, and can serve as a secondary, tertiary playmaker for your team. But it appears that the pick is in, and it appears that it is Malachi Branham, one of the guys off the board for the Minnesota Timberwolves. Now, Nathan, I want you to hang out for a little bit, but we're going to send you backstage because Metcalf and we have to get to a little business. Our friends at NBA Top Shot gave us some packs to open, all right? So we're going to see you in just a few minutes, but we're going to put you backstage. Metcalf, are you ready to...
Oh, I'm pumped.
Open up live on camera an NBA Top Shot pack?
Yes, sir. I'm very excited.
All right. We've gotten some really fun moments so far. We are absolutely crushing this Top Shot experience, and we are off to the races here. All right. We're going to get the music on, and let's open our pack. Music. All right, we have 4 more moments. Metcalf, where should we go?
Let's go top left.
Top left. All right, we're starting at the beginning. We had a dunk from the Magic. Mo Bamba.
Oh, Mo.
I still believe in Mo Bamba.
I still believe that's a nice dunk. Have a good year.
Catch a body.
Oh, CJ Ellaby, what are you doing?
Oh, yeah. So is there a player that resembles Mo in this draft?
Oh, maybe Ishmael Kamagate, though, just kind of the way he moves. Yeah. If that jumper comes along, he's a little raw. May take a little more time to kind of get there. And then Walker Kessler too, just big shot
combination.
Dude. Oh yeah,
little combo there. All right, I'm going bottom middle. We got a dunk. Oh, a Giannis. Oh. Let's go. Oh, let's go. Oh, and it's against the Celtics. Throwing it right in Rucker's face. Off the backboard. Let's get it. Let's get it.
Oh, it was so rude live, but it's so much better on replay.
If you were, had the sound on the ESPN stream, your draft comp would be Chet. I'm not even going to throw that question out because Giannis is an absolute one of one. So we're not going through that exercise. But Thanasis, even with the celebration there, you're getting the whole experience. This is an amazing, and you get the playoff moment. I love that. All right, top right. We got 2 more moments here. before we shift over to Drew Holiday. Yeah. Oh yeah. That was a huge, huge moment. That was a huge moment there in the playoffs. Game-saving block. Do we have any Drew Holiday type guys in this draft?
Oh, I don't think so. I don't think anyone's. Maybe Johnny Davis is probably the closest one to it.
Yes. Similar body type, similar intensity. I think length. I like that Johnny plays like. He's very ambidextrous, and that's a playoff moment for us. We got 2 playoff Bucks moments here.
Awesome.
And let's reveal our final moment in the set. Phoenix Suns, Bismack Biyombo. Not the best screen set, but he did catch that body.
Oh, no.
Yeah, he caught the body. Yeah,
what are you doing? You can't be that late.
Yeah. That's when you got to do the Jalen Williams from Arkansas. Just take the charge there.
Or just run away. Just run straight to the bench.
Yeah, make a business decision. Do we have who's the Bismack Biyombo? Very similar, I think, to Mo Bamba. Maybe just a guy who can come in, play defense, block some shots.
I'm gonna go real deep. Probably a guy who is more of a UDFA target. I'm gonna say Kofi Coburn. Just huge body.
Yeah.
Just unmovable in the paint. Just put him out there to screen, get in the way, do a little bit of the dirty work.
I like it. Make sure that you head to the link that is pinned to the top of the chat. Sign up for NBA Top Shot and enter yourself in the No Ceilings Top Shot Moment giveaway sweepstakes that will be going down in the second round. It's free to sign up. And then while you're there, you get in on the action too. Open up a pack. Feel the excitement the pack, you're going to pay $10 for the pack, but signing up is free. But feel the excitement that we felt. Right now, we are going to bring our friend Nathan Grubel back to host, and we are going to bring in Tyler Rucker, your better half, along with Maxwell back onto the stream. That's going to do it for us for now. We will be back later on for more of the madness. Nathan, welcome back.
Thanks, Corey. Thanks for bringing me back. I appreciate it. Yeah, man, this crew, here he is.
Oh, let's go, boys. I've been
second.
waiting for my turn to jump back in here. Let's have a little fun. How we doing?
This cast feels familiar. I should say welcome to the Draft Deeper podcast. That's a different feed, but Tyler Rucker, Maxwell, how are you guys doing? Rucker, you haven't been on the stream in a little bit here. You've kind of been casually sitting back, working on some stuff behind the scenes. But now you're back on the stream. You're back in front of a camera. What is going on?
Hey.
Basically from pick 11 all the way up through now, we've had multiple trades. The Knicks don't know what they're doing. The Hornets gave Duren to the Pistons. Like, what's going on? What's been probably your biggest takeaway over the last 10 picks before we get into the Nuggets pick?
I mean, Troy Weaver and Sam Presti, I've been absolutely impressed with. Shocker. I feel like those guys are playing chess during the draft while everyone else is playing checkers. But I've been really impressed with the haul that Weaver came away with. And then what Presti was able to do with those picks and, also getting another pick in that lottery after he traded one a couple of weeks ago. It's just fantastic. This has been crazy. We thought this was going to be a crazy night. It's been just complete anarchy, and there's a lot of value still on the board, and it's only going to get more insane.
Yeah. Speaking of value, hang on, Rucker. I know Maxwell wants to jump in here, but I have to go back to Rucker for this one because the Nuggets pick is in Christian Brown. Our son, Christian Brown, drafted to the Denver Nuggets at 21.
Yep.
Much higher than I think people would have anticipated about a month ago for him going. I mean, listen, when Sam Vecini comes on my podcast and trashes Brown just a little bit, then moves him all the way up his board into the 20s, I start feeling pretty good about my evaluation for Brown. And Rucker, I think by your board and sort of the conversations you and I had, you were a little bit higher on Brown even than I was. So talk to me about his fit in Denver.
Well, I feel like I've even said this a couple of times to you, Nathan, on the Draft Deeper podcast, is I thought Brown was just going to be a guy that playoff teams were wanting. He was going to be everything that you were looking for in a wing that plays smart, that does the little things that might not show up in a box score, but he's got good size. He's a much better shooter than his numbers might show you. He's improved every year. He's tough. He's confident. He's not going to be scared stepping into that locker room as a rookie. That's a great addition for the Nuggets. I really do like that piece. Another asset to your rotation. He's a guy that can play playoff minutes. I mean, he's just an absolute gamer, and he's going to be ready to roll for Denver. I really do like that pick.
Maxwell, talk to me about Christian Braun. Talk to me about what you think about his game, his fit. Was this the direction you thought Denver would go, like taking a shot on a wing?
I think it makes sense. I kind of thought they might lean a little more guard creator-ish, just because a lot of their backcourt guys are kind of aging out a little bit outside of your Bones and your Jamal Murray types. I don't dislike this pick at all, though. Something I really like about Christian Braun that I think scales so well to the playoffs, and you saw it at the Combine, he didn't have his best game, and he still was one of the best players on the floor.
Yes.
He just has so many ways that he can impact the game. He's willing to get his hands dirty. He's willing to rebound. He's a very productive defender for a guy who isn't great laterally. He just reads that side of the ball very well. He's got some good vertical pop. And like I said, too, I thought they might lean more playmaker. He's a really savvy guy off the bounce. He's got to get better with his first step attacking a closeout. He tends to swing his hip really wide, and that kind of slows down his momentum heading toward the basket. But he's a guy that he's going to shoot the cover off the ball. He's going to make the gritty plays. He's going to play defense. He's going to find the right man. He's just a nice, solid piece to add to a playoff team.
Listen, by the numbers, he was one of the better transition wings that we have in this draft class. Even if Denver isn't always playing up and down basketball anymore, taking advantage of that altitude with Jokic manning the team. When Jokic is off the floor, they probably do want to take advantage of that altitude in those home games a little bit. Christian Braun does give you that in transition. You mentioned some of the playmaking, Maxwell. I mean, just because he isn't born to run pick and roll sets every single trip down the floor doesn't mean he doesn't offer some of that secondary playmaking value as well. Oh man, I know why Rutgers giving me that face.
Yep.
I'm trying not to hide it, but
this
I just want to give.
So
Metcalf,
about 2 minutes
I'm giving
ago,
you a hug, Metcalf. I love you. I'm giving you a hug. I'm sorry.
So about 2 minutes ago, I was just on the stream. This is a Woj bomb. This is part of the trade that already happened. So
okay.
Memphis essentially is making this pick now. Well, they were. Now they flopped the pick. They went to 19. Minnesota got 22 and 29. So this pick is going to Minnesota. 2 minutes ago on the stream, I made a comment to Corey and Metcalf that my dream for Metcalf's misery was on the board. What if the Timberwolves took Walker Kessler and Blake Wesley with both of those picks? Now, what's interesting about this, guys, is we might not think this is the best fit for the Timberwolves on paper, but there's been speculation about this for like 2 weeks, right? We've seen all the ESPN mock draft updates. Jonathan Gavoni's putting Walker Kessler to the Timberwolves, making a Twin Towers type of argument, right? That the Timberwolves needed more interior size. They needed more rebounding presence. They needed shot blocking down low. And when you have a guy like Karl Anthony Towns, who still gives you secondary size next to Kessler, who also spaces the floor and lets Kessler either go to work in the paint on post-ups or being sort of like a diver to the rim, there's that opportunity for those two to coexist. I still question the defensive fit because of Towns, but if this is where they want to go, I mean, you can make that old school Twin Towers argument and just want to stack the deck with as much size as possible. Rucker, do you have any immediate takeaways on this? I know I'm a little puzzled. Where are you at?
I understand the theory and the thinking behind it. I've been a guy that's been a lot lower on Walker Kessler throughout this whole process, especially at no ceilings. But I get the idea of putting him potentially next to someone like Karl Anthony Towns. And also, this is a tough team that's continuing to take strides defensively. This is getting another defensive big man that can really do some damage and help you early on as a rotation guy, if anything. So, Maxwell, what do you think? Are you buying in on the Walker Ranger?
Maxwell was
Walker
not
Kessler Ranger
buying the dead.
No. So here's the thing. I think offensively it's fine. I think offensively the idea of like he is inside, Towns is outside.
Right.
Fine. The problem with Twin Towers is that towers do not move side to side, which is the problem with both Walker Kessler as well as Karl Anthony Towns. It's just two guys that can get completely cooked in space. So depending on the lineup, there's going to be teams you can play it against. I don't know that I draft Walker Kessler above some of these guys on this board at this point, to experiment with it. To me, it's way too rich to take him this high to begin with. But when you have some of the upside guys left on the board, and just to like do it as an experiment, it just puts such a bad taste in my mouth.
So Maxwell, we have a little bit of a Woj bomb here. I don't know if I was going to put the graphic on the screen, but we have. There it is. He did give us the fire on the screen. So we are Philly guys. That's why I'm calling you out specifically. We are 76ers fans. They are not keeping pick 23. They are moving pick 23 to the Memphis Grizzlies. We're bringing home DeAnthony Melton, baby. That to me, that's one of these trades I wanted to see happen with pick 23. If we're really going to move off that pick to avoid taking one of the younger backcourt guys, maybe Dalen Terry going higher than anticipated led to the moving of this pick. Maybe when Malachi Branham slid a little bit, but then ultimately went off the board. Maybe that's why they were calling around looking for a trade. We know that Daryl Morey was looking to potentially shop the pick along with Thibault all along, but maybe the pressure came out a little bit when they saw how the board fell. And given some of the backcourt options, Maxwell, that are still left on the board, I don't know if any of them are going to be better, at least in the short term, to help a playoff team than DeAnthony Melton. What are your thoughts?
I would agree with that. And I think that a lot of us on Sixers Twitter were kind of hoping that, like, you know, a couple years in a row, we've gotten this draft Twitter favorite. You know, it was Tyrese Maxey, it was Jaden Springer. And, you know, now with trading the pick, it didn't happen, but we're essentially going back in time and getting the draft Twitter guy of 2018 in DeAnthony Melton. So we're still getting a draft Twitter guy. We're just getting them several years after the fact.
I like that.
So I think it's still a win on that front. And I really like DeAnthony Melton. I think he's a really solid plug and play guy for their team. And I am shocked that this is who has been taken with the pick.
Boys, look at what just happened with 23. You know who's going to Memphis? David, I got a boat in my gut. Roddy is going to Memphis. Holy smokes.
David Roddy, thick city. This is the weird pick by Memphis that all of a sudden it clicks for Memphis, and he's perfect for them. It's just this is the weird one. Like someone like Memphis would do this.
Rights to Ricky Sanchez for David. I'm going to vote Roddy, even being a thing. But
first of all, I do love the DeAnthony Melton addition by Philly. I think that's going to be a very underrated move because they need someone that's a little bit of a Swiss Army knife. And he's one of the more underrated guys in the league. David Roddy in the first round here at 23? Whoa, boys. See, there was someone was going to buy into it. Someone was going to be a believer of hey, he's undersized, and he's built like a power forward, but 6'5", but he can move. He can do some things that are special. And if you're convinced it could work, I understand it. But Maxwell, you wrote about him at No Ceilings, right? Like, what are you thinking? Are you just shocked?
I am, because he fell out of my top 60. But I think
same.
Oh, so you really like him then here?
Yeah,
at 23.
no, I think there is a chance he could work. Like it just all depends on the scheme. And I think in Memphis, I can make it make sense in my head. If you have like Brandon Clark and Jaren Jackson and all these other mobile defenders on the floor, you are going to be able to hide him a lot easier.
Right.
He actually does a better job covering smaller players than I expected, and he's able to keep guys on his chest. His closeouts are just a disaster, though. Like, he has the worst closeout film of any player in this class by a mile. So he's going to have to get used to that. But I think they do just have enough, like, switchable, bouncy bigs around him that you can kind of cover for some of the defensive flaws.
I don't know what to make about that. Is this the Josh Primo pick from last year that makes me go grab a shot glass and just
no, because I think Maxwell's spot on. I think this is trying to hide. Like, if you're convinced your roster can hide someone's weaknesses and he can still be an asset where he's contributing at a high level, I get the Roddy swing. I was always convinced, like, I had him way lower. I probably had him in the 40s or something, but I was like, some playoff team is going to say, we can use this guy. Like, this is a unique weapon for us. And like Maxwell's saying, if you think about it now and you're like, you surround him with those high defensive type of guys, maybe it can work. But it's the same conversation we just had with Walker Kessler. It's an experiment, and there's a lot of value still on the board. Roddy could be a heck of a weapon. He could be a Grant Williams idea. That's what Memphis could be thinking. He's like, this could be Grant Williams.
Back in here really quick. I just want to say that the 76ers also moved Danny Green as a part of that trade. So Danny Green, all right. Listen, we got rid of Danny Green's old knees, having to try and run up and down the floor now. So we're rolling.
That's fine.
And Danny Green gets to be trending on Twitter again, so he's breaking the Hall of Fame of social media. I love it. Shout out Danny.
We love Danny. We love Danny. But go ahead, Maxwell.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think the other thing with this is that Memphis is in a position where they have so much depth that I don't mind them taking this kind of gamble here. Like, they have so many good young pieces that it's like, all right, well, we could just roll the dice on this David Roddy thing, and if it doesn't work out, we were still had one of the best records in the NBA. If not, like, where did they rank? Did they have the best record last year? Were they the one? Or no, they were the 2 seed in the West.
Yeah, they were the 2.
So you're one of the best teams in the league already. So it's if it doesn't pan out, the stakes are low. Or if you're Minnesota, it's like we were barely in the playoffs. Like we had all these struggles. We still have these positional needs. It's different to me when you're experimenting, and that experiment is on a low value position guy. With Roddy, it's like, all right, I can talk myself into it.
So I can talk myself into it if doing some of this movement, eventually being able to free up some of the salary that was even acquired in it as well. Is this to be able to re-sign Tyus Jones and Kyle Anderson? Because if it is, I can see where they're going. But my only concern with them getting back Roddy, who I don't buy that he's going to be able to create any offense himself at a high level. He's a catch and shoot guy, right? At the next level. You're shipping out the door DeAnthony Melton, who can create some offense on the ball. And we already looked at the Grizzlies last year in the playoffs. So much pressure was on John Morant's shoulders to do everything for that team off the bounce. So if they're definitely going to keep Tyus Jones, you can talk me into getting potentially one of the better catch and shoot guys in the draft to help the playoff team. If not, then I really want to see the direction where Memphis is going. It looks like Milwaukee, the pick is in. Adam Silver's announcing this selection.
Don't take who they're going to take. I know who they're going to take.
MarJon Beauchamp. I love it. I love it.
I love when guys cry. Yes, and Beauchamp's journey's been so dope. I love this. This is great, and we all couldn't figure out, but we were rooting for him. Yes, I'm sorry.
No, you're all good. Before I kick it over to you, Rucker, you know why I love this pick for Milwaukee? Milwaukee is one of these teams. They know what their identity is.
Yes.
What do they do the best? They play the best offensively in transition, and they defend the best in transition. MarJon Beauchamp's one of the better athletes in this class at the wing spot who does both of those things tremendously, regardless of how you feel about some of his half-court offense, regardless of how you feel about some of his one-on-one man defense. That guy sprints back on the floor. He sprints up the floor. He gets after it. He can finish on the break. He's really good at trapping guys, forcing turnovers. This just seems to me like an upside play on somebody who actually fits what the Bucks do well, and this is just a team drafting to their identity. I love it. What do you think?
I absolutely love it. I think it's a great fit for the Bucks because exactly what you're hinting at, Nathan. Like they're gonna get Beauchamp in there, they're gonna bring him along, and they're gonna put him in their rotation off the bench, and they're just gonna be like, run wild and do what you do. Be a garbage man, make the extra hustle plays, and he's gonna be a pest for all these teams that have to deal with this guy off the bench that just plays like there's no tomorrow, because that's what Beauchamp's path to the NBA has been. I mean, it's been ups and downs. It's been challenges. I'm not saying every other guy hasn't had that, but Beauchamp, I believe this was a guy that was almost giving up basketball. So that's how crazy it's been. And to see the improvements he took with the G League, I loved watching him. It was just one of those guys, because he's an older prospect, you're trying to figure out where is his fit in the draft, and Milwaukee got a good one. I really do think that's a great spot for him, and I think Bucks fans are going to love him.
Maxwell, we're paying attention to the ESPN broadcast. We're seeing MarJon just cry in tears of joy, literally live. Yeah. Talk to me about not only your evaluation of Beauchamp and what your thoughts on how his game fits, but also just some of your positivity and some of your thoughts of joy when you see somebody who, as Rucker talked about, his journey's been incredible. He's worked so hard to get to this moment, to not only be drafted by an NBA team, but also go to an organization with real championship aspirations. The Bucks are going to be right back there again next year.
Yeah, and that's why he makes sense. I mean, this is a guy that does all of the little things. He's an incredibly savvy passer around the elbow. He's going to mix it up. He guards down well. He guards up well because he's really strong. He's going to be a good fit in there. And that journey that he's had is just one of those things that really makes you believe in a player. Like, this is a guy who, got wrapped up in the chameleon BX experiment that, nearly basically thought it was going to cost him college eligibility. Maxwell Lewis, by the way, at Pepperdine next year, part of that same program. Keep an eye on him. Put a little bookmark in Maxwell Lewis for next year's draft.
You're an animal.
You draft sickos. He's already thrown it out. We're not even done.
You're an animal. We're not even through the first round. You're throwing us sleepers for next year.
Yeah. So, but Beauchamp, just the fact that he has that level of resilience and that refusal to quit in him is exactly what a team like the Bucks is looking for. They're looking for a guy that they know, hey, if this league punches you in the mouth, how are you going to respond to it? Because you're a playoff team and you're committing to at least 2 years of salary on a guy. So when they see a guy like Beauchamp, they know this is a guy who's going to respond well to adversity and he's going to fit in really well there. He's a better screener than you would anticipate for somebody his size. But just the way he attacks the basket, the way he rebounds, it kind of reminds me of Pat Connaughton a little bit in terms of just another guy who isn't the biggest, doesn't look like he's going to jump out of the gym, but he does. And he gets in there and mixes it up. He's just going to scrap. The Bucks just love these guys that play in the mud. And he's one of those guys.
Do you want to know what surprises me before we get to the Spurs pick? That pick is evidently in. Hasn't been announced yet. We'll get to that in a second. But did either of you guys have on the bingo card Dyson Daniels and Marjon Beauchamp going ahead of Jaden Hardy tonight? Did either of you guys have that on your bingo?
No.
That does surprise me a little bit. What are some of your thoughts on that record? Because I know that Hardy might not have ended up the highest on your board, but I think you were still a Hardy defender, as was I. I didn't have him in the lottery, but I had him close enough to it. What do you think about his fall and where he could possibly go coming up here?
I think that just because we have guys ranked higher on our boards, intel is everything. And it's kind of telling you the story. We've said this throughout the year multiple times, all of us, is I had Hardy, I think, 16th. Am I shocked he's still on the board? A little, but not that much because it's just intel. This is teams. If you interview poorly and it gets around, this is what happens. This is your fall. And we got guys like Ty Washington still on the board. Other guys like that. It's just not surprising to me. But I think there gets a range where the upside's worth the swing. But Beauchamp, I think, was a guy that teams were going to be in love with because he has those intangibles. He has I'm going to do everything you want.
Coaches are going to love him too.
He's a playoff guy.
Coaches are going to eat him up in practice. They're going to just see him hustling like crazy and be I want to give that guy minutes because he's playing so hard.
Blake Wesley is now off the board before Jaden Hardy, the Spurs pick at 25. Blake Wesley.
I didn't know Wesley went with the James Bond look. Now I actually like him.
Man, he is so slick. He's so smooth. He's so slick and he's so smooth on the court as well at times. I won't say all the time. Rucker's going to come in here and be the pessimist a little bit on the offensive end. Wesley, calm down, slow your roll just a tad. But listen, are we a little surprised the Spurs have now went guard twice? They went Suhan, right? So they went for a forward who can complement another big if they get the DeAndre in sweepstakes. They have so many different options in the backcourt. You take Branham, who I love the Branham pick. I thought that was excellent value, getting somebody who was ranked 11th on my board all the way down to 20. You take another guard in Blake Wesley. You just took Josh Primo last year. Maxwell, what the heck are the Spurs doing? Taking all these guards.
It's a lot of guards, and I kind of like Blake Wesley, I think, more than a lot of other people on our crew. I'm not going to defend his college production or the fact that he horrifically struggles at the rim. I think the appeal with Blake Wesley is he scored unassisted a lot when he was not expected to, and he was entrusted on a veteran-laden Notre Dame team. When they got a rebound, he was the guy they looked to kick it to, even though he was an unheralded freshman recruit. As far as a fit goes, though, I just don't. I know that he's a guy you want to develop, and I think regardless of which team took him, you wanted to put him in the G League. But they just got a lot of guys at these positions now. So he's going to find himself in a tougher situation than I think he thought. If you were the one developmental project guard wing hybrid, it would be one thing, but you've got Josh Primo already ahead of you. You've got DeJounte Murray making an all-star team. You've got Malachi Branham in the mix, who's a lot more polished out of the gate. It's a lot of competition for him.
Rucker, this trade could make more sense if DeJounte Murray's on the move. And we've heard rumblings about that the last few days. Does taking two of these guards kind of signal that more change is coming in that backcourt?
I don't think so. I like their draft a lot because I think
I do too.
Branham, it is great value there. I also think, like, we were talking about him at one point of like, hey, he could go a wild card at 9. And I love the Sohan pick. I think that's great. That's a classic Spurs. Like, yeah, we'll take the versatile guy. We'll figure him out. We'll unlock it. And getting Wesley at where you got him, like, I know I haven't been a humongous Wesley supporter, but I think at that point where this is our third pick, the value is too high. The swing is there. Like, Blake Wesley ain't going to go to the Spurs and just shoot like crazy. They're going to be like, hey, we're going to slow you down and make you develop the right way and play the game. The Spurs just need to find guys. Like, they're just building depth to hopefully click and hit on one or two guys. Like, I don't think that roster's set where it's like you have to avoid these players. And I think Murray's going to stay. I think the Spurs are like, yeah, you can have them for 3 firsts. If you want to give us 3 first-round picks, you can have anyone you want. But, I mean, I still think just San Antonio is in a position of keep adding talent, just keep developing and hope that 1 or 2 guys click and you have something.
So before I am going to have to let you guys go, unfortunately. We got to swap out hosts. 2 things have to happen here. We got to swap out guests, and we got to bring in a Woj bomb after we swap out the guests because there's another trade that just happened. And I'm back. Listen, I got with me, man, this feels like another episode of the Draft Deeper podcast. I got Corey Tulaba with me along with Nick Ayer Johnson, somebody else who's also helping me. But essentially, we got the 3 hosts of the stream on it at one time. Now I really don't know what's going to happen. There's rumblings between 2 different reporters that this pick is potentially on the move. The Houston pick is potentially going to Dallas. Proposed trade
going back to Dallas.
Going back to Dallas, potentially.
Okay.
I don't listen. I don't know what's going on. I don't make the rules, Nick. There's a pick being made. We're about to find out who the 26th pick is. We're going to see in a second. I think Adam Silver's even a little shaken up. He doesn't even know what to say on the stage here. So we're going to find out who the player is. It's Wendell Moore Jr. Wendell Moore Jr. is the pick at 26. So whether it's Dallas, whether it's Houston, it looks like it is Dallas who's keeping this pick. Wendell Moore Jr. in Dallas, guys. That's an interesting fit.
Minnesota's acquiring the pick.
Looks like Minnesota's acquiring the pick. Oh my
From
goodness.
Houston
All
via
right.
the Christian Wood trade with Dallas.
Let's add another 4 teams onto this before the end of the night. Let's see.
Yeah, really. Let's just swap all these picks around like 5 more times. We already have the Minnesota pick that we have to account for now at 29. So Minnesota just keeps wheeling and dealing tonight. Nobody can track what's going on with Minnesota, but they get Wendell Moore Jr. That's an interesting pick for them on the wing. I think they need some wing depth. They need a little bit more shooting. Nick, what are your immediate thoughts about Wendell Moore now going to Minnesota?
I didn't have him as a first-round guy personally, but I think this move makes a lot of sense for them. I mean, he's a versatile forward. He can potentially shoot pretty well. The defense, I think, will come around sooner rather than later at the NBA level. It's hard to judge just because I don't know what exactly they're giving up to get this pick. So, that's one part of the equation, certainly. But, again, I think it's a move that makes a lot of sense for Minnesota. It just depends on, what they have to give up to get here.
Corey, I'm glad that I actually have you on with me because out of all of us here at No Ceilings, you've seen Duke in person the most. So you're probably the best one equipped to talk about Wendell Moore. From you seeing him up close, being able to evaluate his game, do you think he's ready to step in and help a playoff team like Minnesota is going to continue to try to be, not only just get back to where they were last year, but keep climbing the ranks of the Western Conference?
I do think that he could step in and play some minutes as a rookie. I don't think that he's going to be a 30-minute per game guy, but the games that I saw in person, Wendell Moore was really impactful, and he'll kind of be going through just doing him, running the offense, not going, super crazy, trying to get his own, just being a team player. And then out of nowhere, he's making like a game impacting, chase down block, or, he's knocking down a huge three. So I think that when you look at the modern NBA, like Wendell Moore's got the size, he's got the length, he's got the versatility. It's not shocking to me at all that he is gone in the first round here. And, that makes 4 Duke guys going in the first round now at this point. And it was apparent when you watch them. These are guys that were uber talented. And when you're looking at more, specifically, the way that he fit in around, Paolo, who was a star player, the way that, he was able to involve his teammates, not dominate the ball, still pick his spots with all of those ball handlers. When you're playing off of guys like Karl Anthony Towns, perhaps D'Angelo Russell, Anthony Edwards, you need to be able to fit in and contribute in ways that don't involve you going out, getting yourself a bucket. And that's what I think Wendell Moore can provide for that team.
So multiple reasons why I like Wendell Moore here sort of ties back to the same thing, both parts. But really, when Wendell Moore's on the court, he's either going to be a catch and shoot guy, or he's going to take over some secondary ball handling opportunities, probably from, if a team's going to try to develop a ball handler like Anthony Edwards, get him some more on-ball reps, some playmaking reps. When Anthony Edwards gets himself in those situations, those play types, and he needs he needs somebody to bail him out, Wendell Moore's a guy who can bail him out, right? But Wendell Moore catches the ball, he can either shoot it quick or he can make something happen, rip it off, and then ultimately go either make a play for himself or make a play for somebody else. He can keep the ball moving, keep the offense going. So that's a reason why I like it. And then even just apart from Anthony Edwards, there's play finishers in other positions too, right? You mentioned D'Angelo Russell's another guy who can catch and shoot. We mentioned Karl Anthony Towns, really good pick and pop guy. Walker Kessler, who they're getting as part of that trade, another guy who can catch those lobs, finish around the basket. So there are pieces around Wendell Moore for the minutes that he is able to play on the court to help bring out the best version of Wendell Moore. And that's the reason why I think it works. So that's Minnesota. 3 out of the 4 teams left making selections here at the end of the first round. They're who we would consider contenders, right? We have Miami at pick 27. We have Golden State at pick 28. We got Denver at pick 30. We'll have Minnesota again sandwiched in there at 29. They're showing a guy on the screen, Corey. One of our guys, Jaden Hardy, has not been selected. I asked the 2 guys before you if either of them had on the bingo card Dyson Daniels and Marjan Beauchamp going ahead of Jaden Hardy. Did you have that on your bingo card? Are you surprised?
Obviously, I thought that Dyson was going to go ahead of Hardy. I never quite bought into Hardy being a lottery guy in this class.
Sure.
Especially once guys like Jalen Williams enter the conversation, Dalen Terry, all of a sudden you start pushing Jaden down. I think where I landed ultimately was like the separation between like Malachi Branham and Jaden Hardy wasn't really that much for me. And I thought they would go in a similar range. And I guess you can, if Jaden goes soon, I guess you could say that it's a fairly similar range towards the end of the first round. But look, the guy was, he was inefficient. And who knows what kind of role he wants to play in the NBA. I think he has NBA skills. He's talented. At the beginning of the year, a scout told me he doesn't know what he doesn't know, but he's got a lot of talent. So he's certainly a guy that could end up being a value play the later that he gets drafted. I mean, if he ends up in the second round, obviously that turns into a situation where you can get him on a contract that could be ultra beneficial. But for a guy who doesn't need the ball to thrive, you would think that a team would take a shot on that scoring upside output pedigree. But a team has not taken that shot on Patrick Baldwin Jr. They have not taken that shot on Peyton Watson. They haven't taken a shot on pedigree yet. It's more production based. So I'm conflicted on whether or not he is actually dropping in a crazy fashion, or maybe this is the kind of range based on his year that he's supposed to go in.
We're going to go over the Miami pick. I'll kick it to Nick in a second. Before we say who Miami picked, I do want to add an addendum from Kevin Black, producer. Minnesota is sending Houston the 29th pick and 2 future seconds for Wendell Moore at 26. So the pick's actually 29 is now going to be Houston instead of Minnesota. So it looks like the Miami Heat selection is in. Oh, Nick, it's perfect for you to be on the stream. It's your guy, Nikola Jovic. Jovic is
my
flying
guy.
off the board. He didn't go to Denver. What do you think?
Well, I think given that Miami is taking him here, clearly they think that he can improve his defense because, man, if he can't defend in Miami, he's not going to get much playing time. No, I mean, I've been the guy who's been higher on Jovic than everybody else on the No Ceilings crew basically since the start of the year. And, I've acknowledged that there are definitely some defensive concerns. There are definitely some concerns about his ability to get to the rim at the NBA level, concerns about his first step. But ultimately, for me, I really, really buy into the playmaking with him. I think with Miami, he's going to be someone who's going to move the ball around, get it to their best players. I think I also buy into the shot more than most people. And ultimately, at this point in the draft, at 27 overall, Miami's taking a chance on a 6'11 guy who can pass and shoot. And that's the kind of player that can be a solid rotation player if he can be anything other than atrocious on the defensive end. And, if he hits his absolute upside, then this is an absolute steal for Miami at 27. So again, I acknowledge the concerns with Jovic that everybody else at No Ceilings has, but I think 27 to Miami is a really solid spot for him to end up in. I think that if he's going to be at least a decent / not too terrible defender, Miami's one of the best spots for him to develop into that kind of player. And again, if he hits his upside, this is going to look a steal for Miami at 27th overall.
Corey, my question for you about Jovic is he a Heat culture guy? What do you think the answer to that question is?
I think that the Heat culture is about working hard and having a little, something to you, a little badass in you. And I think he has that a little bit. He's confident and he's certainly talented. I think also Heat culture, they kind of, there's something about these tall shooters that, can create their own shot a little bit, but at the end of the day, like just off-ball threats in a multitude of ways. So I do think that he hits that part of Heat culture. I mean, I'm a little confused about the pick because it seems to me, why take a guy like Jovic who has probably similar concerns to what you just watched Duncan Robinson go through in the playoffs, where even if he becomes an adequate defender in the regular season, the playoffs are an entirely different animal, and it's going to take a pretty good amount of time, in my opinion, for him to develop enough defensively to be able to hang on that end. I do think, having Bam backing you up certainly helps your cases, but
yes, it does.
It's a confusing pick for me because, EJ Liddell's still on the board. I think he is
that's
the
guy. Slide that has shocked me.
Yeah, I was gonna say that EJ Liddell not going so far in this draft is shocking to me. I thought that clearly he was going to end up going to Chicago. I mean,
is he going to go to flipping Golden State? Is that where he's going to end up?
Oh, yes.
If he ends up going to Golden State with this pick, then we can pencil in a future All-Star appearance for EJ Liddell. just write it in pen at this point.
I mean, come on. Like, I can't, at this point in the draft with who's still on the board, I mean, Nick, is there anyone else that you can throw out as being a better fit? Like, I think he'd probably have to be the guy, right?
For Golden State, I don't see anyone else on the board that I would consider picking here other than EJ Liddell. I mean, man, I don't know. The fact that he's fallen this far makes me wonder if there's some kind of concern that all of us missed. But with EJ Liddell, I mean, I would have taken Jovic ahead of him for Miami at 27. So maybe I'm not the person to make that argument, but there are, basically everybody from Chicago onward. I'm surprised that they didn't end up taking EJ Liddell. I mean, especially with David Roddy ended up being the pick at 23. I would have thought that he would have fallen a lot further than EJ Liddell. So I don't know. It's shocking to me. It doesn't seem like EJ is someone who would have had terrible interviews either. So
we've heard the opposite.
Yeah, exactly.
I was just going to say that, like, Corey, like, we're not reporters, right? That's not what we do here at No Ceilings, but we do talk to people. We know people. We get a little bit of intel. And the buzz that we had heard leading up to the draft was that Liddell was more likely to be a top 20 guy than certainly where he's at right now was potentially trending towards the lottery. And now all of a sudden you see him sliding down the first round, possibly. I mean, he's very close to falling out of the first round, going in the second. Is there anything you think is causing that slide game-wise that maybe you can talk about? Or you think it's probably other stuff that we just don't know?
Honestly, I don't know. Now, I want to say I'm not super shocked. I'm a little shocked because probably the guy I trust most, my number one, Intel guy, we were talking about him and, he was like, he's going to go lower than you think.
Boy.
But
all right.
What do we got? What do we got?
We got Patrick Baldwin Jr. being drafted ahead of EJ Liddell. Man, this is a Warriors pick through and through, right? Is it not? Let's take the guy who just falls everywhere, yet could potentially shoot the crap out of the ball and just make us look really good in like 2 years.
I love it.
Isn't this it?
I love it.
I
revised my previous statement. Patrick Baldwin is now guaranteed to be an all-star for the Golden State Warriors.
I had Patrick Baldwin Jr. As a borderline lottery guy throughout the entire year. I never wavered on his talent. Now, look, he slid to 28, so seemingly most teams did waver on his talent, and this is a low-risk, high-reward proposition for the Golden State Warriors. But now he's going to a situation where he has some of the best passing playmaking, playing off of the most high IQ team there is. And, he's like 6'11" with a 7'3" wingspan. I think he's going to be pretty good. Now you have a young core of Jordan Poole, Jonathan Kuminga, Patrick Baldwin Jr., Moses Moody, James Wiseman. That's a better core than most teams that have actually been rebuilding and like getting high draft picks. So, I mean, the Warriors, look, they won the chip and they may ultimately win the draft too. I think there's tremendous value for Patrick Baldwin Jr. here.
There's a chance in like 2 years that starting lineup potentially is better than like half the league's starting lineups. That's how absolutely bonkers that is. Nick, what do you think?
I mean, man, like if there's any team that can take a chance on Patrick Baldwin being the player that he was at Milwaukee last year, it's the Golden State Warriors. But if this turns out to be the Patrick Baldwin that we saw in high school, then this is going to look like an absolutely ridiculous pickup for Golden State. So as a fan of the other Northern California basketball team, this is, I don't know. I'm not a Warriors hater by any stretch of the imagination. I'm happy that they're good now, given how awful they were for so long. Our former brothers in NorCal basketball awfulness, but this is just the rich get richer with this pick. And this is, man, I'm not sure I have much more to say than that. Like, if this turns out to not work out at all, it's fine, right? They just won the freaking championship. They're going to be fine. But if this turns out the way it could turn out, given what we saw from Patrick Baldwin heading into this season, then this is going to look like one of the steals of the draft.
So Houston's essentially back on the clock here. They're going to get whoever this pick is at pick 29. I agree with you both. I freaking love the Patrick Baldwin thing, man. Like that, for all that we think he can't do, the one thing that we all do think he can do is shoot. All he has to do is just stand there and shoot the ball when it comes to him. That's it. That's all he has to do on the court. You don't have to worry about some of the other defensive issues. You don't have to worry about him doing things off the bounce. He just has to shoot the ball. And what better place to do that than Golden State? Oh, my God. The rich just keep getting richer, don't they?
That's how it goes.
There's an interesting subplot, though, building, Corey, that I've certainly talked about a bunch on the Draft Deeper feed. Quite frankly, going back to like December and January, there may not be one of these quote-unquote point guards going in the first round. We're at pick 29. Ty Washington's still on the board. Kennedy Chandler's still on the board. John Montero's still on the board.
Yeah.
Corey, what's going on with the point guards?
Well, shout out to that one guy in the mock draft I did on my YouTube channel months ago who said that Ty Washington going to the Bucks at pick 24 is unrealistic and way too late. So shout out to my guy in the comment section.
And shout out to made for both portions of our mock draft, by the way, that came out today. So go us. Also, shout out to everybody that's watching in the chat. Give your boys a like, throw us a like, and then head to Top Shot, sign up and partake in our moment giveaway. I think it speaks to how
these organizations feel about the point guards, because I think that Jalen Williams and Dalen Terry kind of came in and took the point guard thunder away from the initial crop. And when you have small guards, and this is why I thought Kennedy, as a talent, I buy in. I think he's an NBA player. But after being in Brooklyn last year in person and seeing Sharif Cooper slide, and I understand that Kennedy is a much better defender than Sharif was, but Sharif was doing like historic offensive things, enough that you would think a team would take a flyer on him in the first round. Teams are just not valuing short guards right now. Unless you were an elite at one specific thing and versatile enough to play in a multitude of lineups, NBA teams just don't want it. You have to be able to shoot like Steph Curry and Damian Lillard. You have to be able to, defend like Davion Mitchell. Otherwise, short guards, they're out, man. We need big, long, versatile wings. This is what we've been talking about, and I'm not shocked at all.
All of us, literally all of us have said, well, speaking of, there you go, Corey. He's off the board. Goes in the first round. Ty Washington at pick 29. So Houston gets another guard. And I think the jury's a little bit out on if Kevin Porter Jr. is the long-term point guard for that team. I think everybody would have. All right, Corey. I wasn't sure.
Or is the verdict in? The verdict might be
in. Regardless, the Rockets do find another point guard to potentially groom, somebody who I think is actually even a decent fit coming off the bench with somebody like a Josh Christopher next to him in the backcourt. They can mix and match in some interesting ways. Nick, I didn't get to kick it to you to talk about the point guard sliding out of the first round. I have to kick it to you to talk about the one point guard who we know got drafted in the first round. What do you think about Ty to the Houston Rockets?
I love this fit. I think it makes a lot of sense for Houston to take him here. I think that even though we didn't get to see much of it this past season, given that Severe Wheeler dominated a lot of the on-ball minutes for Kentucky, I really do buy into Ty's playmaking. I think he's a much better passer than he gets credit for. And I think this Rockets team needs someone who can, play off the ball, shoot a little bit, but mostly just, keep the ball moving for them. I think he's really underrated in that regard. And for him to end up going 29 here to Houston, I think it makes a lot of sense. I would say that the jury might still be in session on Kevin Porter Jr. as point guard, but the session is coming to a close. It's coming to a close. I'm going to say that before you thank me for praising Kevin Porter Jr. I think that Ty makes a lot of sense here. I think he's, again, a better creator than he's given credit for. I think he can shoot off the ball when other guys on the Rockets have the ball in their hands. So I really like this pick for them. And if there was any point guard who I was going to hope didn't slide out of the first round, other than obviously Dyson Daniels, I think that Ty makes a lot of sense here at 29.
Corey, is this the type of point guard that you want to put next to Jalen Green? If Jalen Green is going to sort of take over the offense to an extent, they didn't draft Paolo Banchero, as you and I talked about on a podcast, to where he's splitting some reps. Jalen Green's going to have the ball in his hands a lot more, like he did in the second half of the year, running pick and rolls, trying to initiate, not just score on and off the ball, but in having another bailout guy, a similar argument I just made a few picks ago, and having a bailout guy, Ty Washington, who can hit shots off the catch at a really good level, who can take 1 to 2 dribble pull-ups off of that catch, get to a mid-range shot, get to a floater. He can get all the way to the bed. Is having that type of a guard what you want to put next to Jalen Green?
Offensively, absolutely. This is, to me, the optimal kind of off-ball guard who could handle point guard duties, the 1.5 prototype, almost like a poor man's Tyrese Halliburton in ways. Sorry to bring that up. And clearly Tyrese has turned into the man.
Oh, boy.
But I think that, he's shown when he gets the opportunity, he can make plays. So when Jalen's getting rest, I think you could trust the offense in Ty's hands. He's going to be able to create his own shot, killer in the mid-range. I'm still expecting the Kentucky bump from Ty. We know that these guys get to the NBA and they outperform their draft slot. Now, Ty is going towards the end of the first round, so it's totally possible that just outperforming this spot is being a viable rotation player. But I think that Ty is going to be a good fit next to all of these guys where, offensively, most of them could pass, dribble, shoot. So they're building a very interesting situation down in Houston.
Nick, is there, as we approach the end of the first round, we're going to get to this pick being made essentially for Denver. Is there anybody you're clamoring for them to take? Or do we think we're about to watch the Caleb Houston promise finally come to fruition here?
Oh boy. So, man. Well, I thought that Jaden Hardy made a lot of sense for them at 21, Denver. So them picking him here, I think, would make a lot of sense. Also, EJ Liddell, as we already talked about. So Peyton Watson.
Peyton Watson in the first round, boys. Holy smokes. So EJ Liddell and Jaden Hardy.
Unbelievable. I mean, believable, but
welcome to draft night, boys. Nick, what do you think about Peyton Watson in Denver?
You know, I really like this pick for them. I would have preferred both the guys that I mentioned earlier, but I think with Watson, he's someone who did not get much of an opportunity to show what he can do at UCLA. And, you know, it makes a lot of sense as a longer-term project. And Denver is a team that can definitely allow him to shine on the defensive end while having a minimal role on offense to start his career as he sort of comes along. And, you know, again, he's someone who was projected potential top 10 pick heading into the year who slid a little bit. And a lot of that slide was just because he didn't get much of an opportunity at UCLA rather than him, you know, falling short in the minutes that he did get on that team. So even though there are a couple of guys I would have liked more in the spot for Denver, I think that Peyton Watson is a really good pick here. So I'm perfectly happy with it.
Corey, before you take back over the stream here and we handle a little business, as you've been saying all night long, you have any parting thoughts on the Peyton Watson pick to Denver as well as just the first round in general?
Well, you know, I've been a Peyton Watson guy the entire draft cycle. I think this is absolutely the type of bet that you make at this part of the draft. Low risk. You get him on a cheap contract for a number of years. I mean, you saw in the graphic that we had up, he was so young at UCLA that he still had his braces on in his, you know, headshot picture that he took. We talked about long, versatile wings. And this is a guy who he showed that he could do a little bit more off the bounce in high school. I buy him as this guy who maybe could even like play a Derrick Jones Jr. type, like kind of wingy big man role, but I think he's going to be a beast defensively. And I like the cutting. I like obviously playing next to the best passer in the NBA when you're good at cutting. That makes a lot of sense. I'm looking forward to some inverted pick and rolls, maybe some transition stuff, a lot of time in the G League, but ultimately I think he's an excellent swing here.
I agree wholeheartedly. And I think that's going to wrap up the first round for us. Nick will be saying goodbye. I think Corey and I are going to stay on for a little bit here, but don't worry, you're not done seeing Nick. Nick's going to be coming back and essentially closing out the draft for us. So definitely thank you, Nick, for hopping on, being a guest.
Absolutely. Fun to chat as a guest rather than throwing it to everybody else as a host for a little bit. Appreciate the time.
Absolutely.
All right. That means that it's time for us. This is what we're going to do, Nathan.
Oh, boy. Oh,
yeah.
Boy.
Oh, boy. You know that oh, boy is right when I give you a directive with no actual directive. So we've opened all of our packs. All right. And what we are going to do here is we are now going to pick the moment that we are giving away. Okay. So what we're going to do is we are going to go to our moments. And these are all of the moments that we opened today in the 3 packs that we opened in the first round. So, okay. I had the Magic background up in the account for the fact that they had the first pick where they took Paolo Banchero. So, we got 12 moments. We have a little Mo Bamba. We got a Bismack Biyombo. We got a Drew Holiday playoff moment. We got a Giannis playoff moment. We got a Rudy Gobert playoff moment. Will Barton, Kyrie Irving, Duncan Robinson playoff moment, a Jordan Poole playoff moment, Bobby Portis, Rajon Rondo, and a Derek White playoff moment. We absolutely crushed the moments that we got. So I'm going to nominate. You have to nominate one moment from each line that we have. So first you have Mo Bamba, Bismack Biyombo, Drew Holiday, or Giannis. Which moment is making the cut into the next round here?
Are we going against anything Giannis? Are you kidding me? Come on. We got to pick the Giannis moment.
All right. See you later, Drew, Bismack, and Mo. Giannis is moving on to the next round. All right. We got Rudy Gobert, Will Barton, Kyrie, and Duncan Robinson.
Oh, Kyrie, come on, man. We're selling box office on the No Ceiling stream. Come on.
Is that what we're doing? Kyrie, you're taking the Kyrie. You're buying in. I'd like to see you take the shot on him as a general manager too, I guess. Okay, now we got Derek White, Rajon Rondo, Bobby Portis, and Jordan Poole. Who we taking from this lineup?
I do love it. It's summertime. I love myself a good pool party. So we're taking
okay.
Pool party.
Who doesn't love a good pool party? He's got the little championship badge right here. You know what I mean? You see the little championship badge? That's pretty fire. All right. So now we are deciding between the Giannis, the Kyrie Irving, and the Jordan Poole as the moment that we are giving away. Who is going to be eliminated first from this trio?
It's got to be Kyrie, I think. From this trio,
Yeah.
I think it has to be Kyrie
Easy.
for everything that you laid out.
Easy. We're getting rid of the Kyrie. And that leaves us with 2 playoff moments, more limited edition for the giveaway that we're, because, and make sure if you want in on this giveaway, we're giving away a moment here. If you want in, head to the link in the stream, please, and sign up. It's free. And then while you're there, get in on the action. Buy a starter pack. It's $10. Sign up. It's going to be a good time. All right, so we got Giannis and we got NBA champion Jordan Poole. How we feeling? What are we giving away?
So I'll let you make the final call, Corey. But if it was me, right? If it was me, I think we've done an incredible job all year long at No Ceilings. I think we all feel like we're winners. I know for a fact everybody in the audience who clicked on that link, signed up, got eligible for the giveaway. They're winners. We got to go with the winner. We got to go with the championship winner. We got to go with the pool party. Come on.
All right. I'm going with the Jordan Poole moment as well. Okay.
Yep.
And you know why? Because we're a conglomerate that appreciates the fact that you can develop, that you can be drafted late, and you could become an impact player. You can be a guy without a ceiling. All right. So we're taking this beautiful Jordan Poole live dribble left-handed dime in the playoffs. I mean, look at shifty.
Yeah, are you kidding me?
That's an unbelievable play.
100%.
I mean, awesome serial. You got the championship badge. Look, this is a moment that we are going to give away. Okay. Jordan Poole, number 642 out of 8250, playoff moment from the 2022 playoff packs. If you want in, you're going to have to sign up at the link. Okay. The NBA Top Shot team is going to go in on the back end. They're going to look at all the new accounts, all of the people that signed up with our link. Okay. And they are going to pick a winner, and we are going to gift you a free Jordan Poole moment. That's pretty dope.
You want to have a pool party. Come on. Everybody wants a pool party.
Everybody wants a pool party. Jordan Poole, he showed tremendous value, probably going to get a tremendous contract to go along with that tremendous value. So, so that's our Top Shot NBA Top Shot moment giveaway.
Definitely.
Pretty exciting stuff.
I mean, Top Shot, first of all, them wanting to work with us and sponsor this draft show, I do think it means a lot to all of us that we're kind of at this point already. We're so young in the No Ceilings life cycle. So sincere thanks to NBA Top Shot, but an even bigger thanks to everybody who has joined us tonight, has been on the live stream, who's interacted with us in the chat, and who's clicked on that link, who signed up, who's going to buy a pack. We appreciate every single one of our fans out there. We can't do this without you. So seriously, thank you.
Thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Nathan, this is where I depart you as you continue hosting duties as you do so well, and you bring on the conductor of chaos himself.
Oh, gosh.
And
you're leaving me with these two clowns? Come on.
And his better half, the minister of memes, and his better half, Mr. Metcalf. So you've got it from here. Let's bring in.
It's showtime!
He's got the Kobe shirt on. Rucker, I'm going to leave, and you guys discuss everything that I have that we missed while we were doing the Top Shot things. Who knows? Maybe there's a future MVP that got selected while we were doing our little commercial break. You know what I mean? All right. That's it for me. I will see you a little bit later. Have fun, guys.
Oh my gosh.
Where is he? I need. There he is. I missed you.
Hey, babe, how you doing?
I'm doing all right. Are you okay? I feel like I needed to give you a hug.
Another episode of the No Ceilings podcast.
Metcalf, are we all right? I'm giving you a hug through the screen, buddy. I'm thinking of you.
I'm in a glass case of emotion, and they're bouncing all over the place. I'm just taking it in stride.
Well, Metcalf, I didn't get both of them to happen, but I apparently willed one of those two picks into existence. How you feeling, buddy?
Oh, I've bought in. I've come around. I convinced myself that I'm in.
Good.
I hate the value. I hate the value. I hate the value, but I never hated the fit. They had no rim protection. He had the best block rate in college basketball since 2008. He's a better rebounder. He provides vertical spacing. He can exclusively play drop coverage. I saw that one of their assistant coaches is trying to tell Minnesota media that he moves like a 6'7" guy. I'd push back a little bit or a lot of it on that.
So you mean you don't agree with Bruce Pearl saying he's the next Al Horford? You mean you don't agree with that?
Easy. Comment? Al Horford is good. Easy.
Easy. I believe very little of what Bruce Pearl says. I'll just put it like that. No, okay, but I bought it. I think he's going to be a really good backup
continues
center.
On No Ceilings. Okay, all right.
How do we feel about Indiana going Andrew Nembhard there? I thought that was a very sneaky addition.
It was a very Rick Carlisle pick.
Yeah, Metcalf. Come on. Pacers building something special. Get on board, right? Not everyone could be Wendell Moore, okay?
We heard for a while that Andrew Nembhard was going to be one of these guys who was quickly climbing the ranks. At the very least in the second round, potentially getting himself into the first round. And lo and behold, Bobby Marks was right about Andrew Nembhard's draft stock rising all along. I know Coach David Thorpe. Shout out to Coach David Thorpe at True Hoop. He really likes Andrew Nembhard and was singing some of his praises this week. Mm-hmm. I agree. I really like that pick. I think it's going to bring some good value to Indiana. We're left with the Orlando Magic at 32.
Shout out Mark Tatum. Mark Tatum.
Deputy Commissioner Mark Tatum's coming out to announce the pick. Let's see who we got.
He's always so happy after every pick.
Who's going to be playing alongside Paolo Banchero from the 32nd pick? We'll talk about some first round stuff. Don't worry, guys. We're going to do a little bit of reaction. Oh, Caleb Houston. Caleb Houston, you were supposed to have the first round promise, buddy. You were supposed to go at the end of the first round.
Hey.
How the mighty have fallen. Rucker, what do you think?
I kind of like it for him. He ain't going to play over Franz, and he's going to be a nice piece to keep developing. No, I'm being serious. Like I think that's a good addition. You get Paulo, you get Caleb Houston in the second round. I think at the beginning of the year you said that. We would have been like, what are you talking about? They're both going to be, lottery picks potentially. And that's a good spot for him. I mean, he should be looking right at what Franz did last year, and now they're building some actual depth besides their backcourt. So it's just fascinating. I really did think – I was like, why did he sit out everything? I thought he could have actually made some noise to get up there in the early 20s, even after a down year. So I don't know. Metcalf, what do you think? You're the Michigan faithful.
Yeah,
do you like that?
You're the Michigan guy, man. I mean, there's no shortage of players on that Orlando team now who can get him the ball where he needs it.
And I really like that for him specifically because there's going to be zero pressure. He's going to have zero expectations right away, and he's probably going to spend the entire year in the G League, and I think that's fine. I was really impressed with his off-ball movement and just kind of feel for the game and passing all season. The shot was the issue, and if he never shoots, he's never going to make it. But if that shot comes around, then he can leverage that ability to attack closeouts, play make out of that, really leverage his off-ball movement. So I think it'll be a good developmental spot where he's given the benefit of time.
Metcalf, before we parted ways earlier on, we were discussing the EJ Liddell fall. Well, yeah. Now Caleb Houston and Andrew Nembhard have gone before EJ Liddell. What is going on? Like, I tried to ask Corey about some of his thoughts. Like, Corey was a little surprised, but he said he wasn't shocked. Like, now we're starting to get into the second round. He's still not being picked. Are you just surprised, or have you now moved into the shock territory?
I'm pretty surprised. My guess is that teams aren't buying the shooting improvement. And they're viewing him as a 6'7" center. I think he's more of a power forward, but if they're not buying his shot, then they're probably viewing him as a small ball 5, and they don't buy that he can hold up. So that's my guess. by all accounts, he's an incredible kid, incredible leader. So I would be stunned if there's any like intel stuff or behind the scenes stuff going on there. My only guess is that it's got to be teams not buying the shot. He's a great shot blocker, really physical, great screener. The shot was really good this year. They just must not be buying it.
Rucker, we're going to go through a number of picks. I have you boys until pick 40, so buckle up. You're here for a little bit.
I wanted the chaos. This is exactly why I wanted this range for the three of you.
Is there any one player who's still on the board who you need to see picked before you leave that guest chair again and we go to the next slot?
EJ, I'm wondering if it's some medical stuff that maybe comes out, and because if he gets past the 30s, then I would guess it's medical, like something. Yeah, but I need to get Jaden Hardy off the board, and then I need to let's get Gabriel Procida off the board too, unless he wants to go to Boston. I hear Boston's a great place to play, so if he wants to go to Boston, really then we can get weird.
If he lasts till like pick 53, somebody has not.
We will have to keep me off camera if he's on the board at 53. I will be freaking out. But
we know you got to go. You got to go in a dark room somewhere. You got to take care. We got.
I'll just be pacing around like it's like my son that's about to get selected. So I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Chandler, there's a lot of talent, and we thought this was going to happen. We thought there was going to be some serious pieces on the board from 30 to 40, which is why the three of us wanted to do this range.
That 25 to 40. Somebody's going to strike gold in this range. We're about to get the pick from Deputy Commissioner for the Toronto Raptors. A little Bryce McGowan's maybe. Who knows?
I am shocked Bryce is a little bit on there.
Christian Coloco, your boy. Rucker, your boy.
Metcalf's boy too. Metcalf's on drinking the Kool-Aid with me.
Yeah,
Loco for Coloco, baby.
Come on,
I love this for Toronto, and this is a guy that this is who they attack is guys with this profile. Like he's a raw, continues to get better every year. He has not reached his ceiling at all. Some would say he has no ceiling. And then his hands, his defensive ability. Metcalf's written about him. I've written about him at NoCeilingsNBA.com.
It's free.
I love this. I think this is great value, and the site is free. So I mean, there's no reason you shouldn't subscribe. But Metcalf, I mean, you've been buying into him late. When it comes to this process, you were really talking to me lately on the podcast. You love him. So I mean, what do you think? Do you like this fit with him going to Toronto?
I love it. I think it's absolutely perfect for them. I would have rather had the Timberwolves target him. He's the 7-footer in this class that I think
we gotta let it go, bud. We gotta let it go.
Like a 6'7" guy.
Yeah,
I'm moving on. Okay.
Right.
No, but I think he's super composed. He's patient on rotations. He uses his length well. Really good shot blocker. Really good rim deter. The opponent's at rim field goal percentage, it was a 10% difference when he was on the court compared to when he was off. That was extraordinary.
It's pretty good,
So I think he can show a lot of different looks in the pick and roll. Really good weak side rim protector, and he's still pretty raw. So if there's another level to his defense, that's really scary. And then if he improves at all offensively, it's just icing on the cake. I'm not buying that he's a 3-point shooter because he showed out at the combine. Those guys trained 3 months for specific drills.
You don't think 3-point shooting should be mentioned as a strength like Kevin Obama? You mean you don't agree with that statement?
I do not, but I also don't think he needs to develop it to make it in the league and be an impactful player. If he does, awesome. That's incredible, but he doesn't need to.
Is he a big man that you guys think is going to bud long-term in Toronto, or do you think that they might possibly be hunting bigger fish? Maybe he's one of these young guys that you throw to a Rudy Gobert trade who could give Utah some size back in exchange. I mean, Toronto and Rudy Gobert have been linked pretty well up to this point. So
I think he's perfect for Toronto. I think Toronto's going to develop him. Like he's exactly what they've been wanting with like the Chris Bouchers, like him and Scott, like they got talent developing. Oh gosh, Metcalf.
Yeah, this is your pick.
Metcalf. Metcalf still has one of the greatest quotes of the entire year about the other Jalen Williams of Arkansas.
This is a family-friendly program.
Yeah, we can't talk about it on this one, but if you want to go listen to the No Ceilings podcast, you'll hear it. For finishing up on Coloco, I think Coloco is going to be. I think that was the perfect spot for him. he got so much better every year, and he has got real talent. He's got real upside. I love that pick. I also forgot the Lakers are on the board, and we get to talk about it. This is awesome.
So
I love the draft. This is great. Having a great time.
Before we get to everybody's favorite team, the Los Angeles Lakers, we have to talk about Metcalf's favorite prospect.
Yeah, Metcalf.
In the 2022 NBA draft, Jalen Williams. I won't have you talk about his defense because I think if we did that, we'd have to cut the family-friendly programming note here. But offensively, Metcalf, I think this could be a little interesting because we have so many guys who want to pass, keep the ball moving. We already know it's the strength of Giddey. We know SGA can be a ball mover. We know that Jalen Williams, one of our favorites out of Santa Clara, if he stays on the team, he's a ball mover. Jalen Williams, one of his most underrated skills as a big man is some of his passing ability out of the post, out of double team. So I kind of see the offense that they might be trying to orchestrate if all of these guys stay in the toe. What do you think?
Yeah, and it's pretty consistent with the picks that they've gone because they've been high field guys who are good passers. And that's exactly what Jalen Williams is. I have my gripes with his defense, but his overall feel for the game is really impressive. And he knows where guys are on the floor. He knows how to move the ball. His playmaking out of the short roll is really impressive. His scoring versatility out of the pick and roll is really impressive. If he ever ends up shooting, that'd be incredible. I'm not sure the indicators are super promising for that. But just even that 15 to 18 foot pull-up jumper out of the short roll, the ability to sidestep rotating defenders, the ability to kind of drive and kick. The basketball IQ with him is really impressive and frequently on display.
Rucker, I want you to definitely give Jalen Williams thoughts, but while you're giving those Jalen Williams thoughts, I want you to ponder my next question because it involves your arch nemesis, Los Angeles Lakers.
Okay.
Clutch client, clutch connection. This has to be Jaden Hardy. Is there any other player that pick could be at this point but Jaden Hardy?
It's weird. I love that for him, and I love that for what the Lakers need. But I really do think like this is like a worthy swing for them because like he's gonna go there. They're gonna show him the ropes. He's going to quickly realize, like, okay, I'm not the best guy on this team, probably. There's probably a couple guys a little bit better than me on the Lakers right now. So that was a joke, guys. That was a joke. You're supposed to laugh. But
make a funny
can Jaden Hardy
Walker Kessler. That's what my joke is, Metcalf.
NBA Finals.
Oh, gosh, it hurts.
Can Jaden Hardy can he be the Buddy Hield that we thought the Lakers could have gotten at one point? Now, all of a sudden, you're bringing in a Buddy Hield type player on a much cheaper contract.
Yeah, I mean, they have to do something to get some offense, and they can't be spending all this money in free agency because they're not going to have some because we'll see what happens with Westbrook. But I think that's a pretty good or easy decision to make when it comes to do you want to pick up a player option for north of $30 million. But to go back to Jalen Williams, I'm still shocked he didn't go back because I thought he could have been potentially a top 20 guy. But he still goes, 2 picks into the second round? Goes to a good team? I mean, I don't know. What do you guys think?
Also, real quick, shout out to Ronald in the chat for pointing out that they did just take both Jalen Williams. That's going to be a
that is good.
And
that's actually, you know what? That's actually, I hate Presti for that. I take back all the positive. No, why did you do that? That's like, so instead of we getting Jovic and Jokic on the Nuggets, we got 2 Jalen Williamses with
correct.
So
see what you did, Nate? You we're gonna have to get therapy now for broadcasters. Jalen Williams.
Metcalf, who do you think the pick is for the Lakers? Because like not to humble brag here, I know a few people in the Lakers scouting department, and Hardy doesn't seem like the type of player I think they would want to target, but it makes sense as we find out who the pick is. Any names really quick?
I'm just kind of thinking off-ball guys.
Max Christie.
Oh, there we go.
Metcalf, your boy. Talk to me.
Love that. I'm Max Christie was 17 on my board. So
see, that seems like a pick that their scouting department, I think, would like a lot.
It's a good pick. Okay, let me be serious. I root for every team. Although I can't stand the Lakers because of my fandom, I think it's a great pick. I really do think this is a fantastic addition at this point of the draft. Metcalf, me and you have been talking about how much we like Christie. I think he's going to go to a great spot where his role is going to be simple. If he starts clicking and that shot comes around, that is a steal. And he can defend he can defend really tough. I'm trying to be watching my language. So yeah, I like it.
I agree 100%. I think this is one of those long-term upside swings that you make with a second-round pick. But Metcalf, I mean, you've done some awesome work talking about him on multiple fronts and no ceilings. You've done the deeper dive on him than probably either Rucker and I at this point. I think there could also be some short-term value with him as well because of the defense, because of part of what you and I talked about on the Draft Deeper podcast, the way that he moves his feet, the way he wants to compete. I think some of that at his size with his length, despite the body maybe not being as filled out as you want it to be in a rookie year, I think some of that's going to give him opportunities to get on the court for the Lakers next year. And if the shooting does come around, I mean, we're talking about like somebody who could actually be like an 8th or 9th man for a playoff team under the right circumstances. But he would have LeBron and AD hopefully next to him. So like having two guys of that talent, that kind of covers up some of the holes, right? You think he could be a guy for the Lakers next year?
So I adore Max Christie, but it's long term. I think he's going to be pretty disastrous as a rookie. And that's purely because he needs to get a lot stronger and he needs to slow the game down mentally. But he's a worker. He wants to learn. His defensive footwork is really impressive. Despite being skinny and lacking that strength, he played with what I thought was an impressive level of physicality where he would cut off drives and not just run with guys. And then I think as he gets stronger, that shot is going to fall at a much higher clip. So next year, I don't think he really does anything for him. If he does, awesome. I'll be thrilled to be wrong. But year 2, year 3, that's when I think we start seeing him kind of start to break out.
All right. If Mark Tatum comes up here for this pick, it's Portland, but it's technically going to Detroit. If I got to sit here and watch Jaden Ivey, Jalen Durham, and Jaden Hardy go to the Pistons, I would have to declare the Pistons the winners of the draft. It is Procida. It is Gabriel Procida. Go to the Detroit Pistons.
Gabriel Procida. Oh, gosh, I got a Bad Boys shirt. I'm about to throw this on right now. What a haul.
All right, even though Jaden Ivey, Jalen Durham, and Procida all going to the Pistons tonight. What a haul. Troy Weaver, hats off to you, brother. You are doing one tremendous job.
So that's 3 of my top 18 guys.
So clearly somebody in the Pistons front office was reading Metcalf's work and no ceilings to come to the conclusion that this was the pick. Metcalf, what do you think?
I adore Procida. I've been in on him pretty much all year. 6'7", lethal off-ball shooter, awesome athlete, good defender. Not great, not going to change any games with his defense, but his size does a lot, and he works hard, jumps passing lanes. The athleticism allows him to do a lot off the ball and a lot off the bounce too. He's not necessarily an ISO pick and roll creator, but he can attack closeouts, create really dynamic mid-range pull-ups, and finish over guys at the rim. He's so much fun.
Rucker, he's one of your guys too. How do you think Procida feels going into a situation where he has 2 really high-level advantage creators being able to make something happen for him off the catch?
I think this is another great spot for a guy to go. Like, we talk about the draft being all about fits, and this is exactly what we're talking about. Is like Procida, a lot of us at No Ceilings has loved all year. We even said like we would take him in the first round. He goes right outside it. Enough of those mock drafts of ESPN putting him at 53. You lied to us. I'm still furious about you getting my hopes up.
Rucker's heartbroken.
No. I'm happy for him because he deserved to go here or higher. And
yep.
Weaver, for everyone listening, like, this is how you build through the draft. Now, I'm not saying like Procida is automatically going to be an all-star, but Weaver is doing such a good job of rebuilding the Pistons. He's being aggressive. He's getting his guys. Like, last year he gets Cade. This year he goes and gets another big man. He gets Ivy, and then he's getting value in the second round. Like, this is great. Like, and he's unloaded a big contract. So I love this pick. I think Procida goes in and he's an asset off the bench if they bring him over right away. I love it.
Just some thoughts really quick before we're going to talk about what Sacramento might do with the 37th pick. I think Procida, it's really funny. You've talked about this. I know Metcalf has talked about this. Like, man, Metcalf's back on the stream. I don't
We
know
had to
what
go
happened
cry
there.
or what's going
But-
on? Like, come on.
StreamYard doesn't like me anymore.
No, what's up, Nate?
Procida got picked. He had to go off the camera really quick.
Yeah.
Now he's back.
We got to
So-
start crying. You know?
All right. So the one thing that I was going to say, Metcalf, is that I know Rutgers talked about this. I know you've talked about this. One of the things that concerns you, besides like some of the strength and some of the defense with Procida, is that he does get a little risky making decisions at times. He has the two guys around him who can make all the decisions for him. All he has to do is score and shoot. And that's it. And that's perfect. Oh, Jaden Hardy, here we go. Finally off the board. Sacramento Kings, pick 37. Won't be playing too far from the Los Angeles Lakers. You know the Kings were in attendance more likely than not at that clutch workout. Jaden Hardy.
So it looks like
What's the Woj?
Yeah, we got the Woj bomb. Yeah, I think Metcalf was just about to read it off.
the Kings are trading number 37 to the Mavericks for 2 future second-round picks.
Oh,
Jaden Hardy in
Luka
Dallas.
and Hardy.
Let's go.
Hey,
Come on.
that outfit is unbelievable.
Fire. Unbelievable. That's exactly,
I'm not
that's exactly
kidding.
what I thought when I saw it earlier tonight.
If someone can find me that outfit, does it have the stones down the pant legs too? That is that's the suit. Oh my gosh. Folks,
This is cool.
that looks like an Elvis music video right there. Come on. Is that leather?
Is he going to be doing a promo for the Elvis movie coming out? Is this? Like
I mean, he must have got that news about going to Dallas early. I love it. Hey, I like that by Dallas. That's a worthy
Talk to
roll
me.
of dice. Get
How do
yourself
you
a
like the fit,
weapon.
Rucker? Talk to me.
What?
How
No,
do you
well,
like
I
the
just
fit?
think I wrote a big piece on Hardy right before the draft at NoCeilingsNBA.com, which is still free.
Always.
Always, and it always will be. But I think Hardy, it'll be interesting. I could see that the intel might have been the reason why he slid. I think a lot of people overhyped him coming into the year. The Ignite are really good about realizing they need to develop guys to get them ready for the NBA. So Hardy was this lethal outside shooter in high school. And the G League said, we know you are, but you need to work on your decision-making. And they put him as a primary ball handler. They forced him to learn how to read defenses. And I thought he got better the whole year. His decision-making got better. His playmaking got better. His patience, his feel for the game. He's going to have some growing pains early on because we saw exactly what he had this year. But he's also going to go to a good spot that they're going to be patient and develop him. And, he ain't going to be the best player on his team. So, I have a feeling Luka might be a little bit better than Jaden Hardy. So, but I'm just saying, like, that's if you're a team like Dallas, you're like, hey, let's get another weapon off the bench. I think that's a worthy roll of the dice, which at this point in the second round, that's great value.
I know that some people are divided about the Christian Wood trade. To me, I thought that they did end up getting good value to take a swing on somebody like him in that trade. Now you pick up a blue chipper, Jaden Hardy. I think Dallas is getting off to a rip-roaring start of the offseason. And speaking of
I love the
rip-roaring draft picks, is San Antonio, like, are they going to take anybody big? I guess not. I guess they've just decided to take all backcourt players with Kennedy Chandler out of Tennessee, now going to the Spurs. Rucker, I have a feeling you're about to get ready to tell me this is a Spurs pick.
I love their draft. I absolutely love their draft. I'm telling you, like, the Spurs, all of those teams that were successful and made the playoffs every single year, they just had like 8 or 9 guys they could roll at you. And I know the Spurs have a lot of backcourt depth, but they don't have guys that are so dominant that you're not drafting for best player. They're just saying, all right, we're going to bring all this talent in and hopefully we hit on a couple guys. But like Wesley, Kennedy Chandler, Branham.
Is there another bomb? Hang on, Rucker.
No way. Just
so that pick is actually going to the Memphis Grizzlies. So I guess that answers one of my questions. Are they going to re-sign Tyus Jones? They might have just found his replacement. I don't know. Metcalf, what do you think about him going to Memphis now instead of San Antonio?
Well, and they might be losing both of their backup point guards in Tyus Jones and that trade from earlier. So I like the fit. I like him as a player. His point of attack defense, I think, was really impressive this year. Moves really well around screens, has some of the best hands in the country. And then as the season progressed, he started playing even more off ball and using his quickness to run off screens and create driving lanes and, finding those open pockets on the perimeter. So I thought that was just a really unique way to show that he's more than just this pure point guard and can play a couple different roles, even though he is small. Yes, he's going to be a limited defender. Yes, he's going to be a one position defender, but the way he works at the point of attack and the way he gets around screens, it's not going to be super easy to switch him. And he'll be able to, fight and recover.
I agree 100%. I think if I were the Memphis Grizzlies and I was looking at one of the guards to play backup, out of the few that were available in this draft class that we knew they were going to target, I was a Kennedy Chandler guy for Memphis over Ty Washington. And I think that he was a guy they could have targeted with one of their first-round picks, ended up being one first-round pick. Now they end up getting the value back in the second round, getting him at 38. That's value. There are a lot – listen, the good teams – Rucker, I know you like to talk about this. The good teams are making their bones tonight in the draft. Like, the good teams are making the smart picks tonight.
That's a smart pick. That is exactly the type of guy that Memphis needs in the rotation. Like, he's going to be a great change of pace guard. He's going to be right behind Morant. He's feisty as heck defensively. I know he's undersized, but he makes up for it with the wingspan. And dude plays defense, and he could play.
Yeah.
So, I think I've been saying all along, I don't know if Kennedy Chandler's ever going to be a starter in the NBA, but he's going to be a weapon defensively and just as a smart basketball player when it comes to a rotation. So for a team like Memphis that you might be losing Tyus Jones and some other guys, I love that addition. That could be a very nice rotation asset. Go ahead.
Does it surprise you at all? Like it surprises me that Nembhard went before somebody like Kennedy Chandler. Does that surprise you at all?
No, because Nembhard has obviously the size, and then he's proven that he can play different roles in different programs. So I think that's really enticing for coaching staffs that they have this guy who's a proven commodity, essentially. I think Nembhard's going to be able to contribute a little more, a little quicker as that kind of lead floor general. But in terms of upside, I still think Chandler has the bigger upside, but I think Nembhard's more of the sure thing.
So the Pacers are not in a win now situation. I think they could have went the direction of upside if they wanted backup point guard. I still would have taken Kennedy Chandler in that spot. You talk about pedigree, you talk about Nembhard's proven. Kennedy Chandler's proven too. He helped take his team to the SEC tournament and win the SEC as a freshman on a more veteran Tennessee team than non-experienced. They looked up to him. They let him be the leader, and he helped contribute to that team's winning. So I think Chandler's going to be one of those players we look back. I think we'd all be in agreement. He's going to be one of those players we look back. We're a little surprised that he fell ultimately where he did on draft night. Yeah, I see why Rutgers making a face.
No, Khalifa Diop goes to the Cavs. I'm not saying I don't like him. There's some talent on the board. Metcalf, if the T-Wolves get EJ here at 40,
all will be forgiven.
Yeah, I'm. You know what? I can't get off camera right now to do it, but I had Taco Bell to give a little tribute. I have Taco Bell waiting in the kitchen to give tribute to Nikola Jokic. But if this is EJ, maybe I just go grab it and start eating it just to give
I think you have to.
I mean, if this happens, I'm scared with some of Jay Billis's best available.
So
Josh Minot and J.D. Davison up there is really.
So it looks like the Timberwolves are trading number 40 to Charlotte.
Another woe.
I just want you to be happy for once.
That doesn't seem to be in the cards tonight, but I'm having fun. We're having fun here.
Are we having fun yet?
Oh, it's only going to upset him if they trade the pick to Charlotte and then Charlotte takes EJ Liddell. If they don't take EJ Liddell, I think he won't be as salty. But
I would love that fit for Charlotte. By the way, coming away from this draft with Mark Williams and EJ Liddell, I think would be a huge win for the Hornets.
Yeah, I mean, if he's a small ball 5, that's a really interesting big man rotation. You can start to piece together between Mark Williams, PJ Washington, EJ Liddell. That's a nice rotation. That's a nice grouping for a team that I think wants to get in the playoffs probably sooner rather than later because they have LaMelo Ball. So,
Nathan, what are you thinking right now? Who are you eyeing when it comes to still on the board? Do you have anyone that's a little surprised to you besides like the obvious ones we've talked about, like EJ?
I mean, by my big board, Bryce McGowan needs to go.
McGowan's and I still think Kendall. I'm a little shocked that if he's not in the next couple picks, I'll be a little surprised. I think he's still got the upside.
And
Kendall
there
Brown.
you go.
Who just won?
I'm behind
Bryce
you guys.
McGowan's. Okay,
Right.
so Bryce McGowan's for the Charlotte Hornets. So they're going to get more scoring. I mean, you already got James Bouknight waiting in the wings. You're going to add Bryce McGowan's.
Does everyone have a chain? Why didn't I get the memo? I would have worn a no ceilings chain this year.
I got a chain, baby. Come on. I got the chain along with the shirt. Come on, man. But I mean, well, my bling is not anywhere close to what they can afford getting those contracts. But we try over here at No Ceilings. But so interestingly enough, Charlotte seems to be they're going to stack up on secondary scorers, right? They got James Bouknight waiting in the wings. They got Bryce McGowan's, who they're going to bring in to wait in the wings. Rucker, any thoughts on McGowan's going to Charlotte? I mean, by my board, he was like a top 20 talent. So I think just by my board alone, I would consider this to be a massive steal for Charlotte. But what do you think?
I sort of really like what they did tonight. Now, I would have loved for them to had 2 picks at 13 and 15, but I like, they got a future first. They said they didn't want to bring in 2 guys there. They get McGowan's later in the second round. They go get him. I think that's great value. And then they got Mark Williams. Like they're taking the right steps. McGowan's, we've been talking about, like, he's got scary upside, and we'll see what happens if they bring in D'Antoni, which it seems like it might happen, but McGowan's might be a fun player in that system if he can click and all of a sudden be a little bit of a steal. But this is just getting a great value for a team that's trying to push the needle forward. And the more I watch McGowan's the whole year, we all talked about it. Like, the more you're intrigued, the more you're fascinated. I think going to Charlotte, where he won't have to be a guy that plays right away, but he has the talent to, if he can click and find his groove early on. Maybe they let him spend a little time in the G League to start out the season just to get his confidence and get some run. But there's talent, no doubt about that.
So, boys, before the 41st pick is announced, it's time for us to transition. It's time for me to part ways as a host and a guest on this stream. But I sincerely thank all of you guys for the hard work that you've put in to get to this point, to help me become a better scout, a better analyst. And I thank NBA Top Shot, obviously, for sponsoring this stream, helping make this stream as big as it is. One more time before I go, please click on that link. Please sign up for an account on NBA Top Shot. Go buy a pick. But join in on the fun that we've all gotten to help experience tonight. With Corey, he did a great job with the Top Shot stuff. Definitely make sure you go sign up for an account. Check out NBA Top Shot. But until we meet again, EJ Liddell.
Took long enough.
41.
New crew, let's go.
We'll let Nick talk about EJ Liddell. Until then,
What a haul.
Thank you, guys. Have a great night.
Thank you, guys. Nick.
All right. Wow. Hopping on just in time to see EJ Liddell finally get picked here.
If I get kicked off now, it's been fun.
Okay, bye. Anyway, Albert, we are here just before Albert and Alex. We are here just as the Knicks go on the clock at 42. But the biggest slider of the night just went at 41. EJ Liddell finally getting picked by the New Orleans Pelicans. I mean, I thought he should have gone in maybe the late teens, much less at 41. So this is a shocker to me. So before we get to the Knicks, though, Alex, let's start with you. Your thoughts on EJ Liddell ending up all the way at 41 here?
Yeah, I think obviously he's been kind of the biggest slider of the night. Not really sure why or what was going on, but I think New Orleans getting him at 41 is tremendous value. I mean, they already got Dyson Daniels earlier in this draft, so you're kind of adding a lot more defensive versatility with Liddell, adding a little bit of a stretch 4, which could be nice with some of their lineups that they can run out there. It'll be interesting to see how he could fit next to Zion Williamson in lineups like that, because you don't really have your traditional kind of shot blocker in lineups like that. So will he be able to play along Zion? I'm not sure, but I think as a bench guy, 7th, 8th man, right away, you could probably step in and get some minutes for him.
Albert, first of all, happy birthday. Second of all, the pick is in for your New York Knicks. One of the three of us was going to be upset about how this draft night went, just based on the history of the franchises of which we are fans. So seems like it's the Knicks night to take their lumps. But Albert, not the best birthday present you could have asked for, but hopefully the Knicks pick someone at 42 who you're a fan of to try and salvage some of this night.
I just need everyone to notice how from the last time that Alex and I were on the screen, both of us have changed. I think both of us needed to do something, but I feel terrible, and I feel more terrible about everything. But I saw who the Knicks are taking here, so I feel better about it. But Alex, I think both of us will laugh because it's such a Tibbs pick. I don't know if it came up for you yet.
It hasn't come up yet, but
my stream is loading Mark Tatum going to the podium now. So let's see who the Knicks pick is.
Probably be Trevor Keels.
It's such a Tibbs.
Trevor Keels. There we go. All right. Alex, your thoughts on the most Tibbs pick possible?
I actually tweeted out before the draft I think Trevor Keels is going to pace his draft selection. I didn't think it was going to be on the Knicks. But, he was like a lights out shooter in high school. And obviously the Duke season, he only shot, 30% from three or something like that. So if you hope the shooting comes back, I like it a lot more. Definitely a Tibbs guy, workhorse on the defensive end, really gets into guys, really strong. I don't mind this pick. I like that they actually picked somebody, so that's a change of pace for this draft. But no, they just have a lot of guards, right? They just took McBride last year, who's a similar archetype to Trevor Keels. So, obviously you're not going to draft around a guy like Deuce McBride or anything like that, but it's just another kind of guard in their rotation who I'm not sure kind of how he fits long term with the roster.
The LA Clippers pick is in, but Albert, before we get to that pick, your thoughts here, Trevor Keels.
No, I'm just right there with Alex. I think for me, guys, more than anything else, we're getting a lot of rumors about the Knicks going after Jalen Brunson or Malcolm Brogdon or whatever. I don't know, man. I actually don't think those are the guys that we end up with. Something feels weird and something feels off. I don't know what is going to end up happening, but we did walk away with a ton of even more draft capital, and we already had a good amount. But regardless, something's going on. I don't know what it is. If we just put Keel in a vacuum, I like Keels a lot. Corey talks about him all the time after he watched him live and how he just put Ty Washington behind bars and could do absolutely nothing against him. So I like Keels a lot, man. And I think, and I'm with what you guys said, I think he's going to be a good shooter. I think he just needs some time. Shouts to Rucker, who just left.
It takes time. There we go.
It takes time. It takes time. But let's talk about the Clippers.
Yeah, I mean, look, given that EJ Liddell was picked at 41, I think he's someone who would have made a ton of sense for the Clippers to take. So, wow. My guy, Moussa Diabate, going to the Clippers here.
Wow.
I love this pick.
That's nice. That's really good.
He has exceptional defensive potential, especially as a switch guy. And man, he could just shore up the middle for this Clippers team. And he's someone who I think could play rotation minutes right away. And if the jump shot comes around for him, he's going to be really dangerous.
Serge Ibaka replacement.
There you go.
Yeah. I believe in the jump shot too. Like, he showed good touch. I think it's going to be there. And this Clippers team with all the wings that they have, adding him to kind of be, he'd be Zubac's backup, right? I like it, man. I like it a lot.
So Atlanta is in theory on the board here at 44, but apparently we are getting word from Kevin Black here that Golden State has bought this pick from the Atlanta Hawks. So they took Patrick Baldwin Jr. at 28th overall. I was on the stream for that absolute ridiculousness of the Warriors the rich getting richer with the Warriors here. So we're about to see what happens with pick 44, but I'm sure it's going to be someone who turns out to be a future rotation player, starter, probably all-star. It's the Warriors, right?
Probably Kendall Brown, right? That would be my guy that I'd target.
Oh, man. That's just devastating if it's Kendall Brown. Kendall Brown cutting off ball on this Warriors team, developing his defensive game, playmaking. That's evil right there. It makes too much sense. I don't like it. I want them to pick someone who doesn't make sense.
Albert, I think you're mute.
Sorry, my bad, guys. I was thinking, what about Jabari Walker here as maybe a little insurance if they lose Kevon Looney? Could be interesting. Oh wait, actually, I think
pick is in. It is. Oh no, it's Jesus Ryan Rollins.
Just adding to that pool party lineup, just bucket getting. I like it.
This is unbelievable.
Wow. What is this?
It's Ryan Rollins is going to be an all-star, so I guess Corey's going to be really happy in about 5-6 years or so. This is unreal.
Interesting. I did not see them going after Rollins, especially with the emergence of Poole this year.
Do they not?
Yeah, well, I mean, they did it with Jordan Poole. Maybe they think they can do it again with Ryan Rollins. Just keep rotating in guys who are picked late, massively overexceed expectations, and go from there.
This is insane, guys. What are we watching?
Oh, man.
No, I like it. I mean,
I love it. Yeah.
I would have went like a Kendall Brown, like a bigger wing, personally. But I mean, I'm not going to knock the Warriors. They obviously know more about basketball than I do. But no, I think I like Ryan Rollins, smooth scorer, playing off of Steph and playing off of Clay and all those guys. I think he's going to get open shots. So I think good landing spot.
All right, pick is in for the Hornets at 45. So we will see who they add to their draft haul here. So hopefully going to get Mark Tatum on the clock soon to see this pick. Do you think Kendall Brown's the guy here, Albert? Or
I mean, it could be
somewhere else here.
It could be, guys. It's kind of crazy to think that Kendall Brown's still on the board here. Not that I think it's wrong or anything, but there was a time early in the college basketball season where I think we had Kendall Brown 6th on our big board or something like that on our collective big board.
6 or 7 if I'm remembering right.
It's crazy that we're here at pick. What pick is this? What number are we at now?
45. We're at 45.
To be at 45 and Kendall Brown's just there and there's a real possibility that he doesn't get taken here is pretty insane. It's a real fall from grace for Kendall Brown. But at the same time, I get it. He had a weird season. And obviously, we've mentioned the cutting and stuff. Okay, it looks like the pick is in, so let me shut up. But
yeah. All right.
Okay, yeah.
Going to Mark Tatum for the pick. Survey says.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, Maxwell is going to be very happy about Josh Minot being the pick here for the Charlotte Hornets.
I love it.
So, Alex, your thoughts on Josh Minot going here?
I love it. Take another athletic swing on a guy next to LaMelo, like a Miles Bridges adjacent type of athlete. Yeah, why not? I mean, you're this late in the draft, take a swing on a high upside guy. You already got Mark Williams to pair with LaMelo earlier in the draft. You just took Bryce McGowan's, right? He just went to Charlotte too. Or was that Memphis? I don't remember. But
someone who was traded 74 times before the pick ended up in Charlotte.
I can't keep up. But no, I like Josh Minot at this value. I think I had him right at 45 on my board. So I think this is good. I think it'd be a lot of fun watching him with LaMelo.
Albert, your thoughts here before we get to pick 46, which is going to the Portland Trailblazers in one of the trades from earlier tonight.
I think the biggest thing for me is grabbing Minot at 45 is way better than reaching for him at the end of the first round, which is what I thought might happen. And we heard some rumblings about that. So him going 45, I have no problem with that at all. I just barely had a draftable grade on him. I had him 59th on my board. But I don't think he's bad. It's just he was a little bit lower on my board. And like Alex said, I think you take a swing for a guy who's that athletic, who played on a weird Memphis team with no real point guard. It's exciting. Well, exciting maybe, but there's potential there. And you give him a shot, and you give him some minutes, and he's going to play in the G League for sure. So I don't mind it at all. And once again, I think the slot where he was taken is way better than where people were talking about on draft Twitter. So I'm cool with it.
All right, so the pick is in for the Trailblazers here, still at commercial break, at least on my end. So we'll get to that pick in a minute. But Alex, who's still highest on your board that hasn't gone yet? Who do you think this might be for Portland?
I mean, we mentioned Kendall Brown. He's, I think, the highest on my board who hasn't gone yet. Him, Alondas Williams is another guy. Justin Lewis, Darion Sebron. Those are just a few names that, all kind of make sense and all are in this range for me. So, I mean, it'll be interesting.
Yeah, Alondas Williams and Iverson Molinar are the two guys who are highest on my board right now that are still available. I think either of those guys make a ton of sense for Portland in very different ways, but, both guys who I think can be backup / third point guard sooner rather than later. And, someone who can sort of help shore up Portland's guard rotation behind Damian Lillard. So either of those guys here, I think would make a lot of sense. Albert, what about you? Who do you still have on your board that might make sense here for Portland?
I mean, I think it's interesting that it's us three because the three of us have liked this. We've liked him for some time. Hyunjung Lee, obviously, he had the foot injury, and it looks like he's going to be out for a while. I imagine he probably goes undrafted now, but he's still pretty high on my board. Jan Montero, I had him 39th on my board. He's still on the board. Alex mentioned Alondas Williams. You guys both did. Also, like guys like Jordan Hall, Julian Champagny, Trevion Williams, like all those guys. And one for me that I know, Nick, that you love is Isaiah Mobley. He's still up there. And I still think he deserves to get drafted. I know this is not like a popular take, but I actually had Mobley higher on my board than David Roddy. I'm not a big Roddy guy. And I had Mobley at like 52 on my board, 53, and I had Roddy 54. So I think Mobley's worth a flyer, especially at this part of the draft. I think he's going to shoot it well enough. He's a good passer, obviously good genes. So,
So word is that Portland is sending this pick to Denver. So it'll be interesting to see. Now it's Denver on the board here with this pick. Pick is in. Looks like we're coming back from commercial break any moment now. So we're about to see who it is that Denver adds to their draft haul. I think Denver's had a really interesting night so far. I really like Peyton Watson at 30 for them. And it'll be intriguing to see who ends up being the pick here, which has now been traded twice.
And Metcalf is saying that he thinks Minot is actually going to the Wolves. In that it was in that Bryce McGowan's trade potentially.
Okay, that makes sense.
If that is wrong, then blame.
Guys, Ishmael Kamagate is the pick here for Denver. Wow. Okay. All right. I really like this pick for them. I think he makes a ton of sense as a longer term center option for Denver. I'm not sure how he fits in terms of, him being a backup to Nikola Jokic because they're pretty different players, but definitely someone who I think is worth taking a swing on here at 46. Albert, your thoughts on Ishmael Kamagate to looks like the Denver Nuggets?
So I was never really high on Kamagate. I remember there was like a time in the, during the whole draft season, whatever, where a lot of people were higher on him. I never wavered, and I always had guys like Koloko, Kessler above him. But once again, we're at that part of the draft. He's a raw center, good size, good athleticism. So I guess he's worth taking a flyer on. But I think he's super raw, in my opinion. Maybe you guys can change my mind on him, but I wasn't super high on him. But once again, the slot is good, so you might as well.
So I was a little higher on him than you, it seems like. I definitely agree that he's raw. He has room to develop. But, I mean, especially at this point in the draft, given his athletic tools, I think it's something that makes a lot of sense, especially given that their starting center is not exactly the most athletic center in the NBA. So, makes sense from that front. But, Alex, what about you? What are your thoughts here?
Yeah, I had him at 35, so I was a little higher on him than this spot. So I think this is pretty good value to get him. I mean, he's the ultimate tools big right now. You mentioned he's raw with like some fundamentals and stuff like that, but he's long, he's athletic. Some of the dunks and blocks that he had this season are probably some of the best like highlight tape that you can find from a prospect, essentially a center in this draft. So I think getting a backup center at this spot is pretty good value. We've seen teams kind of reach at the end of the first round for backup centers in the past where, you might not get as much value. So getting them in the mid-second round and getting a guy who I think has some decent amount of upside as well is a pretty good pick here.
All right, the pick appears to be in at 47. We just went to commercial break on ESPN, so presumably a little bit before we actually find out who the pick is here. I wonder if they're thinking of Kamagate as maybe a draft and stash guy in Memphis.
Yep.
Maybe they just, let him stay over in Paris for a year or two more before he actually comes over to the NBA. But the pick is in, and it is Vince Williams Jr. out of VCU. This is such a Memphis Grizzlies.
So Memphis is just hammering the weird picks that just are going to all work out. Like they're all going to be solid role players.
Guys, they're okay. Holy crap! For them to walk away with, they got LaRavia too, right? After the trade and everything, LaRavia and Vince Williams Jr.
and Roddy
and
Kennedy Chandler, right?
Yeah. But I'm just talking about like those two wings. Adding them to that squad is awesome. That is, I love Vince Williams Jr. I don't know how you guys feel about the shooting because I feel like the stroke is a little strange for me or a little mechanical. I don't know, but the playmaking with him is awesome, and he's one of these he's one of these chunkier guys that I really like. Like he uses his chunkiness to his advantage, I think. But I love Vince Williams Jr. here. I know Maxwell is a big fan of his, but I love the pick. I think it's great value here too.
So Minnesota was picking here at 48. Apparently this pick is being sent to the Indiana Pacers. Pick is in here, but before we get to this pick, Alex, what are your thoughts on the selection we just saw with Vince Williams Jr. going to Memphis, continuing to fill out their roster of incredibly versatile, switchable defenders?
Yeah, exactly. I think he's going to slot in and be kind of, a nice role-playing piece for them. The shooting, I'm with Albert. I think the numbers are fantastic from this last season, but I think he'll need to adjust it a little bit to just get it off quicker, get off more consistent. I do like the playmaking, the defense. He's a really, really solid defender. He's not the quickest, first step. So he can get beat off the dribble, but I think playing in like a team concept, he'll excel at. And I think having a guy like Jaren Jackson Jr. to kind of clean up messes behind him is great for, young rookies to learn from. So I think he'll fit right in, and Memphis has a long track record of just having their draft picks work out and just outpace their draft slots. So I'm excited to see Vince Williams be a 10-year, 12-year veteran in the NBA.
Yeah, there we go. That's exactly what it's going to be. He's going to be an eighth man on the Memphis Grizzlies for the next 10 years. So write it in pen right now.
Has Jan Montero been drafted yet?
He has not been drafted. He's still on the board, which I don't know. I had him fall out of my first round, but I had him as an early second round guy. So he's definitely someone who has fallen a lot further than I would have expected. It's funny. Basically, the top of my second round on my board is all guys who've kind of fallen a bit. I had Trevion Williams higher than a lot of people as an early second round guy. And I guess I'm not as surprised that he's still hasn't been picked, but Kendall Brown still on the board, Jan Montero still on the board, and of course Hyunjung Lee still on the board.
Alondas.
Well, Alondas, I was even higher on than that actually. So,
well, this pick is going to Indiana, right?
Yes, this pick is apparently going to Indiana. Pick is in. We're about to find out who this is that Indiana is picking up here with this former Timberwolves pick. Be interesting. I'm trying to think who it is that Metcalf would want the most here, because that's probably going to be the pick, given how the Timberwolves night has gone from his perspective anyway. I should be kinder. The Kings had a good night for the first time literally ever, and now it's like taking it out on everybody else who's having a poor night.
Oh, Kendall Brown.
There we go.
There it is. Kendall Brown.
The board.
That's a good pick.
Yeah. Fine.
Yeah, so that's a really good pick.
They walk away with Mathurin, Nembhard, and Kendall Brown. That's
not bad.
A good crop. Yeah.
Him cutting off Tyrese Haliburton is just going to be ridiculous. And there's a part of me that will certainly shed a tear every single time Kendall Brown cuts the rim for an alley-oop from Tyrese Halliburton. But yeah, this is a pick that makes a lot of sense. I think he can be in Indiana's rotation sooner rather than later. Albert, let's throw to you for more in-depth thoughts. Kendall Brown here.
I mean, once again, we've talked a bunch about the cutting, which is real. He's really athletic, like really freaking athletic, and that it deserves to be mentioned that it's a real thing. And obviously, once again, at this slot, getting a guy this athletic who was rated as highly as he was at one point during the college basketball season, I think it's good value. I want to ask you guys, because I'm not a shot doctor. I'm trying to get there. I'm not there yet. What do you guys think about the shooting with Kendall Brown? Because I think he's had moments, but a lot is going on there with him. Your thoughts on that? Maybe Alex, if you can go first.
Yeah, I think it's very mechanical, and he needs time to get it off. So early in the season, I think that was one thing where he was knocking down pretty much all of his threes because they were just wide open corner set shots. And, he just didn't take a lot of them. I don't think he's comfortable taking them right now. So he needs to get more comfortable, needs to get it released a little bit quicker. I don't think he'll ever be kind of an off the dribble shooter creator, which I don't think he needs to be, right? I think he just needs to be able to attack closeouts, use that athleticism on cutting, catch lobs. I would like to see him a little bit more in like the pick and roll because I think he'd be a great lob man. But in terms of the shooting, I don't really, fully buy in, but I think he'll get to a place where he'll be a respectable catch and shoot guy and just be able to attack those closeouts.
Agreed.
I am very much not a shot doctor, so I'm not going to pretend to be, but I think that Alex made the point that, I think really the thing for him is he just needs to be able to spot up from the corners and knock those down with confidence. And, for me, I think attempt rate is almost as important as actual percentage with 3-pointers. If you're taking one wide open 3 per game and you hit 35% of them, congratulations. But, you actually, to be able to actually space out the defense, you need to be able to do more than that and just be left wide open. So I think it'll take time with his shot. There we go. It takes time. Yet another, it takes time. Had to get there.
Actually, guys, I'm pretty shocked because ESPN just had it up there and I totally just blanked on this. Justin Lewis is still on the board. And Justin Lewis was a guy who was getting some first round buzz and a guy that I really, really liked. I'm actually pretty shocked he's still there.
Well, the pick is in for Cleveland at 49, so maybe it'll be Justin Lewis, but they took one of my favorite fits in this draft period with Ochai Agbaji at 14th overall.
Yep.
And they also took Khalifa Diop with the 39th overall pick. So I really like Cleveland's draft so far. Diop wasn't someone I was quite as high on, but he's certainly, another athletic center worth taking a swing on in the second round. So we'll see who they go with here at 49, whether it's, another serious swing or someone more like Agbaji, someone who they think can maybe contribute sooner rather than later.
Isaiah Mobley. Look at that.
My stream's a little behind yours.
I'm way behind you guys. The Mobley brothers. All right, I like
That's awesome.
Yeah,
I love that.
So we got 2 Jalen Williams on the scene.
Yes, Isaiah Mobley. Wow, my stream
Mobleys.
finally caught up. That's awkward. Oh man, I love this so much. The thing with Isaiah Mobley is I think a lot of people pegged him as a center, which is not what I think he is. But if you put him at power forward, you let him switch across the lineup, you let him spot up, you let him be a playmaker. He has one of the best handles for any 6'10" guy in this draft. I love the pick here for Cleveland, but admittedly, I'm biased. So, Alex, why don't you give your thoughts on Isaiah Mobley to the Cleveland Cavaliers here?
So Cleveland does know you don't have to just draft big men, right? Like there are other positions.
Hey, they took Agbaji, man.
I know, but they have a lot of big men now.
Yes,
but no, I Isaiah Mobley, I like him overall. I think he's smooth post scorer. I actually buy the shot.
Same.
Maybe
yeah,
I don't
100%.
I might buy it more than Evan Mobley's shot, to be honest.
Wow, I
that
love
is
that.
a take.
I don't know, like from 3, maybe, I don't know. But I think he's fine. I think he's going to be, a rotational piece. I don't think he's ever going to be like a starting level 4 or 5. But, when you already have Jared Allen, Evan Mobley on the team, you don't really need a starting level guy at those positions. So if they just drafted their, future 4 and 5 backups in the second round, I think that's fine. And, take it from there. You have Agbaji now, kind of rounding out your guard rotation. So, solid draft.
Albert, I need more enthusiasm. This Mobley pick is way too good to get this low level of enthusiasm from Alex here. Sell the world. Join me on the Isaiah Mobley train.
No, for me, I love Mobley. I got to see him play live in Vegas. It wasn't his best game, but even though it wasn't his best game, he was very influential, had an impact on the game. He was drawing the attention of the defense constantly. I actually really love what Alex said about the shooting because I'm of the same boat. I really do believe in him as a shooter. And I know this is really corny, but I like the idea of him playing with his brother. And I think, you know, they did it at USC. They could do it again. And the reason why I think they can do it again is because of how versatile they are offensively, both of them. You know, obviously with Mobley. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't have said Mobley. Obviously with Evan and Isaiah, but Isaiah for sure, like he flashed a lot of playmaking. And so for him to do that at that size, and as Alex said, if he's like your eighth guy coming off the bench, backing up Jared Allen or Evan Mobley, that is great value. I really do think he's going to be one of these guys that easily outplays his draft slot. I'm a big fan. I'm a really, really big fan.
All right. So Matteo Spagnuolo just went 50th overall. Pick, I believe, is still held by the Timberwolves. Probably a draft and stash for him, but he's someone who, you know, definitely if he had dropped out of the draft and come back in next year, he might have been someone who was even considered a potential first round pick rather than, you know, in the 50s here. So I don't know. I like the value here for Minnesota. I'm presuming he's a draft and stash, but who knows? Maybe he comes over and is in the rotation sooner rather than later. Alex, your thoughts?
Yeah, I like him. He's like on my all fun team for this draft. He's got some of the best highlights. Great passer, pretty good shooter as well. Defensively, he's okay, but I think he just turned 19 in January or earlier this year. So he's still young. So that's why he'll probably at least stay 1 year overseas, I would imagine, before coming over. Yeah, but I like it at 50. I think that's great value. You know, you're getting one of the better playmakers in this class. I think the Timberwolves, you know, can use some more playmaking at the guard position. You never know. D'Angelo Russell is kind of up in the air. Yeah. Seems like his future isn't, you know, too long with Minnesota. So they could be, you know, in need for a point guard sooner rather than later. So you never know if he can come over and fill that gap.
All right, we are at pick 51 here, going to the Atlanta Hawks. So we are going to swap out our guests for the final time tonight before we run down the last picks in the draft. Alex, Albert, condolences on the Knicks draft. Albert, happy birthday. And to both of you and to everybody who's listened along on the stream so far, thank you so much for joining us here.
Thank you.
Any final words before y'all sign off?
NBA Top Shot, go sign up.
Top Shot.
Use the link.
There you go. Use the link in the chat, pinned to the top of the chat. If you haven't yet, please do. All right, Corey, Maxwell, we are here. It is the end of the draft. Both Maxwell and I have shed our blazers and moved into full slob mode here with the final few picks.
It's casual hours here. We're at the very end.
Here.
We're deep in the mud. There's some real talent still left on the board, though. Like this is pretty exciting, and I'm really intrigued to start seeing how the undrafted stuff plays out because there are some real guys out here that I thought had a chance to get some guaranteed money.
You would go the draft sicko route and immediately say, "Let's go to the undrafted free agents while there are still picks on the board." That's top tier draft sicko stuff right there. Appreciate that from you.
Mm-hmm. Corey, who's the top guy left on your board at this point?
Top guy left on my board is Iverson Molinar.
Okay. Oh, I think you're on mute.
Corey.
Off the top of my head, probably Montero. Trevion Williams is pretty high on my board as well.
Both of those guys are up there for me too.
Yeah, so I would say probably those are the two guys.
Maxwell, your boy Tyrese Martin going here, 51. All right, we got to throw to you for this one.
So I didn't have him super high on my board just because it's like kind of weird to rank guys at a certain point. But I think winning teams like Tyrese Martin is absolutely the type of guy that they should be looking at in the second round. One of the most has that dog in him type players in this draft. Unbelievable second effort on the offensive glass. Tremendous rebounder for his size. Guards pretty well. Like he's more of like a solid defender than a great one, but a really good 3-point shooter. And at Portsmouth and the various combine events, he did a really nice job of showing off his playmaking. He was bringing the ball up the court at G League Elite camp. Portsmouth, he just put Justin Bean on an all-time poster. He really, really gets up and has a lot of vertical pop. I think that's like the area where you could really untap things in this offensive game, is getting him to do more as a cutter. But he's a really just nice, solid player who's not going to make mistakes.
Corey, your thoughts here before we get to pick 52, which, given all the trades, maybe it's not actually New Orleans here, but I'm going to assume it's New Orleans here because that's what it says on TV.
I'd like to correct myself from earlier that Justin Lewis is actually the highest guy ranked on my board that is still available.
Mine too.
Yeah, I think that what I like about Martin, I think he has to speed it up, but I think he's got a pretty stroke. And I think that, for Atlanta, just get guys who could shoot, do a little bit of, everything. So to me, this part of the draft, just go with who you feel is the best player on your board. I don't discriminate against any front offices making their, going out and getting their guy here. It's all a shot. So yeah, I think anybody who wants to, learn more about Martin, who's still rocking with us at this point, like Maxwell did a great piece on him at NoCeilingsNBA.com, which you should subscribe to, because we're going to still give you some content in the off season.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes. We will be heavy on the post-draft content and, of course, heavy on the Summer League content as well. New Orleans here at 52. They made, I think, the best selection of the second round, taking E.J. Liddell at 41. Somehow E.J. Liddell fell to 41. I'm still processing that, but we'll see who they go with here at 52. I don't think it can live up to the E.J. Liddell expectations, but, if that's who they're starting with here, I think that's a pretty good shot to start out the second round. So we'll see who it ends up being here when ESPN gets back from commercial. But Maxwell, I'm going to throw to you. What are your thoughts on EJ Liddell falling as far as he did? Because
I was stunned.
Like
he was easy top 20 for me.
Same.
Just like the type of rock solid guy that you like to have on any team, who can play that 4 spot and guard down a little bit and offer some rim protection. So I was stunned.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Another person you've written about recently here, Karlo Makovic, is the pick here for the New Orleans Pelicans. So, Maxwell, go all in. This is your part of the draft right here. This is the draft sicko section.
I love these dudes. So Makovic is a really nice center. He's got some real nice bounce off the ground. I think the swing area with him is going to be his shooting. He shot really well at some of the combine events, and he showed some nice mid-range touch in his games for Mega. So it is like a real distinct possibility that he might be a guy who shoots. Defensively, he's solid. He can get up and block shots. He's very good at playing the cat and mouse and pick and roll. Not quite a switchable guy, but knows how to play that kind of center field role and can definitely play out of a drop, and you feel comfortable with him. He is a little bit stubby for a center. So just that's like one thing to keep in mind. I think he's only like 6'10". His wingspan and standing reach aren't crazy, but just solid, smart player, has some nice passing to him. There's a world where he becomes a good backup center in the NBA.
Corey, your thoughts on Karlo Makovic here?
Nick, is there a shot that this is the best mega prospect that was selected tonight?
Wow. Okay, just dagger directly into the heart. I see how it is here. The Kings have a good night for once, so you have to find another way to shank me. I really appreciate it. Beautiful work there.
I've been holding that in for, it's not that long. It's been like 45 seconds, but the joy that it I felt letting that flow out of me was tremendous. He looked good in his in the Jonathan Gavoni combine workout. So, does he probably doesn't come over right away, right? Like,
I think he's like a little older than you think. I think he might already be 21.
Andrew Lopez is reporting that the Pelicans are going to stash him.
Okay. Because he was the person who like pulled out and then like went back in within the same day. Like he announced that he was withdrawing. So it would make sense that he'd be okay just chilling out for a year if he was strongly considering it anyway.
All right, the Boston Celtics are on the board here at 53rd overall. So let's see who Tyler Rucker's NBA championship losing Boston Celtics go with here with the 53rd overall pick.
We're just firing shots everywhere.
So cruel.
Hey man, if Corey's gonna take that, mega shot, I gotta take some shots here at the Celtics.
You take the shots that you get.
Oh my!
Oh my God.
Swinging for the fences, baby. Let's go.
JD Davison with the 53rd overall pick. I will say up front that he was not someone who I had a draftable grade on. So this is interesting, but I did have him in my top 80. I'll say that. I will not say anymore. Corey, what are your thoughts on JD Davison being the selection here at 53rd for the Boston Celtics?
I actually think this is a good pick, to be completely honest. He is probably the most athletic.
Slightly less on it then?
He's the most athletic guard in the draft. I think that it almost got to a point that we've underrated him. He did not go in and try to be the main guy. He accepted his role. He did he averaged 4 rebounds, 4 assists a game. So it's, he was filling it up. He's a big physical guard. I think that his shot is more workable than you would think it is. I think there are things mechanically he needs to tweak, but it's not so far off. I think if you go to an organization like the Boston Celtics, you have that hard-nosed coaching, the winning culture that they've cultivated. This is the kind of shot that could really pay off. I think that JD Davison, maybe not next year, but down the line, I think he could be a rotation guy for them. I'm not sure that he solves the ball control issues, the turnover issues that Boston experienced in the playoffs at all. As a matter of fact, I know he doesn't, but I just think from a strictly talent perspective, this is the kind of bet that I think is really smart to make this late in the draft, because there's no way you could question his talent. Would you have liked to see him return to school and make that leap? Would you have liked to see him play in the combine games in a loose, unstructured setting that is probably geared towards his play style? Of course. But at the end of the day, he lands with the team that just played in the finals. And, he's got a lot of really talented guys to learn from, some of which, were a little bit raw coming in. And I think he gives them a different dimension off the bench from that spot with his athleticism, something that Peyton Pritchard, doesn't give them. So I think it's actually a pretty good pick here for the Celtics.
JD Davison and Jason Tatum can certainly teach each other a lot about turning the ball over. But Maxwell, your thoughts here for the Celtics going with JD Davison before we get to the Wizards pick, which is now in at 54th.
Yeah, just real quick, I'm on the same page as Corey. I think he's worth a swing. He does have a lot of issues that need to be panned out. I think the G League will be good for him. I think the Celtics organization will be good for him. I like Ime Udoka a lot as a coach, and I think that he can do a pretty good job of masking issues. So I think it's worth a shot. He's got probably the highest upside of a lot of guys left. So go for it.
Washington Wizards going with Yannick Sosa at 54th overall. Not someone I was particularly high on, but I think this swing makes a lot of sense for them. Corey, your thoughts?
It makes a lot of sense. This is a guy who is the top 10 pedigree. I think that betting on top 10 pedigree is at this part of the draft is a smart move. He's young, and he adds to the legion of foreign players in Washington. The United Nations, I think, as Albert billed them, which I enjoy. But I really do think that defensively he is pretty, he's got the potential to be special on that end. The way he moves as fluidly as he does on that end, I think is pretty impressive. He's got to put on weight. He's got to be more physical, but and offensively, he's so far away. But as long as he just learns how to set a solid screen and become a lob threat and just run really fast to the rim, why not take a shot on somebody who could be a special defender? To me, this is another good upside play. Not the guy I would have taken, but also we have to remember at this part of the draft, for everybody who's still watching with us, shout out to everybody in the chat. Make sure you give us a like and sign up for NBA Top Shot. But you have to remember that there are also agents who are pushing guys to not be drafted right now because they want to sign guaranteed two-way deals. So, some of the guys that we think maybe should be going over these players, they're having their agents say, hey, please don't draft us. We would like to, go in and pick our own team. So at this point, I think Sosa's a good bet.
I think that Jan Montero almost certainly falls into the camp at this point of we're just going to try and get him to a good undrafted free agent situation. Man, we sort of skipped over this with the JD Davison situation, but I think there are a lot of point guards who could have gone ahead of him at 53rd that maybe are being considered in that undrafted free agent camp. We've talked about Alondas Williams for a while now, and he's, I think, someone that might also fall into that bucket. So it'll be interesting to see where those guys end up in terms of undrafted free agent contracts, or maybe one of them ends up going here at 55 to the Golden State Warriors, who, Corey, you were on with me when they picked Patrick Baldwin Jr. at the end of the first round. So he's clearly going to be an all-star. So, yet another presumable all-star pick coming here for Golden State at 55.
Well, Woj is reporting they're working to trade out of it, but there's no actual trade lined up for them. So they still might be making the pick. I mean, I love the Warriors draft so far. They got Patrick Baldwin Jr. and Ryan Rollins. These are, two guys that I've really favored in the draft. They're identifying talent. So whether or not they actually make this pick or not, I think that there are some talented guys left on the board. Certainly a number of them that are, ranked in my second round range. So I'll be interested to see if they could, who they would trade it to, and who they or the team picking for them would target. But there's still a number of, for all you draft sickos out there, there are a number of interesting guys left on the board.
And for all you draft sickos out there, Brian Q just asked in the chat, are you guys covering the undrafted free agent two-way signings post-draft too? Oh, yes. Oh, yes, we are covering those guys. We will be covering those guys in depth, of course, because we are No Ceilings, and we have the preeminent draft sicko on the stream with us right now. So, yes, I can guarantee you that those undrafted free agent guys and two-way guys will be getting coverage here from the No Ceilings crew. The pick is in for the Golden State Warriors at 55. So it'll be interesting to see who they add to their haul of Patrick Baldwin Jr. and Ryan Rollins here, assuming they don't end up moving on from that pick.
I'm really hoping it's Trevion. Like, I have guys higher than him on my board, but just from a fit standpoint, like that, that's so appealing to me.
I mean, the passing, like that, it would be amazing. It would be tremendous.
I think Corey and I are the two biggest Trevion Williams guys at No Ceilings. Him ending up with the Warriors at 55 that would be ridiculous. Corey, this is your team right here in terms of the draft picks tonight.
If they went with Trevion, that would certainly be my team. But I mean,
just with Ryan Rollins alone,
I'm very excited, and I think he's going to spend a lot of time in the G League next year. But we've seen that path really work out for them, and with Poole getting probably a very big extension at some point, you got to think, they're going to want to not pay $500 million for their rosters. So, they need to get these young guys, this young core, some valuable minutes, and it'll probably happen in the G League.
Yeah. I mean, this is a team also that makes good use of their G League squad in terms of development and getting minutes for guys who wouldn't necessarily get those minutes in the rotation for this very heavily loaded recent title winning team. So be interesting to see who they add here. Again, the pick is in. ESPN is going through just how much money this roster is going to cost, which stacking up bills on the Warriors court, which is, I mean, Warriors ownership has said they're totally fine with that.
For it. Yeah, I wish, I'm sure, Corey, being a Bulls fan, I'm sure that this is something that you wish you'd seen out of Bulls ownership for the several years where they were financial champions and not paying the luxury tax. So,
yeah. I mean, that's anytime you're a team, especially when you're winning, you have to pay it. I always want to push back slightly. I mean, there's the cash consideration jokes for the Bulls, but Derrick Rose being injured really hampered the kind of spending that would have made sense to put them over the top. Without Derrick Rose and with that dead money just being on the cap, it was always going to be hard. But yeah, obviously if Reinsdorf could open up, the pocketbooks a little bit, since, Michael Jordan helped develop literally the most famous basketball worldwide brand, that would be nice.
Golden State going with Gui Santos from Brazil here. Another probable draft and stash guy, but someone with really, really high upside who, if it doesn't work out, taking him here at 55 is no big loss. But Maxwell, your thoughts on Gui Santos here at 55?
Yeah, he was a late riser for me. I don't want to say I ignored him. I watched him really early in the year and then didn't go back into his film until this month. He's really interesting. He's kind of an iffy shoots it guy. He moves really well laterally. He can't jump. He kind of struggles around the basket because of that. But just has real interesting craft as a driver and can pass the ball pretty well. I like his vision. I like his feel. If he can shoot, There's a chance he just carves out a nice NBA career as a good offensive player off the bench. He's pretty like thick and stocky too. Like he can pick and pop and set some screens. He's just going to need the shot to fall at a high clip, which is going to be the case for a lot of guys in this range.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Golden State is one of the teams that I think I would have high on the list of teams that I would trust to be able to develop guys' shots. But Corey, your thoughts here?
I'm going to be honest. I don't have many. This is somebody unlike Maxwell who I did ignore during this cycle, and that's why we have Maxwell closing out this show for the draft sickos for all of the guys that I'm like, don't know who that is. He could be a made up guy.
Well, it's just tough too because like the league that he plays in, there's sort of it's tricky because like there's sort of a lack of size, but like everybody moves really well laterally, so it's hard to get a gauge on his athleticism and how well a lot of this stuff is going to translate for me. Because like I've only been deep into the draft world for about this like the third draft cycle that I've been into it, and I don't think I've just had to watch a lot of like the NBB league. So it's just not a league where it's, I don't know, like you see guys that play in Spain. It's like, all right, I know what this league looks like. I know it translated. I know it doesn't. With the Brazilian league, it was really hard for me to get a read on it. But I think his craft and just mental ability to process the game is all there. I think if he shoots it, he sticks. If not, he doesn't. So
is he 2 years away from being 2 years away?
I think he's just one of those guys where it's just either going to happen or it's not. Like, I don't even think there's a timeline on it. Like if the shot goes, he'll be fine. But I think he was like 31% from three, I want to say this year, or like 32, somewhere in that range. He's just got to get that up because he's only 6'6", and like I said, he's not much of a leaper. So
pick is in for Cleveland at 56th overall, and Maxwell, I saw you frown, and your stream's been way ahead of mine all night. So do you know who it is already?
It is Luke Travers, who is another like if he shoots it guy. He played in the NBL this year. I think he gets compared to Joe Ingles a lot because they are both like clunky white men who played in Australia. He does everything well except put the ball in the basket. He does not pick his feet up when he runs. Like he's just sort of an awkward mover on the court. He's a really savvy passer for his size. He really knows where to be on defense. Just a very bad outside shooter at this point in time. He's got to turn that around if he wants to stick in the NBA. I think because of the Ingles comparison, a lot of people love to be like, well, Joe Ingles like didn't used to be a great shooter. And it's like, yeah, and he didn't become one until he was like 27. So do I want to draft this guy now, or do I want to like wait until he figures it out and then bring him over? Like he was not a top 100 guy for me. And there is a chance, like I said, he's a very savvy player that maybe it works out, but I don't see it happening in the near term for Luke Travers.
Well, hey, at least it's not taking another center. That's something for Cleveland fans.
True. Yeah.
He does look like a Stranger Things character, which is cool.
Did you really just make an upside down joke for Australia? Really?
Well, it was more so the mullet.
Mm-hmm.
Fair
is what the issue is.
Yeah,
I
do have big respect for his hair game.
Yeah. Pick is in for Portland at 57. This is another spot where I would love for it to be Trevion Williams, but maybe he's an undrafted free agent guy at this point. But we'll see. We're getting down to the bitter end of draft night, boys. It's been a ride. It's been a ride, but we're almost there.
I'd like to see some Ron Harper Jr. here. Like I've just been a big advocate of his. Smart positional defender, good size, will knock down shots, keep that floor spacing going. That's who I'd like to see here.
Ron seems like a guy who would be in that try to go undrafted and have his agent push him to a spot that makes sense kind of guy. I'm with you though. I went to a handful of Rutgers games sitting behind the bench, and he was incredibly impressive. I watched him hit that game winner from half court against Jaden Ivey. I watched him get fouled by Keegan Murray to knock down free throws as well. But I think that he's a big time value guy, and he knows what it's like to be a pro NBA dad. Like I think he's a easy two-way guy.
Pick is Jabari Walker here at 57 for Portland. I love this pick for them. I mean, I think he's someone who makes a ton of sense for them in a whole lot of ways. But Corey, why don't we start with you? What are your thoughts? Jabari Walker here at 57 of the Portland Trailblazers.
Great pick. This is, Jabari Walker is a guy you could have made an argument to take at the end of the first round, in my opinion. This is a big, rangy wing who is a great rebounder, has shown the ability to knock down shots, can dribble the ball a little bit. I think, he's one of these guys you should be betting on because he is actually like a guy who fits the mold of modern NBA wings. So at this part of the draft, like, that's a steal. I'm actually surprised he's not one of those guys who told the team not to draft him. Maybe his agent did, but I think this is a really good pick for, my guy Schmitz in Portland.
Maxwell, your thoughts here?
Yeah, I'm on the same page. Like I outlined the reasons for Ron Harper, and like Jabari Walker is that same type of guy, but he's younger and like a better rebounder. So yeah, I don't trust his shot as much as I trust Ron's right now, but you've got to remember Jabari Walker is very young for a sophomore. I think a lot of his passing stuff kind of got understated. I was really surprised going back into the film, like how much juice he had as a passer. Like he's not like a point forward or anything. But as far as just a guy who can move the ball and find teammates when he's swarmed, he was better in that area than I think I gave him credit for. I was really late to the party on him. But yeah, at this stage in the draft, absolutely the kind of guy you take a chance on, and another guy with the pro pedigree as well.
Yeah, I was a bit late to the party on Jabari Walker as well, but I mean, I had him above this point here. So, him going 57, I think is a really good slot for him. Pick is apparently in for the Indiana Pacers, the final selection of this NBA draft night. We will talk briefly about some undrafted free agent target guys before we wrap things up here at the end of our stream, but it is the end of NBA draft night and the pick is apparently in. So we're about to hear who is the Isaiah Thomas of this draft, who I will be a fervent fan of for the entirety of their NBA career as the final selection of the 2022 NBA draft.
Well, it's going to be some
there are a lot of guys here.
Yeah, it could be a future all-star if they do decide to take Kai Soto with this pick.
Okay.
Easy. I didn't put him in the tags of the video. Big mistake on my part.
Please don't.
All right, so Maxwell, you're the one with the advanced stream. Are we getting close to Mark Payne walking up here?
Yeah, it's Hugo Besson, who most recently played for the New Zealand Breakers. So good guard prospect, very good offensively. The defense is just not close to being there for me. Where are you guys on Hugo?
Well, the defense wasn't there for Isaiah Thomas either, so he's going to be a multiple-time All-Star too. That's where I'm at with it. Corey, what about you?
I love it. Hugo is a guy who has clear scoring potential, measured out way better than I thought he was going to at the combine. I think he's comfortable getting his own shot. I don't think I buy the playmaking as much as people tried to peg him towards, the end of the process, but he's not terrible. But any guy who could shoot it has a chance. I don't necessarily believe that he's a guy that is going to be there in playoff games because I don't think his defense has a chance. And that's just comes down to his physical capabilities. But if you could shoot it, you could draft that guy with the 58th pick, and especially when they can actually legitimately score and get their own shot on, real guys. So yeah, why not?
All right, we have gotten to the end of the 58 picks on draft night. So before we wrap things up, just going to run through some undrafted free agent targets real quick. So my top three at this point, undrafted free agent targets: Iverson Molinar, Alondas Williams, and Jean Montero, with Trayvon Williams honorable mention there. So Corey, we'll start with you before we get to the 75 draft sicko prospects that Maxwell has prepared for us.
Justin Lewis, priority guy for me. Jan Montero, Ron Harper, Alondas Williams, Julian Champagny, I really like. St. John's guy, Young Jung Lee, definitely for sure.
Yeah.
If you're talking about taking a shooter, I love his passing ability. I love his cutting ability. I know he's got the injury. So, that obviously is something to consider, but there are a number of guys. John Butler, who definitely could have used more time in college, went undrafted. So we'll see what happens with him. I think that's going to be an interesting thing to follow. Darion Sebron, who, was nice enough to chop it up with me. I think he's a guy who, he killed at the combine. Like I thought he was one of the big winners. I'm surprised that, he didn't get a spot. There is a lot of talent in this draft. And I think it goes to show, like, you can make an argument from like 25 on that all of these guys could have been late first to second round prospects.
So we've already got a wave of signings in. Lester Quinones on a 2-way with Golden State. Colin Gillespie on a 2-way with Denver. Bouye is going to play Summer League with Miami, which is a nice fit. And Pippen Jr. on a 2-way with the Lakers. And Sebron on a 2-way with the Pelicans. So they love them some big playmakers.
Ron Harper Jr. 2-way with the Raptors.
Oh, that's so great. He's going to make it. My guy's going to make it.
There we go.
Tevin Brown is one for me. We're like just a guy that I think winning teams should look at. Just is like, I think it's always 100%. Nice to just have one guy who can come in and get hot from three. And his defense is better than a lot of those, shooter types. Hyun Jung Lee, another guy. I'm worried about the foot with him, kind of holding him back, but he's tremendous. Corey, you look like you got something. What's up?
You're fist pump. What is it?
The Chicago Bulls have agreed to a 2-way deal with Marquette's Justin Lewis, so I am amped about that.
There we go.
He might actually play.
He might, and my guy AK is like, he gets it. He sees the vision. Versatile, potential 2-way guys that can shoot. Nick Keon Ellis has agreed to a 2-way deal with the Sacramento Kings.
Okay, he's someone who I came around on later in the draft process, so I'm very happy with that.
Yep, he can shoot it. He's interesting. Very happy with Justin Lewis. Would have taken him with a late first round pretty easily. Probably a top 20 pick I could have used on him and been talked myself into it.
Yeah. Good moment to have the Bulls gentleman on the stream here for that moment of Justin Lewis.
Mm-hmm. Bryson Williams, another guy that I think like good teams should look at. Just a legit inside out scorer with size. And then Jonathan Williams was a guy, like another guy who snuck up on me late in the process from Buffalo. Very crafty scorer, good decision maker, can knock down shots. Defense, a little wishy-washy. But definitely a guy that I think good teams should look at as well.
All right. Any other undrafted free agent signings, targets here before we wrap this bad boy up?
Guys, I think we covered it all. I think what we have to do is, and there's still more to cover, but we're going to do that at NoCeilingsNBA.com. But I think what we have to do is thank everybody who watched, whether for a minute or the entirety of the stream. We have to thank anybody who went and signed up for NBA Top Shot. We have to thank NBA Top Shot for sponsoring, the No Ceilings first draft show. We have been a website for less than 1 year, and we've already got this amazing group of fans who trust our opinions to break down all of these guys all of the way through the end of the draft. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you to all of you, and then thank you to the No Ceilings team, who everybody came in focused and absolutely crushed, just as you all have throughout the entirety of this process. For me, and I'm sure I could speak for Rucker, when we were brainchilding this experiment, I don't think we could have ever thought that we would see this much success this quickly. So thank you. This has been a very wild ride that I can't wait to get back on tomorrow.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you again from all of us here at the No Ceilings crew for hanging out with us for some or all of this draft night. It's been an incredible experience. It's been an incredible year. It's been an incredible draft cycle. And thank you all so much again.